Greetings, everyone! I think I've perfected a plague that will destroy all life on Azeroth.
Ooh, this is actually a pretty spicy poll.
This is an insane pool. Pew, 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 pew.
It looks like they're going to go for this. I can't quite believe that we're actually going to see this.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Championship Sunday of the KeystoneMasters tournament. My name is I am going to be your host today, and by my side I have Cybear and Zyronic. How are you guys doing today? How do we feel like Saturday's games went?
Go ahead, Lizzie.
Oh.
all right. Yeah, I kind of shapeshifted for a moment out of cat form here. So, yeah, Saturday games were insane, especially if I think back to some of the dungeons that had Reaping, especially at Altazar and the last Underrot of the day in the end. Those were some crazy polls we saw in those dungeons, and that was absolutely amazing to watch. And on top of that, even the underdog teams, so to say, going through the lower bracket, there have been some really interesting matches in there as well. That was amazing to see and just promises a lot of fun today as well.
Yeah, we just have another full day of exciting games lined up for us, and we have the same rules as yesterday as well. Just to touch base with you guys watching from home, none of these teams can have double specs. They're not going to be allowed to bring any more than one spec to a key, as well as the new rule that we're bringing to you guys for this tournament. Each player is required to choose a different spec for each dungeon in a series. And Zyro, how do we feel like that worked out yesterday now that we've seen a full day of that?
I think it's definitely an interesting mix-up, right? It requires your team to actually have multiple players who can pick up on some of the bottom specs, and it really lends itself to multi-classing. Some of the best teams have 3 people on the team that can play Prot Warrior. You know, it's not necessarily you want your tank to play 3 different tank specs. So it's pretty interesting to see, you know, how the teams are approaching this new rule set.
Mm-hmm. And how do we feel like that sort of evened out the competition or something like that, Lithy? Do you feel like that makes teams have to be in that really creative headspace to sort of prepare for these different dungeons, considering the fact that they have to have all these different compositions going into these games?
Well, it definitely, sorry about that, definitely opens up a lot of opportunity to be creative with planning in terms of the route, in terms of what comps you play. Sorry, I got a frog stuck in my throat there. Yeah, I kind of, sorry for a second.
There we go. We gotta hydrate here. Are you good? You good?
Definitely. Yeah, stay hydrated. It's super important these days. Sorry about that. But yeah, you definitely got to get creative in terms of your route through the map, in terms of the comps you want to play, factoring in, do you want to play your best comp on your best map? Do you want to save your best comp for maybe your not so proficient map? What do you do if you actually get to third map, and how do you adapt to that situation? We've seen some interesting stuff happening there yesterday with some people apparently last minute prepping their character for a third map that they were not expecting to play, but a lot of stuff happening.
And it's also, I feel like, pretty refreshing to see a bunch of different sort of off meta compositions that we wouldn't see on live as well, because, you know, on live, obviously, they're going to be playing maybe what's considered the best meta here. But this is also a tournament setting here, Zyro, so these teams have the ability to play any spec that they want. They can gear it however they want. What's some typical sort of gear sets that we're seeing? Is there any like corruption that is overwhelmingly popular, or Azurite traits that we're going to be seeing quite a bit here in these games?
Well, typically because they do have the max corruption on their cloaks, what you're going to see is pretty much the same specs that we saw from the MDI, but so you're seeing your BM hunters, you're seeing Unholy DK, sometimes you're seeing Rogue. But because they can't play the same spec every single dungeon, sometimes we're seeing a fire mage swapped in, sometimes we're seeing maybe an arms warrior. We're seeing a little bit out of the meta stuff, and they're pretty much stacking percentage stack corruptions, right? So a fire mage would stack all the mastery they can, and BMR would stack all the haste and mastery they can, just so they can do as much damage as possible and not be over that 60 corruption budget.
And were there any sort of strategies from yesterday's games, Lithy, that surprised you?
Strategy wise, I think the thing that stood out most for me was Underrot and Ataldazar. We've seen some crazy pulls in these dungeons already. If we're thinking back to MDI, Team Wunderbar, for example, is I guess one of the most famous example for crazy Ataldazar routes. And the big pull at the start on the left side, just pulling every single golem and every single pack into one big pull. They're popping 2 reaping waves at once, and the same stuff in Underrot around the second boss Cragmaw. There's some crazy stuff going on there. That's basically what surprised me the most, how the teams are adapting to reaping in the setting of having so much corruption.
And we are going to get this first game started here shortly, hopefully, and that is going to be Paint for Femme versus the boys. How do we feel like they did yesterday, Zyronic, both of these teams? Anything that we can expect from this upcoming matchup?
Paint for Femme is an interesting team to talk about, right? Because they're one of our MDI teams that we've been talking about that we kind of expected to play really well. And they started off hot yesterday. They played incredibly well in their first match, but they just came up a little bit short against Self Perplexed. And I'm interested to see if we can see more of the earlier Paint for Femme that we saw. I think the experience they have, they should be able to make a run through this lower bracket. And I wouldn't be surprised to see them maybe even make it all the way to the lower finals.
And with these teams that have full rosters that we do see compete in the MDI, Lithy, do we feel like they're maybe not going to have quite the edge that we are used to seeing them in the MDI because of how different this format is here in the Keystone Masters?
Well, the format change definitely does impact the advantage that a lot of practice of the metacoms and meta dungeon brings with it if you compete in the MDI. So yeah, they definitely have some of the edge taken away from all their preparation, but in the end, you play these dungeons over and over, you practice these really quick routes, you practice these insanely big pulls, and that practice is in there. You know what CC needs to land, you know which kicks needs to land, and it doesn't really matter if you're playing a Demon Hunter there, if you're playing an Arms Warrior there, or a Windwalker Monk. It's roughly the same, so they still have a little bit of an advantage, but it's not as big as I'd say it would be in a completely normal MDI setting, for example.
And with these format changes that we do see here with the Keystone Masters, Zyro, do we feel like that makes preparation for these matchups more difficult?
There's definitely some more like finagling of your team comps that you have to deal with, right? So if you want to run a particular team comp in, say, Junkyard, but there's the potential for a Junkyard to be a game 3 in a series down the line, you're going to have to look at the first 2 maps of that series and be like, okay, do we have to run some of those characters that we planned on running in Junkyard in one of the first 2 maps? And if you do, then you have to practice for another comp for the Junkyard later on. It's kind of weird. It definitely requires a little bit more preparation than your typical like MDI style tournament. So it's interesting to see like what the teams have been able to do to like set up their team comps in different series.
Yeah, it should be super exciting here to see what exactly these teams have in store for us here. The first map, I believe, is it going to be Underrot? Just want to make sure I'm looking at this right. Underrot's our first map here, and then Motherlode, and then Shrine of the Storm. That is our map pool for this first series here. Do we want to take maybe a stab at the first composition from either side of these teams of what we can expect for this upcoming game?
Sure thing, sounds fun.
Either one. I thought I would just open it up to either of you guys.
What's up? I'm Fab.
Hello, my name is Kjelle, or Kjelle Tyven. I play DPS and I live in Oslo, Norway.
I'm the tank. Hi, I'm Michael. I play healer. I live in Stockholm, Sweden. I'm the brains.
So my name is Sebastian, but people call me Sebe or Sebek, and I play DPS.
I'm Insane.
I'm Ricky. My name is Daniel. Like to refer myself as a Windwalker player, but they're trash, so please fix them so we can play them again.
Fem plays Demon Hunter tank, right? In Shrine. You skip a lot of trash with the Fear Guy after second boss, and then you snap him onto the bridge. The only way you can get to the snap spot is by double jumping as a Demon Hunter. And then he procs the Twilight Dev as he's snapping, and it just murders his face. And then we're like standing there in the corner, and it's a real run, so it's like we're losing an attempt in Shrine in our time trials because of it, because we cannot get up the portal that's like five yards above our heads.
Guys, for that video, apparently Zyro and I had the producer muted, so we didn't know that was coming. It was a surprise for both of us, but that was some insight into the teams here, and now we can discuss our question here if you want. I don't even think I remember what I asked. Oh, what can we expect here composition wise from either team here for this upcoming game?
Do you want to take that?
Well,
Someone
sure thing. I'll go with the under rot theme in general and say right away that we will see definitely some unholy DKs. That we can see the comms, and as I said, the DKs are definitely there. The BM hunters as well. Very interesting difference here, I think, is the restoration druid for Pain for Femme. I did not expect that.
Well, actually, one of the benefits of the Resto Druid and Underrot that you see a lot of time in live keys is that whenever you pull one of those Bloodswarmers, you can, if it's just a solo Bloodswarmer, you can just spam Hibernate it. But I have a little bit of a feeling that they'll probably be pulling more than just one Bloodswarmer when you're talking about Underrot in this speed setting.
Yeah, they might be saving the Mistweaver Monk for a later map, definitely a move that could pay off. But if I think about the Underrot yesterday, we saw some crazy pulls into the third boss, the Spore Caller, in combination with the Mistweaver just revivaling off all the mushroom procs from the first explosion. And now that Pain for Femme is not running this Mistweaver Monk, they can't go for this strat and probably will have to play the third boss a little bit different.
Yeah, and also one last thing of note, we see Ricky tanking instead of Femme, so Femme still will be able to play both the Prot Warrior and potentially the Vengeance Demon Hunter later on if this does go to a game 3. So they just have that extra Prot Warrior pick coming out here, which is something we talked about. Being able to flex a second character on Prot Warrior in your group is incredibly useful for this 3-game series.
All right, game number 1 here on Underrot. It is Paint for Femme versus the boys.
All right, another difference. We do have a rogue on the side of the boys and none on the side of Femme and the boys. But we're going into the big pull here. Just a lot of trolls. The patrol from the bridge as well coming in, as well as the ticks and the big maggot from the side. There's a lot of CC and a lot of kicks that have to be on point here. But Femme is just annihilating everything, popping off with almost 700k DPS in the opener. But Shella and the DK Sebek are not gonna stand by idly and are completely annihilating this pull as well. Now we're at 15% trash count, so they will need to get some trash from this pack here with a mask to proc that first Reaping Wave into the first boss. If they even want to do that, they melted it off though and are going into that fight right away.
Yeah, this is really interesting, right? When you're talking about a tyrannical dungeon, there's not really too much of a spot for your Unholy DK to really pop off here, right? They can kind of just do a little bit of initial burst damage, but the fact of the matter is when you're talking about 20 tyrannical, the trash doesn't live long enough for your Unholy to really get all of his damage off. So you can see he was just starting to peak right as the trash died because the initial burst from the Demon Hunter and the Hunter were kind of just cleaning up the trash on their own. I think you'll see more of a use for that Unholy DK burst when we get into the second boss room of the dungeon, into that Kragmaw area, because they can pull a lot bigger there and they can really take use of that exponential increasing AoE damage. But you can see even on 20 tyrannical, they're just chewing through this boss here, already below 40% HP.
Yeah, it's a lot of DPS, and if we take a look over to the boys, they have pulled the boss as well, pretty far in the fight as well, but we saw, I think Petco it is, on the Hunter here, he pulled some trash into it, and now we have the Reaping Wave joining in at the last percentages of the boss. We're gonna get some nice funnel DPS for the DK and the Hunter here, of course, on that boss. So we might be looking at a bit of a DPS advantage for the boys here, depending on how well they did beforehand. But especially important is the Reaping Wave that has been proc now, that they are not going to deal with in the Kragmaw room the same way Pain for Fem will probably do now.
Yeah, boss going down within about 5 seconds for both teams, so they're pretty much neck and neck, with the only difference, like we mentioned there, being that first Reaping Wave proc for the boys. Although it didn't really seem like they used it too much there, right? They didn't really get too much of a funnel there because the DK wasn't planning on using his cooldowns. But already going into this first massive pull for both teams here, a little bit bigger on the side of Pain for Fim here, absolutely going crazy with this pull. We should see the Unholy DKs popping off for both teams starting right about now. And there you go. You see Naladra easily popping up to just about 1 million DPS. Whereas over on the side of Pain for Fim, we didn't see the cooldowns used for the DK quite yet there. It was really more the Demon Hunter popping off there with that Blood Barrage. They didn't really need the DK cooldowns.
Yeah, if we're taking a closer look at Pain for Fem, as you said, the DK isn't really popping off that crazy. I think it's because he mainly saved his cooldown for the next round of this pull, so to say, Reaping Wave into another batch of trash, and that's where he will pop a bunch of stuff. There's the Reaping Wave coming in, every piece of trash that they killed before the first boss going in, so now Sebek is gonna unload all his damage here as best as he can. The Lashers, of course, need to be kicked. We see that here, really nice pummel from the tank. Ricky does not worry about that too much, because if that cast goes through, it's a heal absorb on the target and is stunned for, I think, almost 30 seconds. You do not want that to happen.
Here we go. This is the second Reaper Wave now coming in for Pain for Fim onto this next trash pack. Not really going as big as you would assume when you talk about this Kragmaw room, right? One of the things that we saw in the MDI is teams started getting used to pulling pretty much the entire room at once, minus 1 or 2 of the packs, and they're kind of just taking it safe here, not really pulling as much as you'd assume here, so they definitely could lose a little bit of time, but maybe they're just playing it safe with the Reaping pack. They really don't want to have too many of those Tormentals casting on them.
But on the other hand, the boys are not doing anything, well, they're not chilling, that's for sure. They got a big pull going. They think they even pulled the boss, and yeah, we see some ticks on the ground and the Reaping Wave going in there, but I think they also lost a member. A lot of damage going out on the whole group. The Mistweaver needs to really pump some crazy HPS here to keep everyone alive, and the most important thing, it's the DK that lost his life here, so there's a lot of DPS that's just lost to the death. And yeah, healer down. I'm not quite sure if the tank is dead as well, but this looks like a full wipe to for the boys. Really, really unfortunate. That was a really, really ambitious pull into the boss with a lot of mobs and reaping, and it definitely did not pay off for them.
Yeah, I mean, teaming here is pretty ridiculous. There's already a lot of, trash mechanics you have to deal with in this room, and then adding everything on top of it with the Reaping Wave is just asking for trouble if you don't have perfect CC. So not surprised to see a team go down here with this Reaping Wave here. It's been a while since teams have played Reaping on live. It's been, over a year at this point. So the only practice they really have for that Reaping affix is going to be on the tournament realm. So I'm not too surprised to see issues with it. Looks like the trash in the room is pretty much done with, minus a couple of mobs for Pain for Fim. They're going to be pulling those skeletons with probably those three mobs into the boss here, and then letting their Unholy DK go wild.
Yeah, we can see Ricky pumped some crazy DPS there on the previous pull. That's because he is running a fair bit of Twilight Devastation on this Prot Warrior. That's definitely gonna contribute some ridiculous damage, especially on these big pulls. Now going into the Kragmaw fight themselves, they are looking to completely annihilate this boss. While we look at this nice little transition, Preach is coming in to bully the tank a little bit, but Sebek is just in there. A lot of DPS. That's almost 700k in the blood, of course. Fem blasting away on the Hunter as well. Is looking really solid. The first Tantrum coming up with a Reaping Wave. This is going to be interesting.
Yep, and it looks like the Blood Barrage is just now coming out from Shelly to clear off this second Reaping Wave, because the Unholy DK doesn't have the cooldowns available to really get that funnel off here. So it'll just burn through this Reaping Wave quickly just for safety. And at the same time, they probably know they're ahead because they saw the other team wiped if they're keeping an eye on the stream, so they know they can just play safe and not play for the most single target damage possible. This is still a 20 tyrannical Kragmaw, right? So this Tantrum is going to chunk them pretty hard. You can see everyone dropping to about half HP during the Tantrum, so you can't really, slack off here. There's still a lot of damage going on if you're not playing it safely, and looks like they're just opting for the safe route here.
Yeah, definitely a lot of pressure on the healer during this fight, especially on Tyrannical. As you said, that tantrum chunks you like crazy. So as a druid, you especially need to be aware of pre-spreading your hots for this phase. You need to stagger your cooldowns, not just for the healer himself, but also for the group, looking at stuff like the warrior shout to bolster their health a little bit, and maybe the Demon Hunter Darkness, if they can get that in for a few ticks here and there. There it is, being popped while the boss is on 36%, looking good so far, but the boys have been back onto the fight already, and that boss is looking pretty dead as well. I'm not quite sure where the boys are standing in terms of trash counter, but I don't think they can keep up too much with the 80% of Pain for Femme.
Yeah, and at the same time, you have to talk about the extra death counter on the board, right? Those 5 extra deaths are 25 extra seconds on the timer, so they have a lot that they actually have to make up, even if they are pretty similar on trash to Pain for Femme. So we'll probably have to see some mistakes or some slow play from Pain for Femme in order to let the boys back into it. But, you know, the boys are definitely making the best of a bad situation, right? Usually when you have that AoE wipe on top of a boss and you have to reset the boss, it's a pretty big timer loss for them. And there you can see they're at 73% trash, so they're a little bit behind in trash percentage, still have 1 extra reaping wave to deal with compared to Pain for Femme.
Which they will be pulling into this boss. I am pretty sure Sporecaller Sancha is the target here of their next escapades, and going in, the frenzy is going to go through. That's a lot of extra tank damage that Rats needs to be dealing with, but that's looking fine. Leg sweep coming in from the Mistweaver. They'll be opting to not care about these mushrooms too much. Way of the Crane is running. That's a lot of AoE healing the Monk is doing just through some damage. Spinning Crane kick to the win. That is looking really, really nice. Going for the revival, probably. Oh, Shaya is taking some big damage there. Going down, the cheat death procced way earlier already. And this is not looking good. They get the res off, so staying in the fight. The explosion is going to come in soon. I'm expecting a revival there. It is ready, so Reaping Wave, some good DPS for the Hunter and the DK, of course. They seem to be dealing with this fairly nicely so far.
Yeah, it looks like Chaya went down to the upheaval there, which is pretty unfortunate. But there's the revival, like you mentioned, on that call from Sporecaller Sancha. Said I don't have to worry about those debuffs. And it looks like the boys have pulled slightly ahead here, right? That Reaping Wave on top of the boss really let their Unholy DK funnel some extra single targets. So they really caught up quite a bit here. And yeah, they're about half, like 50% or so ahead on this boss now, just because of that smart play there. Pain for Femme is not really going to be able to proc the Reaping Wave here. I don't think these last 2 mobs are going to be able to actually do it for them. And even then, it would just be inefficient for them to proc the Reaping Wave here because they want to get that. They still have to kill those final 2 mobs before the last boss too. So yeah, I'm really kind of wondering what's going on here. The boys just have that much of a superior route to Pain for Femme.
Well, you still have to factor in the death timer punish. So those seconds, I guess that puts them about more or less completely even. Oh, the healer going down for the boys there. I think that's not good, but there isn't too much damage going out outside of the explosion itself, so they could be dealing with that without a res, but they get the Monk up, so he'll be taking care of his team once again, looking to stabilize that boss fight and finish it off properly. 50% on the other hand for Pain for Femme. But yeah, as you said, I think the big pull into Sporecaller Sancha with the double reaping, with the Reaping Wave and all that trash, that's just so much funnel DPS that definitely saved them a bunch of time.
Yeah, Sebek's not really happy on that Unholy DK right now, not really being able to funnel any of his single target DPS, not really able to play his class fantasy. So it feels bad for Sebek, but I mean, it looks like Pain for Femme still have a shot of coming back and maybe potentially taking this game here. I just wonder what went wrong for them with some of their pulls where they're so far behind the boys in just dungeon progression, right? The boys are just so far ahead already, just now gearing up to get to that final boss. Once they deal with these last 2 Faceless Corruptors, as well as the trash percentage they need here, they'll be able to move on to that final boss of Unbound Abomination. But man, they've just been much more efficient with the trash pulls. Chaya, you got to look out for those frontals, dude. Those are going to one-shot you if you get hit again.
Yeah, he procced his cheat death again, so definitely more or less costing him his life if he didn't have that. Ooh, the The DK going down as well. That's unfortunate. One more death timer on the count there, 8 deaths in total. So we are looking at quite the number of seconds that the boys have to sit and wait here until they will know if they actually manage to win. We see also the worm in the back in the ice trap. So that guy is blocked out for now. I'm not exactly sure if it was intended to pull that, but it happens if you pulled some trash through there. And yeah, they are actually playing that reaping wave upstairs here because they cannot get out of combat. They can't drop those ghosts and can't rest their DK, and he would have to run back through the whole dungeon. So they are losing insane amounts of time here. They are losing all that funnel DPS on the last boss, the Unbound Abomination, and this is going to hurt them immensely.
Yeah, that might have just thrown the dungeon for them there. I mean, the worm being in combat is not that big of an issue, right? That's generally going to happen because the Reaping Wave is going to come through almost always anyways. But they're also in combat with all of these horrors too because of the Reaping Wave. That's about as bad as it gets. Wow, I think just this death on this final trash pull is pretty much throwing the dungeon for them. They're going to be able to go down into the boss's room. They're going to be able to shadow meld the aggro off of these horrors if they really need to. I think they drop aggro when you hit the bottom anyways. But pretty much all of their advantage is gone because you can see Pain for Fem has finally dealt with that last Reaping Wave and are heading down to the Abominations themselves right now. And they still have that massive time advantage, up to 40 seconds now with 8 extra deaths on the board for the boys.
And they have a crazy Reaping Wave, that last one pulled downstairs, so the DK is going to be immensely happy here. Sebek, after the Spore Caller wasn't all up to his taste, this one definitely is going to go in there with almost 1 million DPS in the peak. It's looking great. Mabo, of course, the Druid has to pump some decent HPS here because Unbound Abomination does some really nasty group-wide damage with that debuff he puts out, but looking very good so far. And what's even crazier for the boys, the released, he was running back through the whole dungeon while his team was already going in, pulling the last boss. I don't think he even has caught up to the team yet, and they are just four-manning it right now.
Yeah, that's rough to see. I mean, they were playing so well throughout the entire dungeon. I think the boys were definitely using that unholy DK advantage a lot better than Pain for Fem was. They were getting a lot more efficient cleave on bosses with it, and just that one death at the end is really going to cost them here. Actually, I think it was the 2 deaths at the end, the healer going down on Sporecaller Zancha, plus the second death, so they didn't have the battle res available for him. That really just sealed the deal. Pain for Fem really showing their stature as an MDI caliber team. Actually, both of these teams, MDI caliber teams, both pretty veteran players of the MDI, but Pain for Fem really pulling through here, playing safe, not really having any major deaths, able to get this final Reaping Wave on the boss, and they really only have one half of a phase to get through. The boss is already below 30%.
Yeah, that energy bar is filling more and more. The last 2 blood beasts will be spawning quite soon. And once those are done, that's just a matter of seconds. They will be claiming the first point in the series here. But yeah, as you said, the boys did have a really good run so far. Some mishaps, and which in the end did cost them a crazy amount of time and basically threw away the key for them. But looking at the second map, they definitely have the potential to celebrate a big comeback there and take a point of Pain for Fem, because overall that performance here in Underworld from the boys was nothing to scoff at, I'd say.
That is going to be a game 1 victory here on the side of Paint for Fem. But seems like from based on what you guys were seeing, that was a fairly clean run from both teams. But where, I guess, did Paint for Fem pull ahead here, Liffy?
I'd really say it comes down to the accidents the boys had, as Zyro mentioned just now. The Mistweaver death on Sporecaller Sancha that they had to burn the combat res for, and of course the death of the DK afterwards near the end of the dungeon, which they couldn't res him anymore and had to waste a lot of time finishing off that Reaping Wave, finishing off that trash, getting rid of the worms, which they couldn't even manage, and then the DK running back. That basically lost them the dungeon. But otherwise, I'd say they almost could have won that.
Mm-hmm. So then going into game number 2 here on the side of the boys, do you think this is something that they can clean up for this next game, Zyro, or is this going to be a 2-0?
Yeah, for sure. Those are just 2 individual mistakes, right? It wasn't like there was any major breakdown of their strategy. It's just, clean up your play safe, don't tie to frontal cones. And I mean, as long as your strategy is as good as what we saw in that under route, they can definitely take a game off pain for Finn here.
I mean, that's kind of the interesting thing though about M+ tournaments, right? Is it's sometimes I feel like a lot of these series you see are super unpredictable. All it takes is one wipe and it can just completely throw off an entire dungeon run for these teams, Lithy. And then you find yourself in a place where you're down 1 point, where maybe going into that series we didn't really expect it.
Yeah, I mean, this might be lower bracket round 2, but these are still two super high caliber teams, and if you pull off a single mistake in these matches, that can lose you the whole thing. And so yeah, it is pretty rough.
All right. So we're going to get a little bit more insight into that team that we have been discussing, the boys. Let's check out what we have to see.
My name is Petko. My in-game name is Petko. What was it? The rest? I forgot. My main role is DPS. My main class, I don't know what is my main class anymore. We actually have not practiced at all. We did time trials for like 1 day, but it wasn't even 1 day, it was like 8 hours. And ever since we haven't logged in on TR. But when we will, I'm pretty sure Bobby will be the guy dying the most.
I'm dead. I'm just dead.
In my book, a good player is a person that knows how to play multiple classes, multiple specs on the same level. Not multi-roles though. My dream is, well, not my dream, but let's say my goal is to obviously win MDI. I do believe that KSM will come close to this tournament, and I would like to see it succeed, and I would join the next KSM for sure, 1000%.
Okay, all the music for this tournament so far is like, is that just me?
Cat jam.
Oh, it's really good.
We're gonna get some cat jams in the chat here for the music for the Keystone Masters that we've seen. Super great. That was just a quick video on the boys for this team that we have currently in this series. Down 1-0 currently up against Paint for Fem, going into game number 2 here. We are going to be going to Motherload. How do we feel like, based on the affixes that we have, Zyro, and the compositions that we saw for the last game, do we feel like this is going to be a difficult game too?
Man, Motherload with Sanguine Volcanic, those are some of the freest affixes ever, except for the first boss pull, right? When you have 12 of those mechanized peacekeepers running around, just randomly deciding they want to throw shields out, they can heal to full really easily with Sanguine. And we even saw yesterday teams were having issues with the coin-operated crowd pubbler getting full heals off, and that costs you probably a solid minute and a half, especially in this tyrannical affix. So it's really going to come down to the Sanguine management, right? Which teams can really benefit from making sure they have perfect tank movement. And like we were talking about already, both of these teams are MDI caliber teams, MDI caliber tanks. I don't think we should see too many major issues from them, but problems can happen like we saw in that Hunter rut.
And Motherload is one of those unique maps where like the majority of the trash is killed before you even get to the first boss. With that added affix of Sanguine, Lithy, do you feel like this is going to be how do we feel like this trash is going to go up until that first boss for either of these teams for this map?
It's really hit or miss, as Zyro already said. Up a big part of the whole first trash pull into that first boss, and the general trash before the first boss. You really need to watch out, cleave them down equally, make sure you have your tank positioning on point, so the shields don't point towards the group, that they have to reposition across the whole arena to get some damage in on these, and things along those lines. So yeah, I think a lot of responsibility lies with the tank here on the first trash packs and the first boss. So definitely looking forward to that.
And just as a reminder for those of you watching from home, affixes are preset. There's no draft period where these teams are sort of picking and banning any affixes or maps. The maps and the affixes are preset. So going into this, we already do know what we're going to be playing here. This is going to be Motherload with Tyrannical Sanguine in Volcanic, like we already covered. Now, Zyro, since these are both MDI teams here, we can also see what we're going to be checking out for their compositions here. Anything to note?
Yeah, we got a Disc Priest on our hands as well as a Resto Druid, so both non-MDI style healers here. I wonder if this priest must be like a, I don't know, like a safety pick for Muo here, because I believe we saw it yesterday as well. But unsurprisingly, both Prot Warriors, and I think the other thing to look at is we have a Fire Mage as well. Motherlode is a fantastic Fire Mage dungeon. There's so many massive pulls for them to really get good combustion value off on.
Yeah, the Disc Priest is definitely surprising. Makes me really, really happy. And the Fire Mage, of course, as well, is nice to see. You have a lot of trash pulls that you can actually pull into the boss, and not just the first one. The second one offers the goblins on the orc before that, and of course, Miss Flux Flame has a bunch of robots in the back that can pull into the fight and just work that ignite, which is going to be really nice. On the other hand, Petco on the Rogue, Outlaw Rogue, definitely going to contribute some nice AoE damage. But I'm curious where that's going to go. You have that Shroud, of course, which would make you able to skip use of a pillar, which Painful Femme might opt to choose. And we might even see different strats in terms of the last boss kiting some pillar mobs or not.
Now, on the side of Paint for Femme as well, we're not seeing Disc Priest as much as we'd see in a traditional MDI setting or on live. Why is it that we don't really see them that much, and why did they decide to play it on this map?
So the problem of Disc Priest in Keys basically is, especially in these high tempo tournament keys, is that they don't offer crazy AoE damage on healer levels, of course, compared to a monk or a druid, but they do have a lot of utility. Mass Dispel to get rid of debuffs. The grip is pretty nice. Shining Force, if you talent into that, is a really nice knockback that's strong. But yeah, in general, it offers a lot of single target damage, but struggles with big and crazy high HP as AoE pulls. So that's one of the reasons why you don't see discs that much, and more the monk or druid.
All right, well, we'll see how this Disc Priest works out in this next coming map. It is Motherlode, Paint for Femme up 1-0 versus the boys.
All right. Heading in here, would not be surprised to see the similar strategy we saw yesterday in our Motherlodes, because we're really going to see whether or not these teams are able to pull off these mechanized Peacekeeper pulls. This is a really difficult portion of the dungeon, and even just messing up this skip is an issue we've seen some teams have problems with, even in the MDI. Like, getting this invis skip off can be an issue, so let's see if they're able to, both teams are able to pull it off properly here.
Yeah, we see the Rogue Shrouds coming out on both sides, going through without too many issues, it seems. The Hunter comes back in for the boys. Definitely is going to have some mechanized Peacekeepers in the back. Yeah, we can see them rolling in slowly but surely, finishing off the Assassin and, of course, the Refreshment Vendor here. You don't want to have those maps, those mobs in the boss fight itself. And there, the RP for the Crowd Pummeler is done. We got a bunch of robots stacked up. We'll see a big burst of damage from especially the Hunter and the Demon Hunter here. So we're looking at a fight that's going to be pretty spicy. I hope Rads can manage that properly.
Yeah, pretty much whether or not Pain for Femme is going to have a good execution on this pull is going to come down to how efficient this combustion is going to be from Ricky. As long as he's able to get the combustion off and then position himself behind all of those energy shields, he'll be able to get full ignite value. Now, of course, the ignite does spread to mechanized Peacekeepers that have the shield facing you, but the ignite won't actually do damage unless you're behind the shield. So he's going to have to find a position here to make sure he's behind every single one of them. And it looks like the timing for his combustion there was that pretty much all of the energy shields were fading off. So he should be getting absolute full value. You can see the Fire Mage on the meters is doing almost double the damage of the BM Hunter. So definitely getting an efficient combust off here. One of the Peacekeepers healing pretty much to full for Paint for Femme. Not like, you don't like to see that, but you can probably cleave the rest of that down with the boss because it is the only one left. That combustion was massive for them.
Yeah, and you'd definitely rather see a Peacekeeper healing to full than the boss. So they're on a good track here. Pain for Femme definitely putting in some good work here. Of course, as you already said, the Fire Mage carrying that damage like crazy, almost doing double of the Hunters. This is looking really, really good. On the other hand, of course, the boys, 35%. Coin Magnet coming out. He grabbed some coins. That's a nasty damage increase for the boss, but they should be able to handle it. Bob on the druid here, putting out some decent HPS to keep his team alive. And now we'll see the first few peacekeepers going down in short order for the boys. But of course, yeah, Pain for Fam, they're just doing this pull so much quicker, of course, because of the Fire Mage just annihilating the robots.
Yep, Fire Mage diff for sure there. Had to blink out of his run of power at the end of his combust there because of the frontal from the boss. You don't love to see that as a Fire Mage. There are so many Fire Mages that I know on live who would just sit that frontal and say, you know what, I'll take the cauterize because I need to make sure I get absolute maximum damage out of my combustion every single time I cast it. But making the safe play there, smart call. Play safe, big IO for them here. And you can see just the difference here. They're able to deal with all of those mechanized peacekeepers. Whereas on the side of the boys, they still have 3 or 4 of them alive. They really weren't able to get them out. And you can see how much of a pain this pull is, right? Having 11 or 12 of those peacekeepers running around, putting their shields in different directions, making it kind of a pain for the melee to try to get any ridiculous cleave off. Same for the hunters as well. Their pets aren't really going to be able to find a position to get any of that efficient cleave off. So you can see just how powerful having the free ignite spread for the fire mages here.
Yeah, and we have the font, the Arcana channel, the Ashara Trinket. Pain for Fam is going to go into a crazy big pull there. Gigabop on the hand of the boys for taking some big damage here, but not dying, barely hanging on there. Rats taking some crazy damage. This is going to be a big pull. Rats just going in there, bullying all these poor goblins out of their lunch money, and they will be kiting this pull to finish it off because, yeah, those hit like crazy, these rock lances. One going out on Petco, chunking 50% of his HP. Chaya going completely down. That's 2 rock lances in a row. Petco popping even his cheat death. This is absolutely nasty. They got a bit lucky here with the Sanguine. No, they actually lock in there, the mobs.
Oh, that's really unfortunate. That pull was looking so clean for them. The full Blood Barrage combo coming off from the Demon Hunter popping up to very close to 2 million DPS. But just going down to random rock lances there. Chaya and Petco also both going down. I mean, they weren't able to finish off the pull, and then having 2 or 3 of your Earthshippers healed to 60% is just unfortunate. Whereas Pain for Fim abusing the Fire Mage damage once again, going for a similar size pull and just having everything tick down to that Fire Mage Ignite. Ricky's on fire this dungeon, no pun intended.
Yeah, Pain for Fam definitely doing a much better job with his whole pull, finishing that off, not losing any plays, if I saw that correctly. And the boys getting a bit lucky here with just a single death. That were some really close call. Also skipping the pillar here, so they will be going to the boss. I'm assuming they are shadow melding the trash off at the top. Looks like it, at least. And Rat's positioning here kind of makes me think that they want to pull some goblins into the boss here.
Looks like Bob was still in combat, wasn't able to get the Shadow Meld off. It was still on cooldown. You can see there on the left side, he had 10 seconds on the Shadow Meld. I believe he was supposed to stealth by, but they weren't able to get it off. So they're going to have to commit their battle res here because they don't actually have another person on their squad that can do a normal res. So they will not have a battle res on the board for the next 4 minutes or so. Have to keep an eye on that for the boys. That's going to be really unfortunate for them. But they did have that extra, extra added benefit of not having to deal with the obelisk, like you're mentioning. They're going to be able to go for that kite, the 4 obelisk kite at the end of the dungeon. So if they're able to pull that off, they should have a pretty significant advantage even without the battle res here.
Yeah, the 4 obelisk kite strat at the end is definitely one that's going to save you some time, since you really don't have to deal with any of that, kiting the Pillar Guardians around or dealing with any of that. And here we can see the Fire Mage springing into action again. The combustion is probably going to be popped right now. The rune goes out, combustion is popped. He'll be blasting those pyros out without any regard for the trash around the boss. That is going to get absolutely roasted while he's burning them down with almost 400k in the peak. That's just going to spike even further up the more the trash gets stacked on the boss, and that combustion is taking away. World Vein running here as well. The 1 minute combustion build, absolutely super effective for Fire Mage in this dungeon. Ooh, getting hit a little bit by the eruption there. The little earthquake these elementals cast, but nice Blink Frost Nova to root those, secure some fresh air for this team so that they don't have to kite that constantly. Going good so far.
I think he might have combusted into the boss while Taskmaster Ascari was channeling his damage reduction ability to the mobs around him, which means that the actual combustion ignite damage would be a lot lower there. Usually when you're looking at a 2-minute combust on 9 or 10 mobs like that, you're probably going to burst for over 1 million damage pretty easily, but he just wasn't able to get there. I think he had a pretty significantly damage reduced combust, unfortunately, but still able to make quick work of the mobs here, even though they did have the D-yard combustion. That being said, the boys are already through Azarok and moving on to the third boss of the dungeon, Rixa Fluxflame. They are on pace this dungeon, man. They're absolutely crushing it.
Yeah, the single target damage definitely on point for the boys. This is looking really good. They skip past these mobs going okay. I wanted to say, no, this looks like an intended pull. So they got the skip off cleanly. Gonna opt to pull a bunch of trash here. Usually don't see this a lot because it's a bunch of nasty casters that do a crazy amount of damage. So Gigabob is going to pump like crazy here. Yeah, we can see almost 100k HPS he's putting there into his team. That's looking really solid. Nice Typhoon to get those mobs out of the Sanguine pools to prevent them from healing. This is looking absolutely solid. Guess they'll be finishing out this pull with about 60% on their trash counter going into Rixa Fluxflame and the mobs afterwards. Of course, they are missing a bunch of trash at the end of the dungeon. If they want to kite properly, they need to get rid of all the robots before the last boss.
Yeah, this is going to be the section of the dungeon that Pain for Fem really has the advantage in. Running the Disc Priest plus the Fire Mage here, this last section of the dungeon really lends themselves greatly to the Disc Priest. Between a Disc Priest and a Prot Warrior with Mass Dispel and Spell Reflect, you can actually deal with pretty much all of the flame debuffs that the boss deals with. So they shouldn't have to worry about damage intake on this boss from anything other than the ads that they pulled. And like you mentioned earlier when we were talking about Motherload, the Fire Mage does have access to that overcharge debuff. He can spell steal it from the War Machine whenever the Technician casts that debuff on him. He gains 100% haste, and there's pretty much full uptime on this haste buff here. So the Fire Mage is really going to be able to pop off. Not to mention you get the free Ignite Cleave here as well, and you should be able to see the Fire Mage just do a ridiculous amount of damage.
Yeah, we can see the combustion power coming out. You jump a lot, so you don't start accidentally hardcasting a pyro. This is looking really solid. Those mobs were just completely melted. 500k DPS for the mage here. There you can see the Master Spell coming out from Mevo, dealing with those nasty debuffs from Rixa. This is looking absolutely solid. As you already said, the mage just doing a lot of work here. They're the second trash pack coming in. They're nicely staggering this to have some good uptime, dealing properly with the Sanguine pools. They are playing this absolutely clean. Pain for Fem definitely know what they're doing.
Yep, one more War Machine for the Fire Mage. He'll get that haste buff for his... Ooh, that was a little dangerous there. Opting to use the Ice Plug here, probably the safe play. Probably the safe play. He was going to take a lot of damage from the fire debuff there, so just making sure he played it safe. And there you go, second combustion coming out now. Has to run out of the Rune of the Power because of the Propellant Blast, but you know what? Making the safe play, you hate to see it still, but still able to get the second combustion off here. Uh-oh, Shelly. Not what you like to see.
I assume he got clipped by the Propellant Blast there. A little bit unfortunate that Ricky got targeted by it twice, basically completely wasting the rune during his combustion. That is unfortunate. Maybe he should have timed that a little bit later to get the maximum use out of that, but they are hanging in there. Mevo trying his best to recover here. Fem taking a big hit. The thing from beyond running at Ricky, but he is able to deal with that without too many issues. Master Spell coming out again to get rid of those debuffs. They're struggling a bit with the Azurite pools here, but the next Propellant Blasts, if they are well aimed, should be taking care of that. Now they have a lot of room to breathe, but on the other hand, the boys already completely annihilated this boss, and they're onto the trash afterwards.
Yeah, that's a really frustrating fight to play as a Fire Mage because the opportunities for you to put your Rune of Power down are pretty fleeting, right? You can't really put it down during Propellant Blast because if you get targeted, you pretty much lose the entire Rune of Power. But then again, you can't really delay your second combust at all because if you delay it even for 5 or 10 seconds, you won't have it available for this next trash pull that they're doing, which feels terrible to not have combustion on the pull for. So you kind of just have to rip it, and sometimes that means you lose your Rune of Power, which is what we saw from Ricky there. Ooh. Hopefully they're able to catch up here while they have these overcharged combusts on these next trash pulls while they clean up the rest of their trash count. But they're going to have to put in a lot of work because like we know from the boys, it looks like they're gearing up to do an obelisk kiting strategy here, and if you don't have some sort of advantage going into the final boss, I don't really see how you're going to catch up.
Yeah, they also have 2 deaths more than Pain for Femme on the counter, so losing some time there. We got Nala getting one shot there a moment ago by the Trash, so they're struggling with this pack a little bit. Of course, there's a lot of mechanics to watch out for. We can see the other Azerite Heat Scare coming out from that Goblin there that either needs to be blocked by the tank, or you need to have a defensive going for that immunity or stuff like that, because it does a lot of damage. Of course, we're lucky that we don't have a fortified key here, so it doesn't really quite one-shot you, but Bob taking about 80% of his health here with that hit, but he will be able to recover from that. Overall, this pack slowly coming to an end. Ooh, the robot channeling his charged shot inside the Sanguine pool, healing about 40% of his health. That's not what you like to see.
Yeah, it's not what you want to see when you have the advantage that they have, right? You really want to be able to secure that advantage and make sure you can just clean off the dungeon, but a little bit of healing there is gonna cost you some time. As we see, Pain for Femme already has secured the trash that they need to move on to the final boss, and they're getting ready to engage. They only have 30% left on Samrak here, and then they'll be able to move on. So this is actually going to be an incredibly close match, and it looks like the boys are also going to be dealing with the Fear Obelisk here, so they might not actually end up kiting.
That's a interesting variance on that strat here. Maybe they decided that it is actually the safer play to just go for that pillar, finish that off, and then attack the rest of the dungeon. But Pain for Femme here, waiting a second for the cooldowns. Bloodlust, or Time Warp better said, coming out on the pole. We see World Rain Essence being popped, Combustion into that. Ricky is on fire, quite literally, pun intended this time. So he'll be blasting that boss like crazy. Dodging the Rocket Barrage, who actually gets clipped by it. Blinks into the purple blob pools. This is super unfortunate, a lot of damage, but Memo was able to secure the life of his mage here. I don't even think he popped his combustion, so very lucky on that one. Good reaction by the healer. This is going off crazy.
Yeah, making sure he keeps his queen alive is the important thing. That's what you have to do when you play with the Fire Mage. Do everything you can to protect your queen, and it looks like they're able to keep him alive here. Taking one tick of the Gatling gun there, but that's going to be okay. It won't one-shot you on this difficulty. He'll be able to stay alive. And with the boss pushed down to 50% already, they're just going to have to go into this phase, and they're going to want to be cleaning up these last two generals here while they go into the intermission. Looks like the boys have now engaged the final boss as well, but they're still at 75-80%. They just now pulled the boss, so it looks like Pain for Femme somehow has an advantage here.
Yeah, I'm really curious what the boys are actually up to here, because as you said, no, they actually have
they're not
a decent number of percentage on their enemy forces. 99% they're finishing off these pillar mobs, and they will be done with a trash counter. So they are in this boss fight. They do have 15 seconds on their counter that they need to count down after this dungeon is over. But overall, they are in this fight as much as Pain for Femme are, and they are just I'd say 25% behind with some Pillar Guardians left. So Pain for Femme definitely having a major advantage here going into this drill smash phase.
I mean, I was so sure with them skipping that obelisk before Azeroth that they were going to go for a kite strategy, but this all but seals the deal, right? Pain for Femme is already into the final phase of this boss here. They're already below 40%. They've dealt with the obelisk. They've dealt with the intermission phase. They have only one death on the board, and they are cruising to a quick 2-0 victory here in our first match of the day. And this Fire Mage play from Ricky has been pretty much perfect. I mean, the guy, okay, you dropped a Blaster Master stack on Azeroth. You know what? That happens. One combustion throughout the dungeon that you mess up, we'll take it. But aside from that, the combustions have been on point. He's been playing incredibly well, and I think this is the best Fire Mage we've seen all tournament outside of the main mages that we have.
Yeah, he was definitely playing pretty well on this map. Some really nice reactions as well on the defensive side of the spec on Miss Flux Flame with the ice block in that pool. Definitely really well played. Pain for Femme secure the 2-0 victory, moving up to the next round of the lower bracket. Well deserved, I'd say.
Yeah, well deserved indeed. 2-0 for Paint for Femme. Super clean run there on Motherlode as well. I believe they only ended with one death, and that just looks super solid all around from Paint for Femme's Ironic.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty impressed with that run. Like that was about as clean as it gets, and I think I really enjoyed seeing the Disc Priest play as well. I've done some push keys with the Disc Priest on live, so they make Rix the Flux Flame kind of a breeze for your group, being able to master spell just about every single other one of those debuffs. So yeah, pretty pretty good play from them. I'm impressed to see that.
So you'd say it was a good choice from them to run that healer then, Liffy?
I'd say it was a decent one. I'm pretty sure they were saving the Mistweaver for map 3. I'm a little bit surprised that they actually didn't play it in either of these maps, because it is a really strong healer. There's a reason we see it in most of the MDI keys, but definitely the Dispriest paying off for them. Well played with that pick, and I'm pretty sure they had some big plans for Shrine of the Storm as well, if they were to go to that map.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, first run of the day, first series of the day, Pain for Femme taking it home with 2-0 victory. They will continue here in the lower bracket in the hopes for making it all the way to the grand finals at the end here of this Sunday for the Keystone Masters. But we are going to go to a break. When we come back, we will discuss a little bit more about that match.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Undad, once again joined by Sinek here on the analyst desk. For those of you just tuning in, we just finished watching Paint for Fem take a 2-0, pretty clean over the boys in our lower bracket quarterfinals. I like to think that a lot of what led Paint for Fem to winning the series is some learning process over an entire 2 years of MDIs, being in the lower bracket and finding out if you just play clean and play a little bit safer and slower, usually the other team will make enough mistakes that you can end up in the lower bracket finals. So that's what we saw from them. Just good play all around. Starting with Underrot, what did you see there in Underrot, Sin, that led them to victory?
Yeah, well, absolutely. Just going on that theme, Underrot here was, I think, decided by the final poll. So we'll see this clip here where there's going to be quite a bit of shenanigans at the end here. So you'll notice, in fact, this is the wrong clip. This is from the mother load. But if we run the other clip, we'll see that Chaya and Nala are going to be having some death problems coming up. So let's run the other clip. Oh, okay, here we go. So we have the Underrot going now. And you'll see Chaya procs his cheat here, and Nala is about to get hit by a maddening gaze. Yeah, absolutely just decimated here. Those frontals are pretty nasty. So what Bob does, very heads up play here. He's going to run to the edge. He's going to try to meld res. So he's going to get this out of combat res going. But unfortunately, right there, they kill a mob, and that is enough to proc the reaping, which Global Combat Sim cancels the res. So at this point, they have no battle res available, and they're going to have Nala run back. So the decision is made to kill the rest of this reaping and go on and 4-man the boss. What do you think about that, Undead?
I mean, there were two things they could have done there. Both would have been, like, in the heat of the moment, really tough to make this call. But they could have waited for Reaping to spawn and then done the meld res, or obviously not killed the mob to proc Reaping. But really tough. And then Paint for Fem was rewarded for playing clean the whole dungeon. They did a much slower route, much easier route. No mistakes from them really at all. And they end up taking the win because of that. And then we see kind of a similar theme in Motherload. I think both teams had aggressive routes. Paint for Fem chose to do less with the last boss, but they made up for it with, we heard Zyro mentioning how well Ricky played on the Fire Mage, and Paint for Fem utilized that, him being an off-spec Fire Mage, but still picking up the class super well. They did a bigger pull here. You see them on the small screen, but basically the teams are dead even coming into this. They do a bigger pull here from Paint for Fem, utilizing Fire Mage, and they do a bigger pull after Rick's Flux Flame, where they utilize the Fire Mage again, and that kind of gave them the little edge that they needed. And also allowed them to play cleaner, right? Like they played 2 obelisks on last boss as opposed to the boys playing 3, which in the end didn't matter, but they were set up for an easier last boss as it was there.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw some questionable pulls from the boys in terms of routing. They had a pull before Rick's Flux Flame, which we actually thought was an accident. It looked like they had messed up a meld skip, but Rads had charged right in and grabbed some of those Alchemist casts, which is something that we don't usually see. So just the general story here is the routing, small routing differences, and a little bit of cleaner execution with the Fire Mage was a much more effective way to play this Motherload, I think. So with that, we'd like to go back to the casters and have them introduce the next series. Thanks.
Thank you guys for that analysis for that first game we saw of the day. Now we're heading into the second series here. That is going to be Size Doesn't Matter versus Distracted. And do you guys think, my question is preheat, do you feel like this is going to be another 2-0, or do we think this might be a little bit closer than that first round we just saw?
Well, I'm never going to call a 2-0 until I see it. Both of these teams definitely have a chance in here. But I think we're going to see some pretty standard stuff here in Underrot. I think it's pretty safe to say that we're probably going to see some Death Knights. We're probably going to see some Hunters. We'll probably see some Mistweavers as well. But there are some things that I guess this format that we have here with the KeystoneMasters like kind of won't really change. But yeah, I'm excited to see it.
Dratnos has his Race to World First t-shirt on, and your first segment of the day is with Preheat. Is that a coincidence, dude?
Dude, my other segment later today, no spoilers, but it's with another member of Complexity Limits. I figured I'd pull out the Race to World First t-shirt. For today.
Preheat's clearly pleased with this wardrobe choice today.
Yeah, I'm wearing my Among Us shirt. You see, White was not the imposter, but
that's good. You guys look great. Really, go ahead, man.
For this match today, I think that the two teams, these are two of our closest seeded teams. I know, it's rare, but These are two of our closest seeded teams. We've got the 7th and the 8th seed matched up against each other here, which means I think we're going to be in for a hard-fought series. If this gets to a third game as well, the first two maps that we'll be on are Underrot and Freehold. Teams have a lot of practice just generally in these maps because they're pretty popular ones. If we get to that third game, though, it's going to be Shrine of the Storm, and that's going to be a real brawl because they'll both be out of their 10 favorite specs as well, and they'll have to go to the next 5.
We will see shortly how these two teams match up against each other. It sounds like, based on what you guys are saying, it's going to be pretty close between these two teams here in game number 2 of the day. But real quick, we're going to check out another video.
Alright, I am Sensei in game.
My name is Ted, going by in-game name Animus. We're in different guilds, different factions. We poked around people who's interested in tournament, and here we are. We have a bit of experience. With Sensei we have competed once before. 2 of the members of our team has 0 experience.
Going very well, to be honest. It's better than I expected. We're still trying to figure out a little bit of routes, not dying to silly stuff like standing in the fire, which we're really good at. We're having fun with.
Most of us are still like doing school or work or whatnot. Basically we start around 3 or 4, and then we go until someone has to go sleep.
You know it's serious when I even turn away girls to play this game.
Did you hear that last line? You know it's serious when I even turn away girls to play this game. Wow. Words from a man that came here to win. Just as a reminder, guys, we are in the lower bracket of this tournament. So all these games are elimination rounds. So the pressure for both of these teams is certainly on here. Going into this next game, this first game of this series here, Drought knows we're going to be seeing Underrot, and we did see that in the last series as well. But given these two teams, what do we think we can expect here?
It's hard because you want to run those prot warriors, the Mistweaver monks, maybe the Beastmaster hunters, definitely Unholy Death Knight, pretty strong in this dungeon. But you got to pace yourselves, right? Particularly for these teams, our lower seeded teams. These are teams that are less likely to be full of people that can multi-class all of the meta specs. So if they use that prot warrior here, there's a good chance they're not going to have it for Freehold. And Freehold's another dungeon where you're going to want one. So I don't think that necessarily there are any specs that I'm specifically expecting to see in Underrot. I'm more interested to see how much they budget their good specs for here versus for later in the series.
What do you think, Preheat? If you were on either of these teams, do you think you would hold off for maybe that Freehold or Shrine that we have in this series for the map pool, or do you think you're going to go all out here for game number 1?
I think they're going to both go all out. I think both teams are going to not want to play Shrine of the Storm, right? Like playing Shrine of the Storm is very cringe. You don't want to do that. So I think that they're just going to barrel ahead and try to get it done with Underrot and Freehold and let the best team win.
I'm sorry to laugh. I've never heard anybody refer to a dungeon as cringe. What do you think, dude? Dranos, do you not like Shrine of the Storms either? Is this just like a general consensus among the experts here for this tournament? Is Shrine just not a good dungeon? Are we trying to avoid that today?
Well, yes, but cringiness aside, it's also the 3rd in the series. So it's one that they're not guaranteed to get to. So it's one that they'll have practiced less. So it's one that gets even worse because of that. All right. But here we do get to see what they are actually going to bring. Yeah, for the Underrot. And we actually have a Brewmaster Monk Resto Druid comp coming out for Distracted, complemented with a Fury Warrior. So a bunch of cool stuff happening over there. Meanwhile, size doesn't matter. Playing that, I would say, the full meta comp here. They've got all those specs that you may recognize from all the earlier matches today.
How do we feel about this Mistweaver pick on the side of size doesn't matter, Preheat?
Well, Mistweaver and Underrot is great. It means that you don't have to do mechanics on the boss. Basically, you can just get rid of all of those debuffs all at the same time by popping your revival. So, that's something that definitely I expected to see. It looks like size doesn't matter is basically bringing like a very, very meta comp into this dungeon. Whereas Distracted, I think it's pretty safe to say that they're saving their big meta picks for later. Right, so definitely be looking out for in Freehold for those for those Death Knights, for more BM Hunter, maybe from someone else. But yeah.
All right, well, we're going to be going into game shortly here. We'll have to see difference of strategy here. Size doesn't matter, holding back a little bit in their best specs. Distracted going all out here for game number 1. It is Underrot. The fixes are Tyrannical, Teeming, Volcanic, and Reaping on game number 1.
And this is going to be such a good place for that Unholy Death Knight. That's going to be a huge advantage for Size Doesn't Matter against Distracted here, just comp-wise. Having access to Unholy Death Knight Mistweaver for this dungeon in particular is already great, but with Reaping active, this is going to be so strong for them if they can make it work. Here we go, getting into game as the first pulls are coming out. Very big pull already happening on the Size of Size Doesn't Matter.
Yeah, and keep in mind, this is, we're playing Reaping in this dungeon, so... definitely be looking out for when they proc those. If you do this big pull here at the front and you don't pull a mob from the next pack, you're going to have to end up dealing with Reaping a little bit later on, possibly in the room with Kragmaw, which could be catastrophic because you might have multiple Reapings go off then. So we're probably going to see both teams kind of do something here to maybe kill one mob, and then maybe they'll end up causing those mobs to disengage with their Night Elf Racial as well. So be looking out for the Shadow Meld. Looks like Distracted is opting just to go and kill that pull. So that's definitely another way to handle this too, if you don't want to have Shadow Meld. So what do we think about the Brewmaster tank on this, Dratnos?
Yeah, okay, so Brewmaster has a couple of things that are going for it in this dungeon. One of the nicest things that it has is access to Ring of Peace against stuff like Feral Bloodswarmers. You have your healers being targeted by like 3 of them, and normally they're just gonna have to like kite, and if they mess up for even a second, they're gonna die. Instead, you can just put down a Ring of Peace, they can stand in the middle of that, and then they can just keep playing and not have to worry about it. So that's a nice thing that it has going for it. Other than that, there's not... I guess one thing that it does bring as well is another disease dispel, and there are quite a few diseases in this dungeon that are somewhat problematic, like the stuns from the plants in the second boss room as well. So those are a couple of the nice pieces of utility that Brewmaster does bring. It's not got the spell reflect for this first boss, so the first boss is going to take a little while longer, and is lacking a little bit of damage, plus the Conflict and Strife Thunderclap roots that the Protection Warrior brings are extremely potent against the Feral Bloodswarmers as well. So they have a little bit of a different plan for dealing with those. Not necessarily a worse one, but definitely different.
Yeah, absolutely. And definitely having like an extra leg sweep as well can help us, in that Kragmaw pull that we'll be seeing after this boss too. So definitely looking forward to that. Something that kind of threw me off whenever we started this dungeon was just kind of like the names of some of the members. We were joking about it in the talent chat earlier, but we actually have a player competing in this match named Enemas. So I want to just make like a gentleman's agreement. Let's stay away from those poop puns.
Oh, don't worry. I was already planning to do that. Didn't need to even say anything about it, but that's all right. That's where we've been recently.
Yeah, that's why I figured it'd be funny to say it. Okay.
All right, so we have the first boss actually going down first for Distracted instead of Size Doesn't Matter. Size Doesn't Matter was the team that I was kind of expecting to get that first boss down first, but they've actually, it looks like, had some various difficulties on their side. It's been slightly difficult to tell exactly, but it looks like they've just pulled the first boss now, so they've got to be behind here up against Distracted, who've already killed that boss already and are moving on here, even though I thought Size Doesn't Matter had the better composition here. So really goes to show that the meta comp isn't everything for these dungeons, and particularly mistakes, or even just the fact that you're more comfortable playing one of these comps that you're more used to can be a big advantage.
Wow, yeah. So I mean, like you saw the leg sweep there into the Fellow Eruption. I mean that we're kind of talking about like what the utility of a Brewmaster tank brings. You can kind of see it there. Now we have a binding shot. I mean, like there are definitely like I guess pros that you might not consider whenever you're running these non-meta comps, and that's definitely something that's that makes this format interesting, right? Like you're going to see stuff that you wouldn't typically see. And I mean, that is self-evident, just us playing Reaping in this dungeon as well. But yeah, looks like Distracted is kind of taking it a little bit slow here. They probably realize that, they're kind of at an advantage at this point. They're a little bit ahead, and they're probably just trying to proc some of these Reaping pulls kind of off their own, and just to disjoint them up a little bit, right? Like if we pull everything in Kragmaw with Kragmaw and then Reaping like procs, 2 to 3 times during that pull, just because the AoE damage is so out of control, right? That can get out of basically that can get out of control really, really quickly. So definitely some safe plays here from Distracted, probably the better choice overall as well.
Yeah, I mean, Distracted has a composition that does not like fighting a lot of enemies at once. They have this Fury Warrior, and Fury Warriors, if you're fighting a 5-pack of mobs and then a Reaping Wave comes in, you're going to do less damage to those important mobs because you're going to accidentally have your 5-target cap stuff hit the Reaping mobs instead. So this is a comp that is doing these small pulls and trying to do them as quickly as possible. Whereas on the size doesn't matter, they have the Unholy Death Knight, so they are interested instead in pulling big Reaping pulls onto targets that they want to do that big unholy pop onto. So it's actually a completely different style of dungeon that we have just from the difference between the Unholy Death Knight and the Fury Warrior. Usually I would give the advantage to the Unholy Death Knight in terms of speed, but it's also a lot less reliable here. And reliability, particularly for, if you're teams that have a little bit less time to practice, you have jobs, you go outside or something. I don't know what people do that don't play World of Warcraft all day, but you do some of those things. That makes it a lot harder to have these dungeons, all of the dungeons with all the different comps you might want on them, practiced to a level where Unholy Death Knight pulls are reliable. They are so volatile compared to stuff like a 5-target Fury Warrior pull.
Yeah, especially when you're doing, affixes that you literally can't do on live, right? So, I mean, like, Reaping, for instance, they're playing around it quite a bit in this dungeon. And I mean, that's not something that you can really play outside of the tournament realms. But yeah, I mean, while we were kind of talking there, it looked like size doesn't matter had another person drop. It looked like the hunter, died. And luckily I wouldn't say luckily, but they did have to pull that trash because of a Shadow Meld slip up on the first boss, which actually kind of ended up in the end being all right, because it meant the hunter, oh my gosh, he had literally 1% HP there. That HP was so close. Holy moly. Okay, anyways, well, kind of ended up being in their favor because, he could just run back, right? Like, if you kill that trash pack, if you don't end up, skipping it because of some mishap, there is a silver lining there that you can essentially just run back, get on your mount and run back into the fray. So, definitely makes future mistakes less sticky, but overall, obviously, making no mistakes is the better call.
Generally, that's the best way to do it. Yeah, we definitely get into these dungeons though where like you do the Reaping properly, you Shadow Meld skip 4 Reaping waves, and then you die and hit Release Spirit, and you're just like, all right, wait, how on earth am I actually supposed to get back there? There are 30 million Reaping mobs between me and where I'm trying to go. So because they had those errors earlier, like you said, exactly, that is not going to happen to this team this time.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Dretnus, but like one of the big things that like for me kind of learning dungeons has always been challenging, and it's so weird because it's so easy to do, is like when to release and when not to release. I swear, like that's like my biggest struggle in dungeons, is like knowing exactly when I should click oh my gosh, and there we have the hunter going down. It looks like these casts are going to start getting off. So if we have 4 people in this group, it's really important on this pull to kill all these mobs before they can get their cast off. And the boss was pulled. Kragmaw is engaged while a player's on the ground. They don't have any of their hunter
they don't have a B-res.
to do any extra damage here. Yeah, they can't get them up, but it looks like yeah, I don't know. This pull is definitely not something that I would like to engage with, but it looks like they're about to kill all those mobs. Yeah, if you have any of those casts go off, if you're unable to kill those mobs before their second casts, it makes things really, really rough. It looks like Reaping has also just proc there as well. So, I mean, we're just adding insult to injury at this point. But, they're actually doing a pretty good job of recovering here.
Yeah, I mean, even though so much has gone wrong for them, they're still pulling this boss at the same time the Distracted is fighting it because, they're doing the dungeon in a lot fewer pulls if they work out. Now, this pull is not going to work out. Kragmaw is a boss, particularly where if you have one person dead, then that first intermission, you start to have a bunch of ticks spawn and things start to spiral even further out of control because you don't have 5 people to go and soak all the ticks. And that's kind of what we're seeing here, is that everything sort of spiraled out of control there. And like you were saying, actually, that decision about whether to release or not was very critical there. I think the player we were watching, the Hunter, needed to release before Kragmaw got pulled so that they could run back and join that fight. But by the time they decided to release, the boss got pulled and it was no longer possible. So it is such a difficult thing to do, particularly because dungeons are inconsistent about where your most recent checkpoint is. So you kind of have to have this encyclopedic knowledge of where am I actually going to come back if I release. In the Underrot, for instance, it's always at the start of the dungeon. You never upgrade your checkpoint upon killing a boss.
Yeah, and
so
it looks like
that's something
Distracted
that
just had their hunter go down there as well, blowing a combat res on. Obviously, plus 5 seconds on the timer. If you're already this ahead, it's not going to be that big of a deal. But nevertheless, still not something that you'd like to see on this poll. Going back to that, yeah, I mean, like basically he had a second to release there. I don't know if they meant to pull Kragmaw. I'm not really sure. I don't have their comms playing on my other monitor here, but it's definitely I don't know if you saw there, like right at the very end, someone was posting in party chat their actual like death log from Details. So you got to wonder what the communication in that group is right now, right? It looks like Scrap is really fighting with this yeah, really fighting with that little what was that, like a sponge back there. So glad to see he was able to escape from its grip there. But yeah, moving on to the next boss with Distracted, we have on this boss, we have the Mistweaver, right? Oh, it looks like the tank just went down though. So, it doesn't really matter if you can skip mechanics. If you have the tank go down, they're going to have to get him up. Do they even, Gretnos, do they even have a combat rest available? I can't see it on this UI.
Yes, yeah.
That's the Fury Warrior.
Just
Okay,
came,
my
so
mistake.
they've just fired off their second res of the dungeon. Because we've just passed the 10-minute marker, teams got their second res up, but now this team is going to not have access to a battle res for the rest of the dungeon. So that's it. That's all the wiggle room gone. They've got to not have any more critical deaths happening here, and everybody's getting so low.
And there goes.
Okay.
Yep. There goes another.
We're down. Yeah, we're down a hunter here, so it's not the end of the world. They can still do this boss fight, but that's going to slow them down quite a bit. Now, luckily, more is going wrong for Size Doesn't Matter than for Distracted. So from their perspective here, they're still okay, but this has cost them something like a minute, that death right there.
I mean, this could be Size Doesn't Matter's opportunity, right? To kind of bring this up if they suffer a full team wipe. Obviously, we're still kind of early here. It looks like one of those oh my gosh, one of the nope ropes in the back is actually firing off bolts at them. This is really a dire situation. They're going to have to take care of this right away, because if those casts keep going off, this could spell disaster for them. I mean, this is basically like exactly how not to do this boss, right? Like in every way. It's a very critical moment. I can't believe they were able to hold on for that long, but it looks like they are going to suffer a full team wipe there.
I think both the teams that we're watching could have profited today by resetting bosses as well once their first party member died. Particularly, both teams were fighting bosses above like 90% HP with a person on their team already dead and no battle res available. And that's, I think, a situation where if you have a heads up shot caller able to say just reset it, you're not going to lose any time as a result of resetting the boss, because even if you succeed and you kill all the trash that you're currently trying to fight at the same time, you're still dealing with a boss that's at 90% health. So if you can just reset it, bring it to 100% health, but increase your damage by 20 or 30% by resurrecting a DPS,
yeah.
that's gonna be profitable for you. You're gonna actually save time on that exchange. So I think that it's one of those things that's so hard to do, because deviating from a strategy that you're used to instead of just trying to execute what you know how to do, even if things start to go wrong. That's the kind of thing that it takes a lot of practice, and a lot of practice where teams practice in different ways, right? Sometimes teams will just stop practicing a pull when it goes wrong, and they'll just keep trying it again until it goes right, and they'll only practice it when it goes right. But particularly teams that practice trying to make it work even when things go wrong will have a really good handle on how to adapt to that situation. You can see it when you see teams like Wunderbar play in the MDI, for instance. You'll see them resetting bosses, and like Kragmaw, actually, we saw them do a reset in the most recent MDI that really saved the day somehow. And it was a case where it just looked like it was a complete team wipe, and it was somehow salvaged. So those are the sorts of things that can absolutely save a minute or two in those situations.
Yeah, these are two things that come with time, right? Like obviously, in that intro we saw basically one of the topics was like, working full time or having less time to practice with your mates. This is where you kind of see the results of that, right? Like with a team like Wunderbar or, Golden Guardians, they have like dedicated shot callers, and everyone has been playing with everyone else for so long that they're able to really kind of get in each other's minds, right? But, in a situation where you don't have those flash calls, you have situations where people pull the boss when you should have released, or people don't reset the boss when it probably would have been a better decision. But obviously, it's one of those things where we obviously have the hindsight. We can know that was the right decision, but in the moment, it's really, really hard to make these calls for these teams, and they are really operating under a lot of pressure here. Both teams have suffered, basically a full wipe at this point, right? Lots of deaths on the board. So as we watch Size Doesn't Matter take on this boss, and we actually get to see the mechanics for once, which is pretty cool. You know, we got to keep in mind that both teams are probably a little bit on tilt, and they're going to be coming back from that. So it's just going to be a matter of seeing if they can, you know, keep their minds focused as they move forward.
Yeah, here's the thing, right? The game is basically tied at this point. They're right at the same % health on Sport Crawler's Answer. This is one of the closest games we've actually had right now in the tournament right now. So given that, neither team actually should feel like things are going horribly wrong for them, right? It's a tied game, but they've each had so much go wrong in their own runs, and they don't necessarily know that things are equally bad on the other side. So whichever team is better able to manage that, you know, whichever team is able to keep a positive mindset, that's the team that's less likely to have multiple more wipes happen and have this game and then turn into something that is really bad for them. So this is really a case where it's not just likely that teams will tilt here, but it's really important that they don't. Whichever team doesn't do that is likely to win this game and the series.
You know, I got to say, I'm pretty impressed by Size Doesn't Matter pulling that Faceless with that boss. I mean, it definitely adds like a lot of complexity and difficulty to the fight with, you know, having to dodge the frontals, having to avoid the tentacles. And also they were doing that fight straight. So they had to basically do the mechanics as well, right? So they're having volcanics spawn under them while they're trying to hit mushrooms. You know, they're dodging all the abilities that the mobs are doing. But honestly, really great job, really fantastic job from them. And yeah, Distracted moving on to this next room. You know, it's really interesting in this dungeon. It really feels like it goes, you know, so quick, but then this last part just kind of drags, right? A lot of these mobs in this room, you know, don't necessarily like to be moved around. A lot of them don't really like to be chained with other mobs. So you really kind of have to take your time, relatively speaking, you know, moving past these Faceless and around the Nope rope as well, you know, as you approach the final corridor here.
Yeah, this is a place where you can absolutely accidentally activate some of those extra mobs, and things can really take a lot longer than they need to here. How many pulls you do this place in? It can be 1, it can be 3, depending on how things go. So this is something they absolutely need to make sure they get right. Now, this has been well done by Distracted. They're going to fight these two. They're going to spawn the last Reaping Wave, and they're going to go probably down to the last boss and fight it with the Reaping Wave, if I had to guess. Meanwhile, Size Doesn't Matter have the exact same plan, and they've pulled this just slightly slower, but they're going to have that Unholy Death Knight explosion on the last boss that Distracted doesn't have from the Reaping Wave. But Distracted has the higher single target damage of the Fury Warrior over the duration of the rest of the fight. So we'll have to just see which of those factors are going to be more important. I have no idea which is going to win out.
Yeah, I believe that with the Fury Warrior, like you mentioned before, we have like negative funnel. So I don't know if Reaping, you know, whether it'll be like a net positive or net negative. Like I don't even know the math on that. But it will be interesting to see. I mean, obviously, you know, these teams have been practicing with Reaping on the tournament realms, but probably not as much as Awakened, right? So they may not even be aware as well. But yeah, it looks like they're opting to just kind of clear them off as quickly as possible and move on, which is probably the better decision here. But like you were mentioning, having Death Knights with the Reaping Wave, you know, definitely great to have that funnel. And it's really just going to come down to who can pump the boss quickest, right? This is really at this point, it's basically like a fight to the death on the target dummy. Who can DPS the single target down the quickest? And in situations like this, that's really where your healing and your tanking comp kind of come into play, right? Like there's a lot of damage that people don't really kind of take note of because it doesn't really show up on the meters usually when it comes to like single target damage from both those roles. So I'm kind of interested to see how this all shapes up.
Yeah, I think that's very much true. You know, the side of the Restoration Druid Prot Warrior comp versus the Mistweaver, or sorry, the Restoration Druid, it's Restoration Druid Brewmaster Monk versus Mistweaver Prot Warrior. I'd have to give the edge on damage between those tank healer combos to the Prot Warrior Mistweaver side of things, but I don't know. I mean, it's not just a question of specs, right? Like it's not just a question of does my healing spec do more damage, it's also a question of how many damage globals am I going to find during this very hectic fight where there's all these volcanoes going on as well. This fight with Volcanic in particularly, it scales up so much, so there's just so much volcanoes all over here as the spores really get there. But we're into the last phase of the fight now. This is the last one that they need to get through on the boss, and Distracted will take it down. Meanwhile, it just reached the last phase as well for Size Doesn't Matter, so we're neck and neck here. Once the boss spawns those two last mobs, yeah, they just whichever team can kill those last 2 mobs first is going to win. And I have no idea actually where the energy is on this boss, so it'll just be whenever they spawn. Okay, there it is. They're spawning now for Distracted, so they have to just go and kill those 2 mobs, and then there will be a death differential, which I don't know which team that's in favor of. It looks like it's in favor of Distracted. So Distracted
It's Distracted's
actually,
favor.
once this dies, yeah. Wow.
This is it. Yeah, we're so Distracted. Honestly, fantastic run. All things considered, right? Obviously, there were some goofs, but they kept their composure, and that's really the biggest thing, right? It's one of those things where, in Underrot, especially running these affixes and dealing with grotesque horrors that are pulled during bosses that are just kind of throwing out spells. I mean, all of this is basically a pure recipe for tilt, but they managed to keep their composure and really show us what they're made of. So very cool stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well done to those guys. Going to be game 1 victory for Distracted. How do we feel? Like we were talking a little bit before this series started here, Dratnos, about the difference in compositions. Do we feel like that gave them the advantage, or was there something else into play?
I feel like Distracted was playing a little bit handicapped as a result of having not using their prop warrior in this dungeon. They won despite that, though. And that means that they have a huge advantage now going into Freehold, because they're going to get to play a prop warrior on their main tank, whereas their opponents are going to have to either play a different person playing prop warrior, and they'll have to therefore have 2 people doing that tank role, which is hard, or they'll have to play something other than Protection Warrior in Freehold. So I think Distracted, it's really, really good for them they won this first game, and it really helps their chances of winning that second game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's certainly going to be a difficult game 2 here on the side of size doesn't matter going into this next map, given that we just saw them, like Dratno said, just saw them play the composition that they did. Now that we do have those rules, for those of you watching from home, I can remind you guys, they have to play a different spec for every game in a series. So now size doesn't matter have to play completely different specs that we saw from game number 1. What can we expect from game number 2 here? Size doesn't matter, I feel like, is going to have a difficult turnaround.
Yeah, they're definitely working at a disadvantage here, like Dretno said. They basically blew their secret weapon right away. So unless someone is going to start off spec tanking, which I'm not sure if we're going to see any of that from these teams. They're kind of in a situation where they're really going to have to pull some stops in Freehold, or this could be it, right? What I want to hear though is what does your cat think of this, Aya?
What is my cat?
I saw a cat. I'm sorry. I saw a cat and it made me smile, and I was like, show me the cat. Yes.
Do you want them to play
There's
Feral
the cat.
Druid?
Oh my gosh.
Do you want them to play
It's so
Feral
cute.
Druid?
Feral Druid? Oh no.
we would need this to be like a best of
swear,
11.
During the AWC, I swear he only comes out when the jungle teams are playing, like when there's a Feral Druid. It's a thing.
Yeah.
He knows.
Oh
I
my
think
gosh.
he's predicting what they're gonna play. He's like, "Mom, I sense a cat coming." But yeah, going into game 2 here, we'll have to see if these teams can potentially, if we'll see it get tied up here with size doesn't matter, maybe winning Freehold. But like you guys are saying, it's going to be pretty difficult here on this next map. We are going to be seeing Fortified, Skittish, and Necrotic. Where do we feel like Dratnos we're going to see these teams struggle with these affixes?
Necrotic is an interesting one, and it's one that we've seen a couple teams try different things in Freehold so far. We've seen stuff like Protection Paladin, which has a lot of natural abilities to deal with it. So maybe if your team doesn't have access to Prot Warrior for this map, you try and play something like that, because you get access to the Bubble and the Blessing and Protection, which clear those Necrotic stacks. Skittish, though, is such a big challenge for specs that aren't Protection Warrior, because the mobs just they'll kill your DPS players if you don't make a lot of threat on them, and Protection Warrior has a pretty easy time of doing that. Other than that, your options are somewhat limited if you're one of the other tank specs. You have ways that do like short-term AoE taunts or AoE big burst effects, but it's hard to do it pull after pull to avoid those mobs from killing the rest of your friends. So those are going to be the challenges, I think, for the teams.
Oh wow. Okay, so yeah, we have a Warlock here. Warlock alert. Wow. Yeah. So in terms of the comp, Protection Paladin, definitely not like the best situation for Freehold, but still pretty good. Definitely a situation where I'm gonna be really interested to see what that destruction damage is like. That's kind of the one that's really got my eye here. But yeah, having the Prot Warrior, having the Mistweaver for this, it's going to be great. And this is also Awakening as well. So we're going to get to see if these teams opt to kite on the last boss. That should be interesting. Both are running Mistweaver, it looks like. Wait, didn't we have a Mistweaver in the last match? Is this correct?
Yeah,
so we've had a swap of roles from Size Doesn't Matter. They've had it looks like they're taking
right. Yes,
regular
Emma's
swap.
is healing.
So,
okay, yeah, that threw me for a loop. Thanks for clarifying.
Right, so they're going to have access to the Prot Warrior Mistweaver again, but their players, at least either in this game or in the last one or both of them was playing off-role stuff, right? So that's the challenge for Size Doesn't Matter. The challenge for Distracted is that they're playing the less meta stuff. They were the team that played the Brewmaster last round. Now they're playing the Protection Paladin. So again, they're going up against the Prot Warrior. Last time they were able to win, though, so they could easily do it once again this time. Here we can take a quick look at the some of the abilities of the Protection Paladin. You may not be super familiar with them if you've watched Mythic Plus tournaments. So here's a little introduction to how the spec works. It's one of the biggest strengths is that AoE taunt as well. When you talent into it, final stand, you just bubble and AoE taunt everything, and you're immune, and you clear all your necrotic stacks. Really, really potent in this dungeon.
I really want okay, that little Keystone thing is so cute with the little eyes. Did you see it in that last screen?
Yeah, it's like Clippy. It's like Clippy. Oh my gosh.
It's like Clippy,
I'm letting everyone know how old I am now. It's Fonty.
Apparently his name is...
I just basically doxed myself by telling you all how old I am by knowing what Clippy is, but yeah, he is super cute.
I've heard that there are even ways to get access to the... Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. There's a Fonty emote in chat as well. If you guys want access to that emote from chat, you can subscribe to Keystone Masters. This is a community-run tournament here. Everybody took their time off this weekend to run this tournament for you guys as a final hoorah for BFA for M+ tournaments. So we greatly appreciate any and all support from you guys for this tournament. So thank you everyone that has subscribed so far. If you want your own little Fonty emote, just go ahead and click that sub button. But Size Doesn't Matter versus Distracted. Game number 2 kicking off soon here. Going to be going to Freehold once again, Fortified, Skittish, and Necrotic. And this should be an interesting game number 2.
Yeah, for me, the interesting affix in all this is going to be Necrotic, because that, typically in Freehold, we see teams, like if you're talking about like the MDI, right, with Wonderbar, we watch teams basically just bum rush bosses and just go boss to boss to boss to boss, and then do kind of all the trash, like intermittently during the Von Tortolan boss in the event that follows. So it's going to be interesting to see kind of how they move about. It looks like Distracted is opting to just pull those mobs away, feign death them off with the Hunter. So we're probably going to see them all go head over to the captain so that we can move on to this next poll. But Necrotic, you get those stacks, right? One way to get rid of those stacks on your tank is just to bubble. So that might be why we're seeing the prop out in here. That's definitely like a nice little added benefit. I don't know. What do you think about how they're going to be doing these polls, Dratnos? Do you think that they're going to wait and do kind of all the trash at the end, or do you think we're going to do it systematic? It looks like we just had a Death Knight go down on this first poll from Distracted. So hopefully he didn't pop any of his moves yet in the row to get his AoE going, because that's definitely not a good situation. They're able to clean this up, but yeah, definitely not a good thing to see right out of the gate. Sorry. So the question I was asking you, Dratnos, how do you think that they're going to be handling the trash in this dungeon?
It's a very interesting challenge for them, because on the one hand, they could try and play around that final stand, the AoE taunt, and try and do massive pulls facilitated by having access to that bubble taunt. The problem with that is that those are still really hard, and it means you can't use your bubble as a panic button because you need it to make those pulls work. So it looks like they've instead opted to go with kind of medium-sized pulls so far, and that lets them use the bubble taunt as needed rather than have it be a required utility piece for the pulls. Meanwhile, Size Doesn't Matter have also done, they've done a fairly big set of trash at the start of this dungeon. Not as big as we've seen some teams do, but 25% enemy forces is pretty close. 31 is like the number that you'll see if teams pull absolutely everything in that first area. And they're now into Skycap and Crag here. So things are looking good so far for Size Doesn't Matter. B-Res was committed by Distracted to get their Death Knight back up. So that is a big resource to not have access to. Whereas Size Doesn't Matter so far, Deathless still can do that B-Res. And not only do they have a B-Res, they have a Warlock and a Death Knight. So they have two people that can cast a B-Res effectively. That means they're not going to be relying on the Engineering Res to get somebody up, which the Engineering Res, it's great for teams to get access to the Battle Res. It's not great to be the person who has to run into melee range and try and B-Res. And I've seen some clips actually from some of these teams of the time trial runs where engineering back reses have backfired, which is a very small chance, but it does then do tremendous damage to the person casting it.
Yeah, I know that there are definitely people in chat who always root for those backfires. On this boss especially, though, Sky Captain Crag, you really don't want to have to run into melee as a ranged. It's very, very bad. Especially since the boss is basically this boss likes to one-shot people with his shot. The bird baits, it looks like at the very start of the pull, were a little bit BM. So I'm not sure if the Hunter and the Warlock were on top of that. It looked like we had both of them just fall squarely on top of the melee. But they were able to still finish this boss up nice and clean and move on to our next event.
Preheat. We're gonna see the Warlock utility here. Here it comes. Here comes the Warlock gateway.
Oh yes, here we
Wow.
go. Okay, fantastic use of Warlock. You love to see it. We don't need any Ring of Peace. We don't need a Hunter pull. We don't need a Feign Death. We have gateways. So definitely nice to see those gateways. We'll probably see another one. On the way to the last boss. So definitely keep an eye open for that. But yeah, so both teams are probably going to opt to just do a little parkour here and head on over to the last boss while one player kind of takes care of the event, usually the Hunter. But what I'm interested to see is if someone is going to start the RP on the pig and then kind of pull trash on their way back in, just because we have Necrotic here. So I'm not really sure if we're going to be seeing, it looks like they're just going for it. All right. They're just, size doesn't matter, is just going for the big pull right here. So maybe just to get kind of cooldowns back up. I'm not sure what are Destruction Warlock's cooldowns? They're 2-minute class, right?
Yes. So they play Vision Major, which gives them Vision Minor. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. It looks
So
like
they
Distracted
have-
might be in the midst of a full team wipe here. On their big pull, it looks like something went horribly wrong. Players releasing, and that's going to be a full team wipe for them. So definitely not a good way to start things off.
Meanwhile, this massive pull working out really well on the side of size doesn't matter. This is exactly what they wanted to have happen here. They're getting a lot of count for very, very low investment there. They're not having to use any battle reses. They just had to use their big cooldowns, but now they're going into a nice boss fight. And on this kind of fortified necrotic affixes, you can kind of use your cooldowns on trash, and then the bosses almost are kind of this respite, this recovery time, because you don't really want to pull too much trash into bosses because necrotic can become a problem for you pretty quickly if you do that. So unless you're really confident, a lot of teams will instead fight the bosses by themselves and then have the hard pulls, the cooldown pulls, be the trash instead.
Yeah, there is kind of like a, with Necrotic, it kind of dampens the mood a little bit because with those, with the bad brews here, basically you can have like a 60 PS on trash, right? Like basically, if you pull trash into this boss, the damage just from those bad brews going out can really make a significant difference. But obviously you have to fight with the fact that you have Necrotic stacks you have to deal with too, right? So this team, size doesn't matter, is really doing well in this boss. It looks like most of their bad brews have hit, if I'm not mistaken. So they're really making full use of that. And it looks like they're, really no one has even gotten low on this fight. It looks like the tank is kind of dipping down low there. As I say that, I'm jinxing them, I think. Maybe I should say that more for Distracted. Yeah, but they were able to clean this up just right. Another thing too, obviously this isn't Sanguine, but that's another, situation where, your bad brews can definitely work against you in some cases. But it looks like size doesn't matter is moving on to the Rum Quarter. I wouldn't be surprised if we see kind of a moderately sized pull here, but it looks like the team kind of split up. So maybe we'll see something kind of bigger, some big cooldowns possibly being used here. But, as they group up these mobs, one of the members is trying to grab that pig. It looks like he's kind of maybe having a little bit of trouble with it. I saw the pig kind of squeal away from him at the last second, but they were able to fully grab him there. And as they pull this trash together, Ring of Peace really shows its utility, right? In a key like this with Necrotic, people normally don't really think of the utility of dropping Necrotic stacks with your Ring of Peace, but definitely a fantastic usage there. Yeah,
and we know that the tank here and the healer have both played both roles, right? So you have a healer who's familiar with tanking, probably that's the kind of thing that's really helpful for Necrotic Ring of Pieces, right? Knowing when a tank might want one and helping coordinate with them. It's a lot easier if you've played tank as well. I always say this, but I think one of the best ways to get better at any given role in Mythic Plus is to play some of the other ones, and kind of through doing that, you'll learn how best to support them when you're playing your main role. So that skill is tested not just in playing the other roles in this tournament, but in also playing your main role. Meanwhile, though, we're actually going to hop over to Distracted. This is rough. They've had a death here. Yeah, they've killed that second boss, so they do have that graveyard as well. So it's not too bad what's happening here. They're actually fairly close in terms of dungeon progression to where Size Doesn't Matter is. They're about a mini boss behind where Size Doesn't Matter is, so it's not an insurmountable lead by any stretch, but they are definitely behind, and further deaths are not helping their situation at all.
Yeah, but back to that point, it looks like they've stabilized this pull. Playing different roles as well not only levels you up in real life, makes you smarter, makes your brain grow. It also helps you understand the plight of your teammates, right? Like if you have a teammate who may be struggling with something and you're kind of critical of them because some pull, and once you have that role reverse, you kind of get to step into their shoes, and it can definitely help you kind of build, I guess, relationships with other folks, because you can kind of understand their point of view a little bit better.
Yeah.
So it's definitely a good thing for team building as well.
There's all these things like, all these stupid things that demon hunters or beast mastery hunters, there's all the stigmas about things that they do. And you play those specs once and you learn, they're just people too. They're just doing their own thing. And that you have those incentives when you play those specs, except for mages, of course. Mages are not people.
No, I would say except for warlocks, but fair point. Yeah. I'd say, if you were to have this be like a fill in the blank, warlock or mage is probably going to be the butt of that joke, but that's okay.
I opted for the mage, present company being the reason why.
Of course. Yep.
All right, so on the side of Distracted,
as this pull progresses here. Oh, you go ahead, Dretnos. You go ahead.
All right. Yeah, we got a little bit of delay, so sometimes it's hard to coordinate for sure. But on the side of Distracted, they're fighting Ludwig here, while Size Doesn't Matter is in Nyalotha, so they are fighting the Awakened mob as kind of a way to spend time between the mini boss and the boss. But yeah, Distracted actually. You know what? I'm shocked by how well Distracted is able to keep up here with 7 deaths against what looks like a 0 death run so far for Size Doesn't Matter. They're maybe a little bit behind on trash count, but not actually that far behind given the situation. So Size Doesn't Matter. They have a lead, but they have to really make sure that they're still playing well and keeping this thing. They even though they have a big wipe advantage, it's somehow been narrowed, that lead. So they can't. If they wipe from here, I think Distracted would probably take the lead instead.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's definitely easy to wipe on this fight with the sharks, the Sharknadoes, and also, pulling in these Ironhide Crushers, just because there's so much happening all at the same time. And there isn't a lot of area to be kind of, I guess, free real estate in a sense. But one thing that definitely helps a lot is having that Beast Mastery Hunter, just because that Hunter can basically get the shark to look at him and then just pull the shark away from everyone else and just run loops, basically. As I'm sure chat knows, Beast Mastery Hunter doesn't need to have, any sort of standstill time. They can basically do all their damage on the move. So definitely a good person to have that shark follow around the fight. Although, I've been in that situation too, where I accidentally maybe have a healer get too close and it goes to them. So, it can still, it isn't like a flawless strategy. It can still go sideways pretty quickly, but it looks like Size Doesn't Matter is really doing well to kind of keep all these mobs evenly cleaved. They're making full use of that 3 target funnel here. So happy Hunters, happy Death Knights, good stuff all around. But yeah, definitely a good showing.
Yeah,
and honestly,
this was a fantastic job by the tank healer combo as well. They had a moment where Necrotic dropped, which is really hard to do actually with these 3 mobs, because none of these 3 mobs are CCable. So even though they have these cast sequences, you can have a really hard time actually dropping Necrotic. But with a well-managed, backpedaling away at the last second, Necrotic was dropped, and then instantly a Life Cocoon came in once the healing absorb was gone, or healing, reduction was gone. So this is a really good way to manage Necrotic in a situation where it can actually be really, really challenging.
Yeah, absolutely. And on this boss, this is kind of like the ideal boss, I guess you would say, for like dealing with Necrotic, because Turtak, he decides to kind of spin for a little bit. So he almost kind of like gives you an opportunity to take care of it. But I bet you we're gonna see some Warlock action here. I'm keeping my eyes open for it. You know, I know how this normally goes, so we're gonna see some sick Warlock utility probably after these first 2 mobs here.
Yes, 79% on the enemy forces meter, so they need to get a lot of trash actually from this last area. That to me suggests they're probably not going to try and kite the awaken mobs. Oh, the nice death grip comes in right as the painful motivation comes out. Well managed use of these Ravagers here. That's going to lead to getting all 6 of these mobs affected without very much difficulty at all. And then, as predicted, the Warlock Gateway number 2 comes out. And once again, we see somebody get a little bit stuck on some terrain, but they've gotten through it there. 89%
Yeah, gotta be careful
now
on that
trash,
cannon.
so
It's a little bit
yeah.
sticky. Yeah, but I mean, you know, the use of painful motivation there, honestly, that was sick. So you know, fantastic usage there. So as size doesn't matter begins this boss, you know, obviously we need to get those interrupts on those casts there. If you let Void Weaver just cast, it's going to be harder. Well, actually, it's kind of bad for 2 reasons, right? You don't have the boss in there to enjoy any of that cleave, and also, you know, curses going out on this team. It's not a good situation. So, you know, they're just opting to kind of kill it all, though. It doesn't seem to be like any sort of kiting happening here, but you know, we have to definitely keep an eye on just everyone's HP pool and the DPS meter. And wow, the tank is just absolutely showing us how Prot Warrior does it. And what's crazy to think about is
43 stacks
healer,
necrotic,
right?
though.
He is. Oh, there he goes. Yep, he wasn't able to clear there. It looks like they're going to try to keep playing it though. Well, okay, so they did a B-res there, but they still have like 2 members dead. So I'm not even sure what the communication is right now, but I mean, that doesn't seem. It doesn't really seem like. Yeah, I don't know what they're thinking here, but they're just trying to keep this pull alive. So I guess we'll see how this all pans out. But yeah, basically 3-manning the last boss with awaken their mobs as well. This is very, very dodgy. But they're doing it, so we'll stick with it and see how this turns out. Oh my gosh, and here we go.
There's
I
no
think
way. There's
yeah,
no
this
way.
is gonna be it for them. I kind of had like a, you know, in my head I was like, you know what, maybe these guys know something I don't, but wow, that was rough to watch.
All right, meanwhile,
And it looks like over here on the
we
distracted
actually have
side,
the kite strategy. Yeah.
Yes.
So their healer is going to grab these mobs and transcend away and just run with them the whole time. So instead of those awakened mobs being fought at the same time, which can cause a huge problem, as we just saw, because of those necrotic stacks as well, that the tank really just had no way of handling 50 stacks of necrotic and 4 mobs that couldn't be CC'd. Distracted is deciding they're just not going to bother with them at all. They're just going to send their healer on a mission to go and kite those mobs. If this works out, it makes the boss nice and easy. It does mean they needed to get more trash count from the rest of the dungeon because they're not going to get trash count from those awakened mobs. But it means that they're not going to have to deal with the awakened mobs at all in this fight. So as long as the healer keeps moving, they're gonna have an easy time here. If the healer dies, even for a second, you know, even if the boss is at 5% health, all the mobs will snap back over and probably wipe the team here. So this is something that is extremely precarious and extremely nerve-wrenching if you're actually playing this situation, much as it might look like nothing's going on here, because you just know that healer's going to die, those mobs are going to snap back, and even if you never see it happen to these teams, they've seen it happen dozens of times in practice, because it takes a long time to get this right.
You know, Dretnos, like the situation you're in, it's like you don't want to hear the healers say anything, right? Like you don't want to hear them even cue their mic, because if they cue their mic, you know that something terrible is about to happen, right? So it's one of those situations where you really just kind of want to sit there and just forget about the healer for a second. Just hope, you know, wish them the best on their journey and you know, soldier on. But it looks like Distracted was able to basically take this easier strategy here and you know, basically with the kiting mobs, you know, I think it's pretty safe to say that they've secured it here. They're, you know, 98.1% of the trash as well. So, you know, just quickly pulling a bunch of mobs at the very end there should be able to push them over the pull count required.
Yeah, the healer in this situation, it's basically like the kicker in a game of football, where like normally in American football, that is, you know, normally if the kicker ever has anybody mention their job, that means that something went horribly wrong. So you're just hoping that things go well for them and everybody else gets to play their game. But yeah, they've done it. Those awakened mobs are going to despawn. They just go over here, and once that painful motivation cast comes out, that's going to be the last trash count they need. Distracted is going to take this game. Wow, this was a close one.
Yeah, very close. You know, both teams tied up in deaths as well. So, you know, definitely a good showing. You know, Distracted was able to bring it back. You know, I gotta say though, for size doesn't matter. You know, despite that super scuffed last boss. I was pretty impressed to see the role reversal there of the healer and the tank. So definitely pretty sick play from both of those players, being able to just swap roles with each other and almost convince us that they don't actually have a main role. So very cool.
Yeah, very well done by both teams. Distracted going to take that victory for game number 2, though. And honestly, it looked like size doesn't matter. They had that first game, though, but they were going to win that last game, Dranos, but where exactly was it that they started to fall behind?
It was really just that last boss fight. The last boss fight with the Awakened mobs, because of the necrotic affix, we saw something like 45 stacks of necrotic on the tank. Now, 45 stacks of necrotic, in addition to being a sizable dot, is a 90% healing reduction, which for those of you who play PvP, that's like 70 minutes of dampening or something. I don't know. I'm trying to bring in an AWC thing here for you, Raya, to help make it relatable. But yeah, it's really, 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 really difficult to survive in that spot. And you need to find some way of dropping stacks. Your normal answers just don't work there. There's something like a Ring of Peace that just does not work there for them. So they had to you have to do something like Heroic Leap away to try and get the necrotic stacks to fall off. But I don't know, it's just a really tricky situation. It didn't work out for them that time.
You're just doing a really good job today, Dranos. You're making football references. You're making AWC references. You're just you're sucking up to the fellow casters with your Race the World First shirt. Proud of you, man.
Very inclusive.
I'm trying to be friends with everybody.
Very inclusive. Thank you. I feel at home here. So thank you for the AWC reference. But yeah, well done by Distracted. And when we've talked to this team actually on the side of Distracted, it sounds like they didn't even really expect to be making it this far here. And now they're well on their way to potentially making it back up to the grand finals. We are down here in the lower side of the bracket. So every team that loses here in the lower bracket is elimination for all of these teams. So the pressure is really on for these teams. Also, I do want to give a shout out to all those people that did sub during that last game. Thank you so much to everyone that's supporting this tournament. And also, as a reminder, this is community run. We are given player perspective, so it's based off their internet, players all over the world, and we're watching their Twitch stream. So obviously, this isn't going to be quite the quality you guys are maybe used to with AWC and MDI, but I'm so glad that KeystoneMasters and all the people behind the scenes are working to bring this awesome tournament to you guys, the last M+ tournament of the year too, and I'm kind of a little bit sad about it. Preheat, I'm a little sad.
Yeah, no, I mean, at least we're kind of seeing some of the great dungeons of this expansion. I mean, honestly, for me, Freehold is probably my favorite. It's like one of the first dungeons I did in BFA. It's where I boosted all my alts, so it's got a special place in my heart for just being such a great EXP dungeon. Literally leveled a Demon Hunter just to boost my other characters in Freehold. But yeah, it's great to see these these dungeons one last time, and also just with an interesting format like this, right? Like where basically we have off color comps, we have weird affixes that maybe you've forgotten about, like reaping. So yeah, it's definitely like a nice send off for BFA as a whole. Cool stuff. Try not to get too sentimental.
I'm tearing
but
up.
we can talk a little bit. What, Dranos?
I'm tearing up. This is so emotional.
Are you really?
I can't believe we're gonna have to say goodbye to Freehold.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, I will miss
I'm a
Islands
little
though,
sad.
for real. I will miss Islands.
You won't miss what?
That will. Island Expeditions. Preheat and THD and his guild, those are the two human beings on the planet that are going to miss Island Expeditions. Yeah, they've got your tropical setup back there.
I was gonna say, like, you fully embrace the islands for early tier with the full blow up pineapple tree, palm tree. Wait, is it pineapple? Wow.
Pineapple.
It's a coconut tree.
Near a beach. I don't know what's a coconut tree.
Yeah, I don't either. But no, I mean, like, islands are okay. Unironically, though, I do like islands. It's not a bit. I actually did hate them, just like most people, most sane people. But the thing is after doing thousands of islands, I've lost my sanity. So you could call it Stockholm syndrome if you want, but I love islands, and honestly, think back to it. Right, you're in Discord, you're with your homies. you're watching Lord of the Rings extended cut, you're watching Harry Potter, whatever it is, as a group, and you're all just grinding islands for hours on end. Some of the best weeks of my life. So
Yeah. Well,
just think about it that way, right?
maybe we can have that same experience with Torghast or something else moving into Shadowlands. I'm sure there'll be something similar. Looking forward to it. But it sounds like we are ready here to move on to the next series, but we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to discuss a little bit more in depth about those plays that we saw in the last match. So we'll be right back.
Keystone Masters tournament. I'm Synecdoche, and my co-analyst here is Undad. We're coming back to you from a 2-0 series where Distracted managed to edge out a victory over Size Doesn't Matter. In the first match, we saw Underrot, where Distracted managed to pull together a victory, fighting through a full team wipe and some other shenanigans. In the lower bracket, it's often the case that the winning strategy is play safe and play clean once you see you have this advantage. And I think Distracted really, held to that approach. Undad, what do you think about the sequencing of these pulls that they had?
Yeah, man. I mean, they definitely took the safer route in Underrot. They actually we saw the Fury Warrior come out, and we were like, this is reaping, and we're playing Fury Warrior. You can't even hit everything. But then we watched their route play out, and they almost pulled for the Fury Warrior. Like a lot of the pulls were 4 to 5 mobs, and then they do a reaping separate, and then 4 to 5 mobs and a reaping separate. And they just chose to play safe and not make mistakes and ended up taking the victory. They actually showed some signs of greatness too in the clip that we do have from Spore Caller, where they ended up wiping on this boss, but it was just nice to see a potential heads up play here. Their hunter had died. They had a worm CC'd behind the boss here off screen. The trap ran out from the hunter dying, not being able to retrap. And we see Scap, the demon hunter, try to leap out and kind of recover this situation before it went bad. He gets out. He realizes, man, I am a demon hunter. I cannot actually imprison this. It needed to be the monk in this situation. Their tank needed to kind of roll out and reset the boss and paralyze the worm for them to save this. But it was just nice to see a little moment where somebody's trying to make a heads up play, especially from an ace seed that ends up taking this game and taking the series down the line. We saw even more greatness show up in Freehold towards the end. So why don't you walk us through how they managed to pull that game off as well?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's two major stories here that we noticed. The first one is the ability of the Distracted team to utilize the Bad Bruise on the second boss fight effectively. We looked through the logs here, and assuming that we didn't get any bugs, Distracted managed to put down nearly 10 million damage onto the bosses with Bad Brew, but Size Doesn't Matter was unable to get any of them. And some of this is due to RNG, right? This boss fight isn't exactly deterministic. You might see more Bad Brews versus the Haste Brews or the Crit Brews, but you also have to capitalize on when you do get Bad Brews as a tank. It is your job to drag the boss into them. Like, come hell or high water, you must be landing those Bad Brews. That is a big speed up for this fight. We also saw some other incredible play following some other MDI meta strats from Distracted towards the end of the fight. Let's run through that, Undad.
Yeah, we saw this. This was like the big moment when we saw Prop Pally. I was hoping we would see this, right? Because the big deal in this dungeon is that it's necrotic, which makes kiting the obelisk mobs with your healer way more difficult because you obviously you don't have a healer and you're dealing with necrotic. But when we see Prop Pally, you have 2 ways to personally handle that affix by yourself, along with being dwarf gives you 3 resets on your necrotic stack between bubble taunting, blessing of protection yourself, and stone form from being dwarf. So was hoping to see this. I was hoping to see more Prop Paladin in Freehold in general for this exact strat, and kind of crossing my fingers that we'd see it when Jack logged in on the Paladin, and then we did, and they were very close. Like, the route was definitely slower, it was definitely more conservative, but they made less mistakes, and then they pulled off the big strat at the end and leads to a 2-0. So now they get to go play against Paint for Femme and see if the same strategy works out. Like, both teams have kind of been slow and steady during this lower bracket. Paint for Femme being a little bit quicker, but who knows what could happen. Maybe Femme has some big strats for the next series, and Distracted takes it just by making no mistakes.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for the analysis, Undad. Let's cut back to the casters to introduce the next series.
Thank you guys for that analysis, Undead and Synek, the man of many lamps. And now I'm joined by Cybear and Lithy as well. How did you guys feel about that last match?
Why don't you take that one, Lithy, first?
Take it away. All right.
Okay, fine. I was going to be a gentleman and let you go.
Yeah, you weren't here, man. So I'm going to give it to you first.
All right, Feral first.
You want me to go? Yeah, okay, I'll go first.
Yeah.
I was being a gentleman, but you know what? In times like these, I just need to take control. So that was bittersweet for me because Size Doesn't Matter is actually the team that I competed with for the Dream Mythic Masters. So for them to, I thought they were going to clutch that game too. And I was really hoping they could just at least take it to a game 3 and spice things up a little bit. So for me, that was quite upsetting to see them go. But, they gave it a good shot.
They almost brought it back, and well played to Distracted, who did a very strong recovery in that second match. So well played all around.
Yeah, well played by both of those teams. Unfortunately, it didn't go to a game 3. That would have been on Shrine. Never mind. We were going to look at the comps, but we're not going to take a look at the comps from that. So we can move on to maybe talking about this next match that we're going to be seeing here. And it sounds like Distracted, they were for sure the underdogs heading into this tournament. They did not expect to get this far at all. As we speak, they are deciding what they want to play going into this next series up against Paint for Femme. Paint for Femme, one of those teams that we see do pretty consistently well in the MDI. They've been playing together for quite some time as a team, so their synergy probably is very high up to this point, but we've seen Distracted in this tournament perform very well.
Swift Paint for Femme 2-0,
so
right?
how do we feel about this next matchup? Do we think that Distracted is going to have a difficult series up ahead for them?
Yeah, it's Dad and
Distracted
myself.
definitely has a big hurdle ahead of themselves. They did manage to take a game of BDGG in the upper bracket yesterday, so we know that they do have the potential, and our analysts just broke down the last series. They play fairly conservative, but that's always a good start to tackle a dungeon. But against Pain for Femme, I'm pretty sure they need to bump that risk factor up a little bit, pull a bit bigger, go a bit faster if they want to stay in this tournament. But if they can manage that, I do think we do have ourselves a good series on our hands.
And we got Tuttles snacking and talking in our ears. Did you guys hear that too?
I hope he's got some dip with that Doritos, you know? Some salsa or something.
Was just me. Yeah, sounds good. But yeah, well done to both of those teams. We should be having their compositions here shortly. Do we want to take any guesses, Cyber, for these teams?
Ooh, okay, so Siege is quite a delicate one, especially on a bolstering setting. It's going to be a key that you want to take very slowly initially, and then once you get those spotters, you kind of just go, and just let the spotters do all the work for you. So I think they're going to have to play a lot of control in that early stages of Siege. So I would expect to see, we're probably going to see either some Prot Warriors, or I feel like some Vengeance Demon Hunters could be good. They have, with the sigils, the ability to have a lot of control with those mob packs and just set things up nicely. Probably going to see maybe some Mistweavers to deal with, like, you know, some solid ring of pieces and paralysis and whatnot to keep everything under control. That's probably what I'm going to be thinking of in terms of composition. In terms of the DPS, I mean, we're probably going to see some Hunters, that's for sure. I feel like we had a Mage previously, or a Warlock previously in Siege so far in this tournament.
Warlock, yeah.
So yeah, was it a Destro Warlock? Yeah, so I imagine we might be seeing a resurgence of that somewhere along the line. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
And we've seen some difference in strategy, Lithi, for these past two series, and probably on Saturday as well. Some of these teams holding off, you know, maybe their best specs in game number 2, and then some of them just going full meta, all main specs for game number 1. But as we know, every player has to switch up their spec for every game within a series. What do you think, if there is an advantage to either strategy, would be the better one?
I'd say, since I see Pain for Femme definitely in the advantage in this series, they are the way more experienced team. They've shown us some really, really good matches so far, yesterday and today as well. So I'd say they are definitely in the position where busting out the really good comms on the first map, or even the second map as well, to grab some early victories and secure maybe a 2-0 against Perplexed, I'm already saying, against Distracted. I'm totally getting distracted.
Getting distracted, aren't you?
My issue. But yeah, so paying off that first 2 wins with strong comms would probably be a good start. If they are gambling for that third map happening, you might see something more reserved. Maybe swap out a top tier tank for something else to have that in the backhand for the third map. But yeah, I think Paint for Femme is going to go in strong. I hope Distracted does the same. We'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, I hope so as well. And we are seeing quite a bit of, all of these players obviously have to play different specs here, and multi-classing players have become extremely valuable given the format of this tournament, Cyber. What does that say about teams that can gather, as many multi-classes as they can? I mean, that has to be super difficult going into this competitive M+ setting.
Yeah, I definitely think that this tournament has done something quite special where it's really shown. I mean, we've not seen a single team play every single dungeon just absolutely cleanly, right? And it's definitely showing that because the way this tournament is set out, it's throwing some spanners into the works, and we're putting people on their toes here, where they're having to very much step up to the plate and play these different roles. Some people going from tank to healer to DPS, all within one series. It's definitely mentally fatiguing, and we're going to have to see how these teams end up playing it out and fighting through this long weekend, of just that mental battle, of staying concentrated.
But I feel like it also has to be kind of fun, Lithy. I mean, these guys are on a tournament realm, and if you guys are watching from home, don't know what that is. Basically, this means that they're in their own server. Basically, they can pick whatever spec they want, they can gear however they want, and they're able to sort of experiment with different compositions, different specs, any kind of corruption or Azerite traits they want. And I feel like as a player, that's got to be just like an absolute playground, Lithy.
Yeah, it's definitely amazing. You get to show off some specs that you usually enjoy playing that maybe aren't top tier meta comps. For example, MDI, where this spec logout system isn't really in place, and you want to show something off. You know how to use that Destruction Warlock properly in Siege of Borealis, and you don't get invited to Pucky, so you show off on the tournament realm. That's a lot of fun, I can imagine, and just playing around with all the possibilities. Maybe finding something that's off meta because you're usually more or less locked into that triple hunter comp in MDI or stuff like that. I think it's really refreshing from a viewer standpoint, but also as a player, I think.
Yeah. Isn't there like an ongoing joke, Cyber, about you not being invited to Keys? Or something.
Yeah,
I feel like there's like always this mean joke around you, surrounding you. I don't quite get it. Is it just because of your spec that
He's
you
a feral main.
It's literally because I play a feral druid, and like I'm not even bothered about it. Like I've accepted my fate, I play the game for fun and just try and do well at it. But then people just try and put me down, and the thing is, I'm too difficult to put down because I'm just having too much of a good time. So even though I deplete all my keys, it's fine. I get a lot of time, in Taldazar watching movies on my second monitor, so I'm winning.
Yep, you are winning. And it sounds like we're going to have a winner here pretty soon. Going into this next series, it is Distracted versus Paint for Femme in the lower semifinals.
All right. Going in right away. I do have two rogues on this team on my screen, Sai. That's not really a feral druid, but they both can sneak just as good. That's a bit of a surprise for me, but the double shroud definitely coming in handy at the start of the dungeon here, right?
Yeah, that's fantastic. And I mean, we're seeing, it looks like, two different rogue specs as well. So this is going to be interesting. The Assassin Rogue on the side of Sebek going to be really nice to handle those bolstering mobs, or just, single target, putting in enough single target DPS into a single mob to prevent it from being bolstered from the non-elite mobs is going to be very, very nice to see. And as I say that, we see a full team wipe by Distracted that first pull of the dungeon as they go in on that horde side of Siege of Borealis. They just get that full team wipe there. It is a difficult pull. You have to be careful of the enforcer mobs from doing that frontal cone and just wiping out your whole group. But I don't think they managed to avoid it quite well enough that time.
Yeah, definitely. That's really unfortunate, and they're going right back into that pack. It's a little bit bolstered right now, but yeah, Pain for Femme picking up that pillar mob after the first.
I hate everything.
Going into some mobs here.
That's
mobs here on the other side.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, we're going to see some really good setup here on the side of Paint for Femme. They are making sure to like poly and blind and sap the elite mobs in these packs, and they're just going to pull in all these non-elite mobs that would impact the rest of the group by bolstering them, and they're going to gut these all down in safe proximity, so they're not going to have any difficulty cleaning up the rest of that trash in a moment's time. And this is an awakened setting, so they don't have to worry about any miss reapings coming in at any miss opportune moment. They're just going to be able to carry this out comfortably and clean up this first pack before they pull into that first boss. So Pain for Fam, at this point in this dungeon, they're playing it out very clean. I think at this point, Distracted just need to get back into the groove. They need to just clean their play up just a little bit and just hope that Pain for Fam make a mistake.
Yeah, that's definitely the case here. They are struggling right now with the first few trash packs. Of course, that Rogue Shroud is gone. They can't skip through that, so you have to painfully fight your way back into this. And on the other hand, Pain for Fam obviously taking care of all the small trash mobs in a beautiful way, seeing all the other mobs that are standing around, just so those heavy-hitting mobs don't get bolstered to hell and back. Definitely well played there. A nice use of all the available CCs, double blind, double zap, the polymorph from the mage, all of those things going in there. And now we're on to Chopper Redhawk, the mage just burning that combustion with the World Vein. So the big damage build here coming in. A lot of damage. Bloodlust going as well, or Time Warp better said. This is looking pretty nice for Pain for Fam so far.
Yeah, Ricky just getting set up there, getting in position, getting away from any of the boss mechanics that may impact him, and actually just setting up nicely, and then he just blasts off. And Sepik desperately trying on the Assassination Rogue, try as he might to kind of pull up and match him on DPS, but I mean, you go toe-to-toe with a Fire Mage, you're in for a bad time. And we actually see this double Rogue on both teams, it looks like. Yeah, we have the Demon Hunter.
That's just one rogue
and then, yeah, I believe...
Distracted.
Oh, no, sorry, no, the Rogue and the Fury... Sorry, the Rogue and the... Yes, sorry. Yeah, so this is an interesting play. We know Distracted earlier when they played Siege in this tournament. They also opted for the Fury Warrior then as well, which I feel is a pretty good choice in this dungeon because you're never really pulling above, like 5 mobs or whatever in this setting with the bolstering. So I feel like comp-wise, this is still a pretty decent play there. So good stuff on the side of Distracted. They've definitely stuck with their strat that they've played previously. And if they can just clean up their run, then like we say, they could be in for a solid Siege play.
Yeah, absolutely. The Fury Warrior seems like a bit of a comfort pick as well for me here. Definitely is able to do some work in this dungeon, but we do have an unfortunate death on the side of Distracted. The Rogue goes down after a hit from a mechanic, gets back up, but also the Demon Hunter dying shortly after. He can't be rest. They don't have a battle res available for that anymore, so he needs to release run back. That's a lot of damage and time. They are missing out on 5 deaths now on the counter, so that's 25 seconds. They will lose at the end of their dungeon timer, while Pain for Fam, on the other hand, they've made some steps progress towards the end of the dungeon, grabbing that blob pillar mob. So that's the second one they're playing, probably.
Yeah.
Probably heading towards a 1 or 2 pillar finish on the last boss. Pretty solid so far, I'd say.
If they're playing 2 obelisks by this point, I really don't expect them to pull any more before the last boss. They are likely going to be... I mean, potentially they might pull the one just after the second boss, just to set them up into a solid position to move further on into the dungeon. But we'll have to wait and see. I did really like that play by Pain for Fam where they had everyone in the group go into the previous pillar, and then they had one of the rogues stealth forward, activate the new blob pillar, and it just brings everyone into the blob realm there, where they're able to then just kill that awakening mob. Though they are having trouble. Ricky very low. I don't know if he pulled aggro there or something, but he definitely took some damage there on the left side of your screens, ladies and gentlemen. That was close, but luckily they're able to get it down, and now they're going to go back and just clear up some of this trash and help them get some of that extra percent. And on the side of Distracted, I think they're just waiting for their 5th and final member to get back into the fight before they can move on. I believe, did they have did you see what occurred there? Did they have a full team wipe, or?
They did have a bunch of heavily bolstered mobs that they unfortunately lost all their lives to. People releasing running back now in that process that we have the res from the Druid coming out. The Demon Hunter didn't even get back into combat. They already called the wipe there. So they'll be waiting to resume their progress through the dungeon, pulling that next trash pack, this time without the bolster stacks. So they should be in for a good time on this one this time around. On the other hand, of course, Pain for Femme making good steps through this whole dungeon. The Dispriest definitely doing some work here in terms of healer DPS. They polymorph the mob, pull the rest out. The commander is in there as well. That's the one you kind of want to focus down in this pack, because if that guy gets bolstered, it's really annoying. But they seem to be on a good way. They might even shadow melt this guy off once they're done with it.
Yeah, I think they're just going to bolster it and say, forget about it. They're going to move on. I was going to say, this is a good moment to have that Assassin Rogue and that Fire Mage, where they can just funnel a bunch of single target damage into a specific target that they need to kill. But I mean, in that case, they're just going to shadow melt it off, move on. They just wanted the extra little bit of percent. You can see just how well they've opted for this route, like just how well they put this route together, with the fact that they've just taken a couple percent there from that pack and then gone, okay, we don't want the rest of the mobs. We'll move on. We'll get the extra percent elsewhere. And we see this great Shroud come out for the side of Pain for Femme. They get straight onto that second boss here, but they have to be very careful, because I know I myself have been in a position where I've actually managed to dodge the bombs in on this fight, and then I end up pulling the trash pack, and it's total disaster on a bolstering setting. So you do have to definitely be careful here on the side of Pain for Femme, not to do that, not be a silly goose like myself. But the boss is, I mean, they're doing very well here. So hopefully they shouldn't have too many issues, and this should be a pretty clean kill here.
Yeah, the Cannoneer already going down. The shot is fired towards the ship. Dread Captain Lockwood finding her way back into the pier and being awaited with a hot welcome. The combustion popping off there for the Fire Mage. That's going to be a lot of DPS. Also, the Ignite spreading over to the mobs left from the intermission. This is looking very, very good. 40% already on the boss health bar. The Dispriest just pumping that single target damage into the boss as well. Looking really, really good. Do you think they might be able to one-phase this, or do you think we'll see another intermission?
We'll have to be very careful. They've got the Prot Warrior on the side of Pain for Femme, haven't they? So they might be just looking to opt for, I think it's the Conflict and Strife trait, where they can just get the root effect from their Thunderclap, and they can just keep the boss just in. No, they don't quite manage to get that. Unfortunately, they are going to have to, I guess, technically 3-phase this boss. So a little bit of extra time there that Pain for Femme have to take on that. But, I mean, they've got all the time in the world with Distracted now wiping for, I think, a second time on the Sergeant here, or at least the second time in this initial boss room. They're not having the best time of it at this point. Maybe right now this is where they say, look, we didn't expect to, well, we potentially didn't expect to get this far in the tournament. We're the number 8 seed. We're gonna cool down. We're going to keep mellow. We're just going to reform. We're going to, give this first game away, and then we're going to get back in, keep our mental, go into those next 2 games, and just try and bring it back there. So we could just be seeing them now just trying to just fight it through and finish off the game as clean as they can. But they're definitely having a little bit of trouble here. And this is what I was saying with Siege of Bralis, where it's one of those dungeons on a bolstering setting where it just takes a couple small mistakes, a mob not being CC'd correctly, miscommunication on what needs the poly and what needs the blind. And, well, I guess in this case, the paralysis, or I guess the cage. And suddenly you've got a mob bolstered by 10 stacks and everyone's in for a bad time. So it's just about keeping cool in this situation.
Yeah, the mental fortitude on this point of the tournament definitely is something we need to start talking about, not just for Distracted having a rough time in this match, but also for Pain for Femme. They've been through a bunch of lower bracket matches already now, and they still have a bunch more to go through if they want to claim that spot in the grand final. And fatigue, I think Aya mentioned it earlier already. That's something you need to consider. And yeah, so far they are looking good, though. Strong performance still in this series. starting off really nicely in the Siege of Borellos. They finished the boss. They grabbed some trash afterwards, grabbed the spotter, and I think that guy is bolstered big already.
Away we go
so
with the
they'll-
bolstering.
Hell yeah. They'll be nuking those mobs. Those
Absolutely.
artillery shots hit like trucks. And afterwards, we're off to the pirate quarter. And yeah, they already finished a pillar in the meantime.
You know what I really enjoyed about what you started off there with is that, as you said, mental fortitude, we jumped to the Disc Priest Miro point of view, and I think that was perfect timing. That was fantastic. No, but as we go into this latter stages of Siege of Borellos, this is what I was saying here, where they're just going to be playing around the spotter now. They're going to pull as much trash as they can into this spotter, and for any trash that gets caught in those cannon blasts, or those bombardments, they are just going to get one shot. The one catch with this tactic is that you have to be very careful with those big cave trolls there, because if they get pulled into the fight, they will be bolstered, and they cannot be they cannot take damage in those bombardments. So these have to actually, unfortunately, your DPS have to press their buttons on these guys. So they are going to pull these one by one, separate from any trash here, to avoid any unfortunate bolstering in this instance. And actually, I think is Fem's going on a journey. I think he's running back to the entrance. He must have forgot to change a talent or something, because he's taken that cave troll all the way to the back.
That's definitely a good way of dealing with this whole situation, just getting it out of range, of course. We know bolstering is, I think, 40 yards, and once you outrange a mob beyond that, he doesn't get any bolster stacks, though this is definitely a very good way of dealing with this whole affair. Very well played. Ooh, the banana of Doom there, almost murdering our Disc Priest. That's, of course, something you need to watch out for with all these monkeys running around, throwing bananas on the floor. If you run into that, you'll get stunned for 2 seconds, roughly. And yeah, if that lines up with an unfortunate artillery blast, you are toast.
Where are Mario and friends when you need them in their little go-karts just to slurp up those bananas real quick? Now, Lizzie, I want to ask you, what do you think about this double rogue play affecting the rest of the tournament? Obviously, now these players are not going to be able to play the Assassin or the Outlaw again, so we could still see them. I mean, we could still see another Assassin and Outlaw play, but they'll have to swap, won't they? You can't have the same player on the same spec multiple times in the same series. So do you think that they're actually opting for this Assassin Rogue here to then free them up later on in the series to play, I guess, more, bring in the Hunter, bring in the Mage, bring in the Unholy DK that we might expect later on? What do you think?
I think the double rogue strat here is amazing. Going for that double shroud at the start to skip all that annoying trash that you really don't want to play because it's ineffective, because it does a hell of a lot of damage. The Disc Priest is going to struggle on those poles a little bit. And of course, one outlaw rogue, one assassination rogue, that leaves the outlaw rogue to play assassination, or the assassination rogue to play outlaws still later on. Ooh, Disc Priest barely scraping by the artillery blast there. He definitely caught some fire there on his tail feathers, but surviving that one. But getting back to those double rogues, the assassination rogue without any issues can swap back to outlaw for another dungeon, especially if we look at the second map, the series Shrine of the Storm. You kind of want a rogue, you can scrape by without it, but it's definitely nice to have. And I gotta be honest, really, the DPS from double rogue is not really all that important in Siege of Borellos, because as we can see, it's all about this bolstered spotter. The classes itself don't really do any damage for roughly 60-70% of the dungeon. It's only really the last two bosses they need to murder without the spotters. Well, of course, first, second boss are in there as well, somewhere in the mix, but those are negligible. That's completely fine. And rogues still do some amazing damage, especially assassination pumps some crazy single target.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw for a moment, just on the side of Pain for Fem, we saw that spotter there. That was a large and most certainly an in-charge spotter, which they will ultimately be shadow melding off eventually when they no longer require its services, and it's going to be able to return into the wild to be with its family and friends. But we see it on the side of Distracted here. They have managed to get past that first boss now and get themselves back into the fray. We see that they've opted for clearing up the trash and then going into the second boss here, which is an interesting decision. Obviously, by doing this on Captain Lockwood, is that you're going to have the advantage of that spotter being able to quickly dispatch of these trash mobs so that they can get that cannon up quicker and then get back on the boss. Yeah, no, jump in.
Sorry if I'm interrupting you a little bit here, because Pain for Fem, they are setting up for something big here, trying to get that spotter in position with the artillery barrages. Now put little Dark Fathom to get all the trash out of the courtyard there into this corridor and completely annihilate it with the artillery strikes. I hope we can swap that camera around so you can view it in all its glory. There we go. Thank you very much. Those commanders are bolstered like crazy. The charge is really super dangerous. You need to watch out for those guys. They will be shadow melding this whole thing off, as you said earlier, and they played this complete and utterly perfect. That's the way you want to see it. That's how you need to do it, and this is going to save them so much time. Well played, Pain for Fem.
My goodness, those horses were certainly not in the back. They were definitely in front. They were large, but as you said, they shadow milled them off. That was expected. That was anticipated. They used that giant spotter there, as I say, to just one shot all of these mobs, and they're actually going to be looking up to get the last little bit of their trash here. I mean, I don't know if they even need. No, they will need these commanders because they're at 94% trash, and they only have one more obelisk left, so they will need this just to make up that last little bit of trash count that they were relying on. And then it's just going to be doing this doing the third boss here just all on its lonesome, which, I mean, it's a tyrannical setting. This is going to be a long fight, so they're going to have to definitely manage. This is where we see this is the most interesting element for me in Siege, is figuring out how to do this boss and then going on to the last boss, how they're going to manage their cooldowns when they opt for the Bloodlust, when they look to rotate things around. That, for me, is the most interesting element as we get to this point. And do we see a death on the side of Distracted there? Do we see a full wipe there?
I think it's more of a full wipe. Yeah, they seem to be running back, using that pillar there at the start to skip some of the trash they've left behind. So yeah, 20 deaths on the counter, but still pressing forward through the dungeon. They are not giving up yet. Very nice to see that these guys are hanging in there. So they'll be marching forward back into the pirate quarter to deal with more of the Murlocs and whatever else runs around there. Meanwhile, Hadal Darkfathom, of course, 40%. He is taking some big hits from Pain for Fem. These guys are just burning through his health pool, looking really, really good. Not really all that much going on this boss as well. Just dodge some spots, dodge some puddles. Don't get caught in the wave unless you brought a surfboard that might help you out. But in general, Caster Jinx is on point here again. There is someone getting caught in there. I think there was a rogue, and Proctor's cheat death, if I saw that correctly.
Oh, it's a freebie. They get the cheat death. It's no big deal. They get the bonus life there. But it's only fair and balanced. Rogue definitely needs that extra little bit of kit there in their toolkit. But yeah, as you're saying, Hadal here, I mean, they're just taking it down nice and steady. No real big issues here. On that 20 tyrannical setting, though, when he does do the... Oh, I can't remember the name of the ability now, but when he does do... Not the Crashing Tide, the other one... You'll know what I mean. You'll help me out here, Lithy. But when it does occur, it does a lot of... Yeah, the tidal... not the tidal surge. No, the breakwater. That's the one. When breakwater comes in, it's a lot of AoE damage there. So if you're not topped up, you can quite quickly find yourself on the other side battle res. But luckily, they were able just to keep everyone alive there. And that was no big problem there for Mua, who is a very well-experienced healer.
Despre is definitely playing a bit with the Raging Waters there, opting to just stand his ground, wait for that boss to fall before the wave kills him. So he's definitely having some fun here.
Look at them desperately trying to run through that gate there. They're just waiting for that RP to go. They're ready at the gates.
And they are
now what do you
as
think
well
we're going to see
as
here?
Through the water gauntlet. Good
Sorry,
question.
go ahead. Timothy.
No, good question. What we're going to see here, as you already said, we only have a single pillar boss left to fight, so they'll be just burning away at this gripping tentacle. They might just kite the spider to the next platform, kick it in the meantime, kill it there before someone runs back and shoots the cannon. But overall, this is pretty straightforward. It's a basic boss. The spider doesn't really do much. They can min-max a little bit with spell reflect and stuff like that to get some extra DPS out of the tank. Priest definitely very nice here to have with the master spell, similar to Motherload, where you can just master spell the nasty debuffs on Rixa Flux Flame. So nice to have.
Oh, a little bit of trouble
going
there.
for a little swim here.
Yeah.
Waiting to get his feet chopped off.
I don't think it's just the feet. I think it's the whole body. I think you just the whole of you gets taken there by the shark, but it hangs on.
It's a big shark, yeah.
And they're going to be able to clean up the Void Weaver there, and they're just going to head on to the rest of these tentacles. But I think it's very easy, Lithy, at this point to kind of look at the two teams here and see Pain for Femme doing a very clean Siege of Borealis. It's a little bit slow, I will be honest with you, at the 23-minute mark. I feel like it's not the quickest siege I feel that we've seen, but it's a decent siege, a very standard siege. Distracted here, they're still struggling on this second boss here, but it's very easy to think, like this is an easy win, no big problems for Pain for Femme here. But what we got to remember is these teams have put in a lot of practice, and it really comes down to in this tournament figuring out who you're going to put on what role, on what spec for what dungeon, and then going practicing all of those dungeons and figuring out how you're going to split your time effectively. Obviously, for these teams as well, just making it into the time trials can be a big enough feat where just getting a decent time on those 3 dungeons can be enough. So it's definitely a balancing act for a lot of these teams. And it might just be for Distracted that Siege is not one of those that they've got that much practice on, and they kind of just hope that they don't end up having to play it, and they just focus on some of these other maps, because we've seen them play some pretty decently strong keys. We saw their underart was pretty solid. They did a decent job there. So we've seen some decent runs from this team, and they're definitely putting up a fight in this one. It's definitely not over yet.
Yeah, they are hanging in there, and of course it's a best of 3, so there's always the potential for a comeback. But I totally agree with you. I am not a big fan of Siege of Borealis, and going through that whole thing can be quite the ordeal. But Pain for Femme, putting on more or less pretty much of a clinic. This is looking pretty good. They are finishing up with a very nice time of roughly 25 minutes, if I see that correctly. So well played to those guys.
Near enough.
Deserved first win in this series.
Hey, can I see some Fonty GG well played in chat, please? I want to see those spammed as we go into our second game of the series.
Yeah, wrapping up that first match, we're kind of waiting a little bit for Aya here, who unfortunately had some technical difficulties, but she will be back with us in just a few moments, I'm pretty sure. Sai, please, what would you like to tell me?
I was going to say, I think she's getting her Feral Druid prepped for the next series. I think that's what she's doing. She's in the locker room right now, psyching him up for that. So I think that's where she is, but she'll be back shortly, I'm sure.
That sounds like fun. That cat form coming in hot, I'm pretty sure. Are you excited for all the new feral shapes you can use in Shadowlands, even in your off specs?
The amount of people that I've had come and ask me, hey, how do I get that feral form? How do I get that feral form? The Mage Tower forms? I should definitely do some videos on it or something, because it's definitely a hot topic. It's like most ferals are either saying, hey, we need a buff, or hey, how do I get that cute feral skin? So that's how I manage my time a lot. But I am looking forward to it. Yeah, it's going to be a great time.
Yeah, I am so happy I got that feral skin out of the way during Legion. But looking at Shrine of the Storm, Sai, how good is a feral on that map?
We're decent. I mean, we've got we've got a short interrupt. We have Typhoon. But you know what else has that? A Resto Druid. So why even bother bringing us? Am I right? I mean, we're decent. Like, we're decent in every key. I actually think 8.2 we were pretty strong. And Shrine of the Storms is my favorite dungeon, actually. So we'll see if it's the same for these teams and if they like this one as much as I do. Yeah, it is by far my favorite dungeon.
Well, we will see how much these two teams like it if we take a quick look at the affixes on that dungeon. We're going in with Fight, Explosive, and of course Grievous. You already mentioned the Resto Druids. Resto Druid, Mistweaver Monks, two of the best sealers basically we have currently in the keys. You think that HPS power is needed? We already can see the comps here, I guess. Holy Paladin, what you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think Holy Paladin's going to be a pretty solid choice here. I think it's going to be able to pull out some decent single target DPS as well at the same time. Yeah, I mean, I think it's gonna do well. I think I prefer the Mistweaver Monk on Sadamura there coming in for the Sots, because if this series does end up going to a game 3, I feel like I feel like there is a good choice. The Holy Paladin I think is going to do well. I don't really know exactly why they might be opting for it specifically for this one. I don't know if you have any kind of insight as to why they might go for the Holy Pally, but I think that's pretty decent. I'm liking the rest of the group comp as well. Seeing the Vengeance Demon Hunter from Fem, I think that's going to be really, really strong. And of course, Protection Warrior is very strong in Shrine as well, with these 4 spell reflects in this dungeon, just making kind of trivializing the third boss as well, with being able to spell reflect a lot of those bolts that come in. So I think decent comps here. We're seeing the Hunters, the Rogue, the Unholy on the side for Fem, which is I think going to be good with these massive fortified pulls. And if they can dispatch of these packs quickly, then it means that they don't really have to deal with the explosive. So by bringing the Unholy DK, they might just be able to remove one of the affixes in this key. So yeah, I think solid choices there.
Yeah, the Unholy DK, I completely agree with you, is a great choice. On the other hand, we have, of course, the Rogue we talked about earlier on the side of Distracted. That is going to offer some utility with a Shroud. But I do love the Holy Paladin that they picked up for this, because the last boss obviously puts out the debuff on healers that they do 90% more damage, and the Holy Paladin is just going to go ham on all of the mobs running around in that chamber, definitely offering a strong option in terms of DPS, and you can save a lot of time if your healer just annihilates every single mob going out in there. And definitely looking forward to that one. But as you already said, Mistweaver is very, very strong pick as well.
One interesting thing of note is that on the Pain for Fem, they don't actually have a Rogue, so they're not going to have any opportunities for any Shroud shenanigans here. So they're just going to have to make strong use of these pillars here, these awakening pillars, to navigate this dungeon. So we might actually see them making use of even 2 of those, potentially even 3 before we get to that last boss. So they might be just opting for a safer play here, because like we say, I mean, Pain for Fem, they're the 3rd seed in this series. Or in this competition, Distracted being the 8th seed. Pain for Fem are going in with a slight advantage here in this lower finals series.
And one of the advantages as well is the Vengeance Demon Hunter they have on board here, with the Sigil of Silence, popping that right into this big trash bag. Has a bunch of casters they won't be able to cast, while every other DPS unloads all their damage into this pack. Shelle popping off some big numbers there. The Unholy DK really happy with this sort of pull.
Oh, but he goes down.
He goes down.
They're
That's
not gonna.
unfortunate.
Oh, is that a full? That's a full wipe.
Is that the full wipe? Oh my god.
That's a full. Look, they're all there at the beginning of the dungeon. What? Yeah.
They killed 3.5% trash, so basically nothing. That's super
basically
unfortunate.
nothing. Everything's going to reset, and their cooldowns are gone.
This is
we still.
Yeah, this is a major faux pas for the team here. Definitely costing them a bunch of time. But on the other hand, I see Distracted. They are struggling a little bit with the mobs in the entrance area as well, pulling a bunch of those on the into the courtway, so to say, into that little arc. But finishing up that pull really nicely, and Pain for Fem now just opting to kill some of the casts too. I think that it was a heal that went through. That's very unfortunate. So they got to do some extra damage to finish that off, and I guess they might just grab the spider. Do you think they'll repeat that big pull afterwards?
We're gonna have to wait and see. We see a very small pull here now as they wait for some of their cooldowns to come up, and they can then, kind of chain in a big pull after this potentially. We'll have to see how they want to play it out. But I mean, there's trash down there at the bottom that they still need. They need to get some of those attendants and those spiritualists to make up their trash count here. So we are actually going to see them positioned to move down and grab those up. But this is now very slow for them. This is exceptionally slow. We can see Distracted there have already jumped into the pillar. They're moving on to the first boss here, Aquasur, and they're just going to kind of take this opportunity to jump ahead here. Like I say, just playing out a clean run is definitely going to be on the cards here for Distracted. If they can just keep their cool, then I think that, and just kind of count on Pain for Fem making mistakes, then they can definitely potentially take this shrine. And I want to just clear up a moment ago. I said, introduced the game, said about being the lower final. It's not the lower final, the lower bracket is what I meant to say. But definitely the winner of this series here is going to go on to face BDGG in the lower final. So that's going to be a very exciting match, and I'm definitely looking forward to that one. But yeah, Pain for Fem definitely have to pick up the pace if they're going to get back into this one.
Absolutely, yeah. Distracted, we talked about Mental Fortitude in that last map, and they are definitely recovering this map, starting off strong. They completely forgot about that unfortunate, I'd say, Siege of Borealis they played before this. So really looking forward to what they can do in the rest of the dungeon. Looking good so far. And yeah, Aquasir starting off that fight, not really much of an issue. That boss, deal with some knockbacks, deal with some surges, don't get hit by that. And they already finished off a big pull of trash before this boss. There we see the channeled knockback, the pushback that you need to run up against. We might some small mobs from the side. We can see them back there, the Acolyte standing with the Wind Speaker. We might see that pulled into the boss fight. It's a little bit rough with
that is the thing.
And Fortified, but it's definitely possible.
Yeah, absolutely. This boss is one of those bosses that doesn't really do a whole lot that's really that scary. I mean, there's a slow knockback effect. There's also the charge, but it's very easy to get complacent and kind of turn off your brain to the boss mechanics and then start looking at what the trash is doing and making sure that you hit your interrupt or you hit your stun, whatever it may be. And then you find out that actually you're standing right in between the boss and his charging pathway. So it's something that they're going to have to be careful of. And we'll see Pain for Fem here and how they look to deal with this, if they can keep their cool and just play this out cleanly.
Yeah, they are going for the big party here. Exactly. The DK Shella is having the time of his life in this dungeon, popping off with over 1 million DPS again. It's just pure feels good man moment there for the DK players. And the boss is just absolutely melting. I think they annihilated 50% of his HP in just a few seconds with that pull. So really coming in strong into that fight, trying to make up that lost time and the 6 deaths they have on their counter currently, while Distracted is just finishing that boss up. I'm really curious how they handle this section, if they are going to actually play the Wind Speaker, or if they just pull it all. That trap around it. Big pull going in.
Yeah, looks like they just pull it all in. They don't even worry about it. And it looks like Mayo, they're doing a great job just to pull those acolytes into Aquasir there. So really good plays on both teams here just to get this extra trash going on. But yeah, Distracted just going to pull all of that in together. Heldis can be scary though on Fortified, especially on a 20 key. Her Gale definitely hurts. You got to be careful of that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the healers definitely need to watch out there, but both the Mistweaver and the Paladin should have more than enough HPS in their repertoire to just pump that through. And of course, the haste ward that is set down by the Wind Speaker helps the DPS to blast bit more. Here, a nice safe strat to pull the Windspeaker to the side, reset it with Feign Death or Shadow Meld. You can do that with both, but very well played. We see two banishes here for the guards at the entrance, so we have the tank running down with a Lightfoot Potion and grabbing just all the mobs from downstairs. This is going to be a massive pull for Pain for Fam. They'll be hammering right in there, and again, Shella is looking to just completely annihilate this.
Yeah, and with the fact that we don't have the rogue on the side of Pain for Fem, making use of this Vengeance Demon Hunter to add all that extra control and utility into the group is really very well played, a very strong decision here by Pain for Fem, making excellent use of that and just a clean execution of this trash pack here. What's going to be interesting now is to see how they end up playing out this next section. They doesn't look like they're going for the pillar now. They might be opting to go back for it, though. I really doubt that they're gonna backtrack such as that. They are doing these trash pulls in look, they're just doing this just standalone, just doing the rune cover here standalone. This isn't very time efficient. Like they're not being very quick about this. They are slightly, Pain for Fem, they are ahead of Distracted, but they're not really trying to speed along this advantage that they have. That they're definitely they're saying, hey, Distracted, I'm going to hold the door open for you. After you, please be my guest. You go straight ahead. They're giving them an opportunity now to get back into this fight here. And I mean, Distracted are moving ahead with that Awakened mob, so they are slightly ahead of Pain for Fem there as well. So Pain for Fem not even trying to get back into the fight as much as I would have liked. Maybe they're just waiting for some cooldowns to come up and then they go big.
Yeah, they just went ham like crazy with the Unholy Death Knight, so they might have just to delay for a few seconds, play some trash packs a bit slower. But yeah, they ultimately ended up pulling the extra pack outside that archway to grab that into the rune card to make that pull a little bit more efficient. As you said, you really don't want to play a single mob by itself, especially not if it's a mini boss that doesn't really give too much percentage and it takes a long time.
Mm-hmm.
But I kind of want to focus back on Distracted, who are doing another big pull right after that bridge, which they skipped with the pillar. Just all those casters and guards, they got all those grouped up very nicely. The acolytes around that little puddle there, they are in there as well. They completely flexed that away, basically. Very well played. Distracted. They are going straight here. That's really nice.
I think we can see Distracted there doing that pull in a few little segments. I think Pain for Fem, they're about to pull this in real big. Yeah, I was going to say they're setting up for a massive pull here, and you can see they've just done all of the trash. They're not opting to take this into the boss, which I really would have liked to see, especially on a fortified setting with explosive. Who cares about explosive? Just let your healer heal. That's what they're there to do, right? Just pull it all into the boss and execute it down. But they actually opt for just a couple packs, a little remainder, nothing too worrisome here, and they're just going to end up pulling that into the council here. But
that definitely was clean, looking good here, and Shella once again that DK popping off with that extra trash, or at least he's hoping to do that with the second wave coming in there. The first wave just completely annihilated by the Hunter and the Demon Hunter right away. But yeah, Distracted, looking good there halfway through the fight, I'd say. But this is kind of the point where Pain for Fem seems to be starting to pick up the pace a little bit. I'm not exactly sure what the trash counter says for both teams, but I think they are roughly 10% ahead, if I see that correctly, or is it the other way around?
I can see that Pain for Fem are on 72%, but I can't see Distracted at the minute and what they might be at, but it must be roughly similar. I think they've done a roughly similar amount of trash on both sides of the teams here, but we will see that and get more clarity on that in a moment. Yeah, so they're like 10% behind. We'll see where they look to make up for that on the side of Distracted, but Pain for Fem, as you say, they've just managed to get back into the fray here, even taking it slightly slower at parts of this dungeon. They had that wipe at the beginning, and then they played that rune cover on its own a little bit more slow. But then they opt for this massive pull going into the council, and they just get that. I don't want to say they get the lead back because Distracted are slightly ahead on this boss, but then we have that trash count differential there. So it's very neck and neck right now. We could see this go to a game 3, and that would be absolutely fantastic because I believe the third map is a Tau de Zar, and I love seeing a Tau de Zars. I definitely love to see Pain for Femmes a Tau de Zar. They have a very, very dominant Tau de Zar strat, so I love to see that. So it'd be good to see these teams go into that game 3 and just eagerly await that lower finals even more, as I'm sure you guys in the chat want to be seeing BDGG coming up as soon as you can. I know we got a lot of BDGG fans out there in the world, so you'll have to wait just that little bit longer.
Yeah. Absolutely agree with you there. Tal de Zar is one of my favorite maps as well in these tournament settings. Just some crazy pulls back to back to back to back. It's really fun to see. But I think also concerning the pace of Distracted, I think that's a little bit where the Outlaw Rogue shows some of its weaknesses. Obviously, a very strong AoE spec, a lot of utility, a lot of CC, but ultimately the single target damage, unless you have some crazy 5 buff roll RNG, you're not really pumping that hard compared to other DPS like a Hunter, a Unholy Knight, especially if you set him up with some big pulls like Painful Femme is doing with Shelle. And yeah, Painful Femme, speaking of them, they are through with the pillar to the bridge.
I don't know how I feel about this on the side of Distracted, right? Because they've already played 2 of the pillars, right? And then they go and after they clear the council there, they go and they take a big trash pack of it's actually one of the most difficult pulls in Shrine, in my opinion. Those mobs need to be kited away from the tank needs to cut away. It's a big time loss because you're moving back through the dungeon. I would have loved to have seen them just shroud and just say, hey, you know what? We're going to do that pillar. We're going to do Samurai on the last boss and just go real ballsy with that. I would have liked to see them use that shroud and just move ahead with the dungeon, but they end up going back on themselves, taking the obelisk, losing some time there. So it would have been nice to have seen that from Distracted, but hey, you know what? They're playing their own game. They're playing it, safe and steady, and I like to see that as well. So kudos to them.
Yeah.
But Pain for Femme, they're just cleaning up that bridge pack quite nicely. I don't know whether this is like a bit of a time loss, not taking that trash into the boss here, into Lord Stormsong. I'm not too sure. I mean, they're gonna shadow meld this now off here, so they don't end up having to deal with those tentacles there. But they got to be close. They got to be careful there. Apologies, because
that's scary.
Yeah,
the
that
healer
was
having
scary
to
there.
pop
Maybe
a
we
lot
just
of
taking
defenses there.
all those hits. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely burned a lot of defensives here. Dampen Harm out, the Cocoon out. That's some stuff that's not available for the boss fight upcoming. And now Lord Stormsong, as you said. I totally agree with you. I'm not quite sure why they didn't snap that pack from the bridge onto Lord Stormsong. We've seen that quite a bunch of times. If the tank jumps into the water here, you can snap the mobs right into this fight. And especially with the Unholy Death Knight running around here as well, he would be very, very happy to burn some extra health off of Lord Stormsong with that additional AoE cleave. But no less, they finish up that bridge really nice and quickly, going on into this Lord Stormsong fight really strong, already at roughly 60%, just soaring away with that health bar before the first Mindbender even comes out. So I'm really curious how they will deal with that, if they will just DPS and cleave it down, or if the player will actually go for a little dip in that pool in the back.
You know what I think may have occurred there, and I'm not 100% sure, but I feel like, did they have their Hunter on the side of Pain for Femme go and actually activate the boss RP whilst they were killing the bridge pack? Because that is a decent play in terms of time saved, because that is a long time on the RP. It's something like 30-40 seconds or so that you're just waiting, unable to engage Lord Stormsong. So maybe that's what they ended up doing. I would have to go back and rewatch though, because I didn't see it at the time. I wasn't anticipating it at the time, but that could have been a very solid play there if that's actually what occurred, or maybe I just was running in ×2 speed, and actually the RP was as long as it always has been. But decent play there from Pain Fem, and they cleared up Stormsong, no problems there. And they're going to be making their way now to the final boss. They only have, I believe, they only have the one pillar. Oh, sorry, the two pillars, I believe, right? They didn't do Ogroth, and I don't think they didn't do Blob on Bridge, did they? So they've got two awakened lieutenants here to do on last boss, right?
Exactly, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, just as you said, the Tank Buster and the Blob are the ones they will be dealing with during the last boss. The Tank Buster, not all that scary, just some extra tank damage they need to watch out for, but even that, they can use the Hunter Pet Taunt to get some of that pressure off that and mitigate a lot of that coming in. But on the other hand, of course, the Blob is going to be scary, especially for the healer. I've mentioned the debuff on the healer at the start of this map already. You lose 90% of your health, basically, but you gain a big damage buff. But that also means if you get hit by anything, you're dead. And with those random blob puddles flying out, you are in a big risk of getting hit by stuff. But here, 1 or 2 eel packs into the last boss. This is going to be a big shallow damage once again. Hunter popping off as well. The DK is really happy about having some big cleave here, but they don't even let him get to that, because the Demon Hunter and Hunter just completely annihilate that.
And you know what? Pain for Fem are on track. They're very close to their time trial Shrine of the Storm's time. So it's shown, even with everything going on, with the fact that they've managed to find themselves in this lower bracket and have to really battle themselves up to get to potentially the lower finals here. They've done well to stick to their strat and have a consistent shrine. That time trial shrine was 18 minutes 50 on the dot, and they're roughly, if it wasn't for that initial wipe, they could have actually been looking to do this shrine quicker than their time trial time. So Pain for Fem, they are looking clean going into this, I'm going to say, potential lower finals here at BDGG, because anything can happen. This boss is one of those. Oh yeah, go ahead.
I want to raise you the 6 death counter. That's 30-second extra. Pain for Fem needs to wait once they finish this dungeon to see if Distracted does manage to finish the whole thing in a shorter time window. And as I've already said, they have the Holy Paladin, who is gonna bust out a crazy amount of DPS during this boss fight once he gets rolling with a debuff. Of course, the Mistweaver Monk, one of the healers with the higher damage out of all the healers, next to, of course, the Disc Priest and a Resto Druid. And whoop, some stuff happening here, I guess.
I think we're just going to have to play it out in our heads on this one. Just imagine what may be going on. I imagine they're still battling through this boss here. Though we will review. Yes, here we go. We're back in. We're back in. We've got the.
We're back on board with Pain for Fem. We'll have that POV up for now and just see what played out with Distracted a little bit later on. But they are going for a big pull here, utilizing all that crazy DK damage with this big eel pack pull into the little trash packet just before the boss. Of course, the jellyfishes need to be kicked. That one tank ad needs to be kited and tanked. He just does some big hits, but that shouldn't be a problem for the healer. But I'm really surprised. Way of the Crane only coming out now and going in for that extra HPS and big damage. Overall, not really doing that much in terms of damage during this phase as I would have expected, but nonetheless going for the safe strat. Pain for Fem on a good track here to finish off this boss. I'm really curious if they can.
They need to be careful of those explosives, though. They had them covered there, but there were a lot of explosives stacking up in the black hole there that they were unable to get to. That could have spelled disaster for them, but luckily they're able just to clean that up nicely. So that was close.
Going into the intermission again, here we can see the Monk is just gonna burn down that tank ad. It just gets completely annihilated. You need to watch out a little bit here with the aggro. He almost swaps over there. And the other thing you need to really communicate is the kicks on the jellyfishes. If usually you have one cast go through at some point, and then you have a time window until the kicks don't line up enough to kick the other one. And before that point, the tank and the healer kind of want to come out and save the DPS with that kick coming in from the tank. Seems to be going really well here. They will be swapping back over to the boss itself, kicking him, removing that shield, and just go to town on him, kick his butt, so to say, and burn the remaining health off that guy.
Yeah, and Distracted actually kill. They actually get the kill first. They're done.
That's
Distracted. Take that game.
That's what I called the Holy Paladin popping off like crazy. I assume
we're getting
that's
the
what it
Ataldazar.
is.
Ladies and gentlemen, you wanted the Ataldazar. You
Absolutely.
asked for the Ataldazar. You're getting it.
To one up against Paint for Femme. This team has consistently been a powerhouse in the Keystone Masters as well as the MDI. Now Distracted has a chance here in this next game to overthrow them, and a reverse sweep here in the lower semifinals. We're going to be going to Ataldazar, like you guys already mentioned here. What do we want to see out of this team Distracted if we want to see them take this victory here, Lithy?
I already said I kind of like to see them go a bit more risk, go a bit harder in these dungeons, but their steady safe strat so far has been working out great, and especially on this Shrine of the Storm, it got them the win. Pain for Femme falling a little bit behind after that initial wipe at the start of the dungeon, so I'm not really sure what to say anymore. I think Distracted is on a good track with their current strat, with their current way of handling things. So I guess keep on doing what they're doing, and they might just see the 2-1 victory in this series here. But of course, Pain for Fam, those guys, as you already said, Psy, those guys have some crazy Atal runs.
You want to add on to that side? Paint for Femme, we've seen how they do on Atal. They're an incredible team here for this next map. You seem excited.
I am happy to jump in there. Give me the go ahead, and I will bite. Yeah, Pain for Femme have had a very good Ataldazar, a very, very dangerous Ataldazar. So I love seeing it. I want to see them do it even better this time. It's their third time in the competition doing Ataldazar, so they should have, in all theory, they should have this in the bag. But I mean, who knows? Maybe Distracted have actually been putting all of their Siege of Borealis time into Ataldazar instead, and maybe they're going to knock our socks off with something dangerous. But we'll have to wait and see.
All right. Well, as we all know here, none of the players can play the same spec twice in a series. We're now on game number 3. The first game number 3 we've seen this Sunday. Do we think we're going to see some weird compositions for this next game here, Lithy?
I am really, really curious what Pain for Femme is gonna go for in terms of the healer, because they've burned the Mistweaver now on Shrine of the Storm. They lost that map, so now they will be going without their, I'd say, their core Mistweaver into this match. Maybe they have someone able to flex pick over into that Mistweaver for Ataldazar, because there are some really crazy pulls that are only really doable with a Mistweaver and the way of the Crane throughput. So I'm really, really curious what they are going to go for. Yeah, that's the big point for me. Distracted. I'm also very interested in what they're picking. We've seen a Jack on that Blood Death Knight before, so that might be happening.
Yeah, we will see shortly here. Going into Atal, the affixes for that, Fortified, Teaming, Quaking, and Reaping. What if they could pick any composition that they wanted here, Sai, and they weren't constrained by our rule set in this tournament? What spec would you or what composition would you expect to see for this map?
I feel like Pain for Femme actually are playing the comp that they would want to be playing on this. We've just seen the switch. I think Femme is going to be switching to the DPS role here, and Ricky's just going to step in as that prop warrior. So they're not actually losing anything.
Are you looking at the screen? Or did you just say that?
What? No,
You
I
cheated.
well, no, I was gonna. Okay, so I was gonna say before we saw the teams, I was gonna say Ricky's gonna step in as the tank. I had that locked down because they've been doing that. Ricky
alright.
has been flexing in as a tank. But now I guess I can't take credit, can I? Because it's on my screen. But yeah, I think
I'll
on
give it to
the
you. I'll
Resto
give it to you.
Druid, I think maybe he would have wanted an ideal situation. He probably would have gone for the Mistweaver. I mean, it's no surprise that in an MDI setting, we see Mistweaver in every dungeon. And like Lithy's saying, it's very strong in this key, especially with these this big initial pull that we're gonna see from Pain for Fem if I predict the future. So I think that comp they're actually happy with. Maybe Fem, I mean, obviously Fem is their main tank, so they probably would have liked Fem on the Prot Warrior, but they're going to be fine with that. And on the side of Distracted, I mean, seeing that Blood DK is awesome. I don't know enough about Distracted to know what they're comfortable with and what they actually play on live and what they're comfortable with. So this might actually be their comfort pick, their ultimate pick, and they're getting the Mistweaver here, and they're getting the BM. The DPS comp is solid, so I think the Blood DK is going to be interesting here.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see how these different combinations here work out. Distracted, Blood DK, Mistweaver, Pain for Femme, got the Prot Warrior, and the Resto Druid. Looking at this purely from a compositional standpoint, Lithy, what do we feel like? Which team has the compositional advantage?
That's a really tough question because the DPI is obviously the same on both sides, and just the tank and healer spots being different. I'd say the Mistweaver is a little bit better, while on the tank side, the Prot Warrior is a little bit of an edge compared to the DK. So I'd say both teams more or less even, but the Prot Warrior in combination with that Resto Druid, I think overall Pain for Femme definitely set up for the better run here.
Alrighty,
well,
and we're loading into
I was just gonna say, Distracted hasn't quite yet started. We are going to, I think, restart that so that we can get these teams both on the same timer here. But we can continue our discussion that we were having. Lithy gave his answer. Cyber, what do you feel like? How do you think these two compositions on both of these teams, based on the tank and the healer, do you think that one has an advantage over the other, or can we even really predict who's going to win game number 3 here just based off of the compositions?
Like I say, with Distracted on that, it might be the comfort pick with the Blood DK, or it might be a case of they've run out of options. It'll be probably quite easy to tell quite early on which one of those it is as we load into this map, but I don't think you can rule out anything with a comp here, because we've seen teams across the whole tournament, they've made mistakes in these dungeons, and it's allowed other teams to take that advantage and just move ahead for the win. We saw that big upset there with Pain for Femme and the boys in that underart, where they were just able to, kind of slingshot in front of one another with these mistakes that occur. So I don't think the comp is going to be enough to say this is the clear winner. Never.
And, going into this game, we've mentioned it before, Distracted underdog going into here. And it's possible that they didn't even expect to get to game number 3 here. Maybe they thought, they're just going to sweep us 2-0. It's going to be the end of that. But here they are, Distracted 1-1 here up against Paint for Femme. Super excited to see how these two teams play out. When you guys play this map here in your own keys, Cyber and Lithy, where do you, I want to know where you guys tend to die. Is there any area in this map that you just have trouble with?
Oh, for me,
it's the fire
definitely
on the staircase.
Oh, well, that obviously that everyone dies to that,
way
right?
too much there. But
That's
yeah, where
pretty-
Lithy, where do you die?
Usually on the spinach side, on the right side, the undead mobs with all that green pools, that's usually the point where either the tank dies and everyone follows, or just some unexpected body pulling is happening, or a polymorph going off inside the party.
Yeah, and I myself, I definitely end up dying on nothing, actually, because I'm an incredible player. I would never make a mistake.
Of course
no,
not.
I
can't make a
I
mistake
normally
if you
get
don't get invited to the
distracted and
key.
end up just dying. Exactly.
Sorry, I had to jump on the bandwagon.
It happens. All right, ladies and
Well,
gentlemen,
game number
and we're
3 here,
loading-
kicking off. Yeah, currently a tiebreaker, Distracted versus Pain for Femme.
And
Nice.
I am
Absolutely.
really curious. I'm really curious if you
Absolutely,
don't mind me
absolutely.
taking this Psy, how they are going
Sure.
to handle this. I think we're not going to see the massive golem pull that we've usually seen in Natal so far. We just see I think it's one Colossus that's in there, or is it 2? It's actually 2 that they are dealing with here. One Mantle of Bonsamdi going off, but they are handling this really nicely. Just grabbing some percentages, popping the first Reaping Wave, going to that second part of the pull. I guess that's kind of the lack of the Mistweaver that they opted to go for a little bit of a different approach to this whole thing. Shadow Melding now at the top, dropping all of that Reaping and the ads. Well, at least the ads, some Reaping following them past into the Priestess Alonza fight.
This is really strange for me. This is not the route that we've seen Paint for Femme do previously. I mean, previously in Ataldazar, we've seen them twice run this route, and they've pulled all of that initial trash in, gotten up to 42% trash within that first pull, committing the Bloodlust. Here we see them load into this. They've pulled in a smaller pull. They've then skipped some of that trash, still committed the Bloodlust there. This is interesting. I don't know if it's kind of like, maybe they're just playing it weirdly safe. Maybe they're a little bit kind of up, like they weren't expecting the upset with Distracted taking this to a game 3. This is interesting.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's just the case. As I said, fairly confident when I'm saying that the Mistweaver is an instrumental piece in the puzzle. That is, that giant first pull Way of the Crane just offers way more throughput than a Druid can ever hope to put out in those few seconds. Of course, Restoration Druid, one of the absolute best Mythic Plus healers that we currently have, but you can't really compete with pumping out 20 million healing in 5 seconds as a monk, and that's really what is necessary if you are going to pull the mass of mobs that is standing at that stairs down there. But on the other hand, Distracted also doing some nice stuff on the right side of the dungeons, grabbing a bunch of these undead, having a Reaping Wave into that pack as well, finishing that off quite nicely. Their Unholy DK really being put on this spot here, popping off with some crazy DPS.
Well, on the side of Distracted, they are running that double DK combo. Let's see if they can get a grip of this dungeon and really take this series into a 2-1.
Oh, no,
we'll have to wait and see, but yeah, I did just do that. You're welcome. We actually see Distracted. They opt for this right side play. They're actually going to be doing Volcal first. Volcal is one of those bosses where it's very difficult to get Reaping into this boss, which if you can do it, you want to be doing it, right? This is definitely like, you don't really want to be doing any boss without trash. You have the Unholy DK here. That is what it is for. You want trash to be pulled into this boss. So it's kind of, I would have liked to have seen Distracted somehow find a way to, because you can get Reaping into the boss here. There's ways to do it. I haven't seen it being done in this tournament. So it seems like teams are just opting for a safer, route through this. But Distracted starting off with Volcal here, definitely getting more nastier bosses out of the way. I've seen people in tournament mess up the totems, and it can just end up going south very quickly. So they're going to have to be making sure that they're focused up there and they clean that up nicely. But we see Pain for Femme here. They're now opting for this pull that we're more used to, aren't we? We're used to seeing this from their Ataldazar. So good to see them getting a little bit more back on track here.
Exactly. These snaps with the little swords are more than the standard we've come to see from Ataldazar recently. Another variation of that pull, obviously, is snapping a bunch of mobs down onto Rezan himself, which we are encountering now. And as you already mentioned, Volcal in comparison, if you miss the totems, obviously Death and Decay is going to follow, because that boss fight just gets so much more rougher over time. And nonetheless, Rezan, the target now for Pain for Femme. Very simple single target boss, line of sight the fear, don't get caught by that. interesting little mini game they will be playing here with these Sky Screamers is the kick rotation on those, because if they grip them in and kick them properly, they will not have any issues, get some nice cleave DPS on the DKs. But if those fears go off, oh boy, you're in for a bad time.
And this is the overlap, right? It's the boss fear with the Sky Terror fear as well that they need to be careful of, right? If these overlap poorly, then you can find yourself trying to hide away, and then a fear comes in, as we've seen previously occur with Pain for Femme in Italazar on these Sky creatures, where fear has gone through and it's caused them to wipe on Razan. So they didn't actually end up pulling any trash into Razan, really. I think they had like 1 or 2 mobs, which may have even been reaping mobs. They're looking to cut this dungeon up into larger sections. And I don't know how I feel about it. I would have liked to have seen them go big here, but you know what? They're gonna play their own game, and they're gonna finish up Razan that no problem. They are 1 boss ahead, right? We've just seen Distracted and Pain for Femme dispatch of 2 separate bosses at the same time. Distracted do have to pick up the pace a little bit here if they are going to get back into this thing.
All right. Of course, a Distracted
Right,
having
so
3 deaths on the count as well. Oh.
Okay, so we are going to remake that game. Again, it looks like we went into that with the wrong affixes, a little bit unfortunate, but of course, in a fair tournament, we want to make sure that they are playing the affixes that these teams have prepared for. But let's talk about, how we saw them doing on Atoll. Based on that last run, Cyber, who do we think, can we see maybe who would have come out on top there for that last game?
It's interesting. I think now that Pain for Femme have had a chance to kind of get into those polls and try them a little bit, maybe they will commit to the polls that we're used to seeing from them in Italazar. I don't know, though. I think they are going to play this in a very similar manner. I think, it's hard to tell because, right, Distracted had the wrong affix on. They had Tyrannical on, I believe, instead of the Fortified, which, obviously, if Pain for Femme are doing these fortified bosses, they're going to be killed in half the time, right? So maybe we would have seen a lot more even of a play there if the affixes were correct there. So I think it's still anybody's game.
And based on their compositions, is there anything that we would want to see maybe in terms of like corruption? Do we think we know what gear that they're running? Anything special? Do you think, Lithy?
No, I don't think so. The comps are fairly straightforward, more or less. Meta picks. The only more or less outsider basically is the blood decay for me that we've not seen too much of. But I'm fairly sure that blood decays as well are just going for a big stack of versatile corruptions to get that damage taken care of, so to say. And otherwise, everything's straightforward. We've seen some Twilight Devastation on the warrior tank and everything else. Basically full standard, so I'm not really expecting anything fancy in those regards.
Yeah, and it it's just like a nice little practice run. But aren't blood DKs are going to be pretty good in Shadowlands, right?
I think I've seen them doing well. It's hard to know, though, because like every week there's just a new change, right? So it's hard to keep up with what tank is good. I'm sure there's a tier list out there somewhere. I'm sure someone can direct us to and let us know what the best tank is going to be.
Well, maybe I'll be definitely grabbing my Blood Decay as an alt for Shadowlands, so I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, it should be good. I'm excited for Frost DK to be good again, hopefully soon. That's my main class. I've just been trucking it away with Demon Hunter, and I'm tired of it. I'm tired of like 3-button rotation. But we should be getting into the game pretty shortly here as these teams remake their keys, wait for their cooldowns to reset. Game number 3, just as a reminder, if you missed the rest of this series, it's currently tied up 1-1. Pain for Femme went in this is potentially what maybe people would have predicted as to be the winner of this series here. Distracted has made an amazing run here in the lower brackets so far. They beat Size Doesn't Matter 2-0. Now they're tied up against Paint for Femme. They're one victory away from making it into the lower finals to face up against BDGG. So we can talk about that series potentially if that happens, BDGG versus Distracted. How do you feel like they would face up against that team, Cyber? Yeah, Size, pay attention. You're chatting. You're typing in the chat, sir. You're caught red-handed.
I'm dabbling in many fields right now. I'm actually playing a game of Amongst Us at the same time. I'm the imposter. No spoilers. No, I think BDGG has been a very strong team so far. They were going up against Self Perplexed, who with the second seed in this tournament. So BDGG going up against a very solid team there and put in a decent performance. So I feel like BDGG should technically beat Distracted, but Distracted have really been putting in the upset here and just knocking down these teams that we would have expected them to potentially lose to. So I'm going to say anybody's game still.
That's an easy answer. That's not fair.
But
we can get a little bit.
Take it.
Okay. All right. Okay. We'll see. We'll see. Mister, I'm distracting myself mid-tournament talking in chat. God, so unprofessional. Okay. Anyways, we are going to take a look at that team, BDGG. We can take a quick look at a video we have for them.
My name is Trill, Jeremy in real life. I am a Brewmaster Monk main in World of Warcraft, and I'm from Dallas, Texas.
My name's Kai, Daniel in real life. Mainly I play BM Hunter.
My name's Thalamir. They call me David in real life. I made a rogue, and I'm from France.
I'm Terrison. I go by Corey. I play Resto Druid on live, and I'm from California.
I'm Chow. I play Mage. I'm from California. My name in real life is Austin.
Yeah, the one thing that's nice about this event is that we're rotating tanks as well, like healers, tanks, and DPS, so we're all kind of playing every part of the game off and on. And so all of us share different responsibility each map we do, and all of us kind of get to experience the pressure of different roles, so it's nice.
It's going to be a lot more fun seeing classes that you don't usually see in this kind of competitive environment. The adaptation in routes that is also going to come, or the new things, it's going to be pretty cool.
Oh god, I got harpooned.
Remix.
You're just as hooked as the guy with the harpoon there.
What? Wait, what
I was
was
just
the
saying
question?
you're just as hooked on the you're just as hooked on the music as the guy was with the harpoon there.
Oh yeah, no, it's good. All these songs are total slappers, but it looks like the game here is ready. Our teams are now with the correct keys. It is game number 3. Paint for Femme tied up 1-1 against Distracted on Ataldazar.
All right, jumping right in, we again see Distracted jumping to that right side, grabbing those undead that totem needs to go, and of course Paint for Femme left side, big pull, double colossi growing in there hard, pumping out a big damage. I'm really curious what the DK is going to do there outside of dying. He's going to play Shadowlands early, I assume, but yeah, that's going to make this poll a lot spicier than it originally is. And the Demon Hunter, Shello, needs to really pick up the slack here. Femme taking some big damage going down there as well. That's too much to handle. Mevo needs to do everything he can. Sebek goes down again. The Druid trying his best to keep everyone alive as best as possible. These Colossi will be ramping up in damage as the other mobs dies because they are getting buffed. 10% HP left on that guy, 30 on the other. This is rough as heck for Paint for Femme. Pumping out some death is punishment timers here. This is rough, and again, why we are not seeing the really big pull on this side with the Resto Druid as the healer.
You know, I think they managed to clean up that pull nicely. I don't quite know how Sebek ended up going down there because he hadn't started to pop things. It looked like his damage hadn't even begun really to take off. So I don't think it was like damage. Oh, and as I'm saying that, Sebek And is it Shella go down as well? That's gonna
Fem
be
as well.
the full DPS team are just down, the full DPS squad. Ricky is now gonna have to 1v1 this reaping mob, and do they commit a battle res there?
No,
No,
Mewo actually was
Mewo
able,
was able to get out of
checkmate.
combat. Yeah, he was able to get out of combat and get that res up. So Ricky there just dicing with the reaping mob, just keeping in combat, and then ending up pulling the rest of this trash here. But they're gonna have to get back on form here on the side of Pain for Femme. They're just having a few little jitters here, getting back into this final game of the series. But on the side of Distracted, they're doing a splendid job there.
Yeah, they are replaying this big pull they've done the previous attempt as well, but this time it's fortified. So they are also suffering some losses here to their DPS. Hunter going down here for Distracted. That's unfortunate, but we can see how empty the side of the dungeon is. They pulled a lot of trash here, and let me tell you, this trash is anything but pleasant to play. These guys hit like trucks and are super nasty in general. So that's ambitious, and it's good to see they managed to get through this fairly cleanly, just suffering, I think, 1 or 2 deaths. Oh, actually, it's 6. Never mind that.
Like,
that's rough.
Yeah, I cast to cuss them, because as we jumped over to him and I said, "Oh, they're doing a decent job cleaning up this right side of the of the corridor." They then end up racking up a couple deaths. I feel like I'm to blame on that one, so apologies, Distracted. That one's on me. But yeah, this isn't a route that we often see. Actually, I don't. Most people or most teams will either go down to Razan or they'll go straight on the left side down the stairs towards Priestess Alunza. So this is definitely an interesting route by Distracted to go on that right side, because those honor guards are very scary trash mobs to deal with. You have to really go through the rhythm to kill them. You have to kill the totem. You need to make sure that you're looking out for the shield bashes on the other mobs and looking out for the casters there as well, and watching out for hexes and whatnot. And then you have to deal with the honor guard, right? So it's not, I would say, like the optimal routing, but I think if Distracted can play it out clean and get through Volcal this time on a fortified setting, then they're gonna be in a solid position here. But Volcal is still up on the side of Distracted. Pain for Femme, Priestess Alunza is down, and they're moving on, just happily waiting for this fire, taking a moment's respite, taking an opportunity to pet res and whatnot before they continue on.
Yeah, he received a blazing burial there on that corridor. That's not really what you want to see, but the snap, this is what you want to see. Ricky pulling those mobs over to just have his DPS go to town on them. Looking really good. The Twilight Devastation hammering away at that. The tank pumping out 700k DPS. That's some lucky RNG. You love to see it. That feels really good. They'll be finishing up those Honor Guards, Sky Screamers, and Swords really, really quick and jumping down to Rizan right after. And yeah, you mentioned the Honor Guards on the side of Distracted. Of course, we have the Blood Decay in there as well as the Unholy Decay. So Control Undead, definitely an option that the tank is going for here, grabbing some extra DPS by having that pet on his side. So definitely making nice use of the utility, maybe incorporating that into the route a little bit, which is why they are going for Volcal first. But yeah, Pain for Femme starting off really strong again within this dungeon in terms of pacing. Well, if we forget about that little mishap at the first pull there.
Absolutely. Both teams here have made some mistakes, both racking up a few deaths on the side of both teams. So it's showing that it's still anyone's game in this final of the lower bracket. I believe the semifinals. So it's definitely interesting seeing these teams still battling it out in this third game. Like I say, still anyone's game. And it's interesting to see here as well on the side of Pain for Femme dealing with these Sky Screechers. They have to be very careful, as we've mentioned previously, to be very careful with how they deal with these fears, right? Because they need to make sure that they don't stun or CC these Sky Screamers at the same time as these casts go down, because someone can commit an interrupt or like go to interrupt the mob then gets stunned, stops casting, and immediately will start recasting after it comes out of its stun. But if somebody already pre-commits their interrupt, not expecting that stun to go down, then they can end up getting feared. So they have to be very careful there with that, and not get too distracted by the big lumbering dinosaur screens there on the side of Pain for Fem. But they're dealing with that nicely, and those screamers are down now.
Yeah, communication, not just here, but in general, is a big point the teams need to be on top of their game for. And yeah, Rizan going down for Pain for Fem, keeping up the pace here, looking really solid, 56%. I guess we'll see Ricky snapping some more swords onto the side of that little ledge here, looking very strong. Ooh, some snapback onto one of the DPS, but he regains aggro in a heartbeat, looking really solid. Swords are just completely annihilated. Shelle popping off some crazy DPS there with his Demon Hunter. There's the next bunch of mobs getting snapped in there. The Reaping Wave rolling in. They are really happy. Sebek is gonna love this.
Even Preach was absolutely stoked there in that pull. That pull was quite ambitious, and it was definitely a mouthful there. So well played by Pain for Fem to just pull that off. And I wanted to bring our attention to the fact that we've been saying that Pain for Fem haven't been doing this same pull in this Atau Czar that we've seen them previously do. And something to definitely worthy of note is the fact that they haven't had access to the Mistweaver Monk as they have played on previous Atau Czars. So that would make a lot of sense as to why they're not going for these massive pulls and why they've had to kind of drop the pull count down a little bit, because they're playing the Resto Druid, not the Mistweaver. And we know that Mistweaver with the Way of the Crane, with things like Revival and Cocoon, like they're able to deal with very delicate situations. Do we have a death there?
Yeah,
on the side
the
of Distracted?
Death Knight
They're gonna clean this up though.
Yeah, they're gonna clean this up. I think since they took care of the swords at the start, I think at least he's going to be able to just run back and reconnect with his team. No, actually, he has to go around the side. That costs a little bit of time. The Death Knight honoring the death part of his name there a little bit. That's unfortunate, but we do have a nice side-by-side currently. Both teams on the same pull, the same snap spot there, with the middle peg sitting there. So more or less 50% done for both teams, with the very decisive difference that Pain for Fem has a tank that is almost about to die and has Rizan already dead.
Yeah. That was close. Ricky there just keeping a very straight, stern face, not letting it sway him. He was just there smacking his buttons and soldiering on as he gets healed up to full. So no worries there. I mean, the most dangerous part in a lot of these trash packs is that initial, I'd say 5 to 10 seconds, right? It's that first section of the pull, just as the tank's trying to grab in the aggro, the DPS. It's a very delicate battle trying to figure out when is the right time to start blasting as a DPS player, because you need to make sure that everyone is set up correctly, that the tank is ready, getting threat and in position, that the misdirects or the tricks of the trade have gone out appropriately, and that you're then able to then start pumping DPS. So we do occasionally see deaths coming out from players, and I think that's a lot of the missing pieces of the puzzle there, as to why that occurs, is just DPS maybe just a little bit out of sync with their tank and end up just snapping a little bit of that aggro off the mobs, or maybe a slight mispositioning, and it can all go wrong. So it's a very delicate balancing act that takes a lot of practice for these teams to get that right. And sometimes you can do a pull 1,000 times, and on just one of those, you end up just popping off a little bit too quickly, and it can spell disaster for you. So yeah, that's just a little insight there.
Yeah, very interesting, and a really good point you bring up, especially if we look kind of at the history of tanking a little bit. Aggro has becoming the last few expansion, I'd say, less of a problem, so to say. Like tanks are able to grab and hold aggro much easier, but we can see that here in these high level keys, Meanwhile, Ricky kind of grabbed some aggro there on the mobs, needs to sacrifice his life while waiting for the mass res from his healer. That's a few seconds they'll have to add to their counter. But yeah, as you already said, grabbing those on-point misdirects, those on-point tricks, communicating properly with the team, it's so important in these crazy, especially when it comes to snapping large numbers of mobs onto little ledges and just annihilating them. So mistakes happen there, and Distracted definitely being able to recover from that quite nicely. Rizan looking good for them, and Vocal is the target now for Pain for Fem.
Yeah, Pain for Fem, very close there. Ricky procking double Twilight Dev on that totem that he was helping out with there, and almost actually knocked it down to 0% health, which oftentimes means the totem is dead. So that was very close. Ricky had to jump away from that as soon as he possibly could, because that was almost going down when some of the other totems was still at 50-60% health. So that was sometimes corruption can end up biting you in the behind a little bit. So definitely have to be careful of that one. But Ricky plays it cool, calm, and collected, as we often see from the man. A very a veteran player who's just showing his caliber, just able to pick up anything. I mean, we've seen him blasting on the mage today. Absolutely. We've seen him pumping on DPS as tank. It doesn't matter. He'll just do it. He gets into it. So great to see it. We've seen a lot of people complimenting Trell, for example, as well for his performance in this tournament, and he's been doing a great job. But something that's been interesting for me is when everyone mentions the fact that Trell's been playing like 3 different roles, going from DPS, tank, and healers. Well, if he's doing that, then other people on his team are also having to do that and swap around. So I think definitely just kudos to the whole team with their ability to kind of play different roles, and great to see in this tournament that people have stepped up to the plate, because I know for a lot of people, they say, oh, well, in this tournament, we still have people playing meta specs. What's the point? And that kind of thing. And I can see where people are coming from, because they want to see something, like a enhancement shaman, for example. But it's great that we are still seeing those things, as well as putting these players on their toes and putting them on their back foot and saying, hey, how well can you play a tank as a healer main? And how well can you play a fire mage, actually? Can you press your boost like anyone else?
Hey, do we have someone who can like play a warlock for
don't
that
say
key?
it.
Or
okay.
Maybe a feral.
I thought you were going to go with the feral druid joke. I was going to be like, hey, I'll have the night off. But no, warlock indeed. Warlock indeed is nice when those pop out with there.
What's going to be really interesting here is the Sky Screamer coming in for the Yasma boss fight. Yasma, obviously one of the bosses with one of the highest health pools in terms of 5-man dungeon bosses. So this fight is gonna take a decent amount of time usually, but Pain for Fem, they are just shredding through this health bar like crazy, already on 60%. This is looking amazing. They have this Sky Screamer CC'd at the side. They will not be bothering with that to skip the Reaping Wave at the end that would proc if they went for that 100% trash count. Maybe they will pull that in at the end of the fight to maybe to get get a bit of additional funnel DPS for Sebek on his DK, but I don't think they will. They will just be playing this hopefully fairly cleanly. I think they lost someone in between there, right? This is looking decent so far nonetheless.
Yeah, they're through the thick of it now on the side of Pain for Fam. They are. It looks like they're going to be taking this series against Distracted. They got to be careful of that Skyscraper though, with that fear. Okay, they managed to play it out. Okay, but that was close. It was just through the gate there, and that could have spelled disaster. But they managed to just play that out cleanly. Distracted put in a really good show in this tournament. They've gone into battles which they may have not expected to particularly win, and they've got themselves this far into the lower bracket semifinals, going up against one of the best teams in the world, Pain for Fem. So this is great to see from Distracted. I definitely would like to see more from them in the future, and wish them all the best of luck preparing for the Shadowlands. But Pain for Fem, they're going to be taking this series 2-1 and going on to face BDGG in the lower finals.
Yeah, you pretty much nailed that nail on its head, so to say. Very well played from Pain for Fam, but also Distracted. I'm really excited what we'll see next from those guys.
Can you hear me?
I think I can hear you, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Hello?
All right. I was talking earlier and I don't know if I was muted or not still, but we're back. All right. I was just going to say, yeah, well done by Distracted. It's cool to see an underdog team do so well and almost be able to win that series against Pain for Fem. But like you guys said, that's going to be a 2-1 victory for Pain for Fem. They will be moving on to the lower finals. But I just want to reiterate for you guys watching in chat, for that remake, that game number 1, that mistime there, that was a miscommunication from our side, from the admin. So that one was not on Distracted. And that the wrong affix combo, it wasn't noticed by anyone. Letting a team win with the wrong affix combo is not going to be okay. And we know that it's a little bit frustrating, but you know, in the interest of tournament integrity, we did decide to let that be a remake. You guys in chat really need to trust our admins. We don't have a specific ruling for that situation as of now for remaking keys. So we made that call and that's what we're going to run with. So well done by both of those teams. Paint for Fem going to come out in a 2-1 fashion. And how do we feel like that last run went for Paint for Fun at Fem? I mean, that's kind of exactly how we expect them to perform, Liffy.
The run in general was fairly clean, especially once we got the parse that first rough patch with the Colossi at the start of the dungeon, where they suffered some deaths, but after that, it looked pretty decent and fairly clean, finishing off with a decent time. So, yeah, looking forward, I'm really starting to wonder, like, how long can these guys hold on that absolute top level, because that was a tough series. Distracted really kept them on their toes, and now they're going up against BDGG next. That's not going to be an easy matchup. I'm really wondering how good their mental fortitude is now.
It's true. I mean, at this point, they've played 2 games already today. BDGG has been sitting there in the lower final spot, waiting for an opponent all day. Cyber, what does that take for a team like Paint for Fem in this position to be able to have that mental fortitude, to be able to perform at that top level as long as this in a tournament setting?
You know, it's going to sound funny, but I actually think playing all day is in a way an advantage, because you're kind of just running on adrenaline, right? And you're just like, you've got that practice in, you've got that coordination, you're just in that rhythm, you know, that you've dusted off the cobwebs, so to speak. So I actually feel like going into it, it sounds weird, but I feel like Paint for Fem have an advantage. They've gone through that mental tilt and recovered from it, and back into it and recovered from it, and they're just ready to play. BDGG might go into this first game and they've still got to get into the swing of things. I mean, we know that they will have been practicing all day as well, but it's different when you're live on the big stage. So, yeah, I think Paint for Fem might actually be able to hold it together.
Okay, all right. Cyber is going to predict a Paint for Fem win here for the lower finals. Is that what you want to go with?
You know, it... Yeah, we'll go Paint for Fem. Sure.
Okay. Sure. Lithy, do you want to make a quick prediction before we go to break here?
Psy was praising Trell so much just now. I think BDGG has that, so I'll be with Trell on this side.
All right. Well, we will see you shortly. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we're going to go a little bit more in depth about that last series, and then we are going to see Paint for Fem face off against BDGG in the lower finals.
Well, welcome back from break, everybody. I am Tettles, joined by Undad, and we were just here to watch the Paint for Femme match, and they were ending up taking the series 2-1. Dad, how did you feel about the whole entire endeavor?
Well, I kind of all over the place among the three matches. We obviously had some remakes happen. We had Femme play really clean in the first match, Paint for Femme play a little less clean in the second match, and then come back and kind of tie things up in the last match of the day. Starting off with the Siege, they kind of just did their thing. They went through, they had good meld skips on their spotter. They managed their spotter through Banana Town well. Took out, basically didn't need to do any damage to any of the Buccaneers or anything through there, and actually pulled off the 3 Crusher pull, which we don't see everybody always get the pathing correctly, because you have 3 separate paths on the 3 Crushers in there, and you want to try to get them all synced up and pulled together. That's the first one we've seen done successfully so far this tournament, so it was really nice to see that. And then we have a clip showing a nice little meld skip that they had off some big bolstered commanders towards the end of the Siege. I think they're the small screen here, as they're dropping the spotter sighted artilleries on the remaining of the mobs that come out here from the third boss Hadal, and then they meld off the commanders and go into the boss, reset their bolster stacks.
And that's why they are running Alliance for the Siege of Borealis, because historically, if you're going to be like walking straight through Monkey Town and not like back pulling to avoid Hadal's RP, then you would just normally end up playing Horde side Siege of Borealis. But since it is a bolstering environment in Siege, Paint for Femme elected to, like you said, meld off that big spotter. So,
yeah, and from that point, they clean up the dungeon, they take their victory, and they're hanging out. And then Shrine, we actually saw them do some riskier stuff in a clip we have in Shrine, which led to them falling behind. This is the first pull. This is probably the most volatile pull of the dungeon, just because you have to beat the heal cast. You have a few spiritualists in here who all full heal, along with a bunch of attendants, and you don't have enough kicks for everything. No matter what comp you run, you don't have enough. The Vengeance Demon Hunter obviously helps with the Sigil of Silence and the Sigil of Chains, but that on top of Explosive, just kind of, this pull gets out of hand real easy, real quick, and they fell behind from here, and that's what ended up letting Distracted take it. Distracted played like a very safe route, but made very few mistakes, right?
Distracted had a lot of problems, I felt like, in the Siege of Borealis, especially in the initial points of it, but were absolutely able to come back in the Shrine of the Storm. And like you said, they didn't like do the most flashy stuff, but they played a really clean and consistent route in that Shrine of the Storm. And I feel like they also did something similar in the Atal Dazar. Just overall, they were able to recover from the mistakes that they had in the Siege of Borealis, and were kind of able to just piece together what looked like their version of a consistent and strong route. Paint for Femme, though, just a little bit faster at times.
Yeah, definitely. Paint for Femme we actually seen them be faster, I think, in Atal Dazar earlier in the tournament, when they had everybody on more comfortable roles. I think I'm pretty sure Femme was tanking in the previous Atal Dazar in the tournament, and they went bigger. Right? So they went bigger, so they cut it down a little bit, and ended up pulling it off. Their run's still very good, obviously. But we actually have a funny clip here from Atal, showcasing the difficulty of multi-classing and playing pet classes. So anybody who's watched Atal in a tournament setting knows all the snaps that happen. And anybody who's played Hunter or Unholy Decay knows how obnoxious all these snaps are for both of those classes and specs. So if we watch the damage meter as this clip rolls, we will see that Shelly DH is hard carrying this part of the dungeon, because obviously Femme and Sebek are on off rolls here. This is probably not as comfortable. This is not the main comp that they run in here. So the little things about playing pet classes are not as natural to them. But a testament to them being able to at least pull off the victory and have a really good run, even with like some little hiccups here and there. But all in all, I was happy to see what they had.
And like you said, second comp for the dungeon. I mean, it's just part of how the format works for this like style of event, where sometimes you have to practice 2 separate comps for a dungeon. I want to say Sebek told me that this is like his 3rd time ever playing Unholy Death Knight in Atal Dazar. I suspect Femme not exactly used to the nuance of playing Beast Mastery Hunter with the snaps. I mean, it's really complicated, but they were able to pull it out. and we're able to move on, and they will be facing off against BDGG in the next series.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that series is going to be close, kind of just as close, maybe not just as close, maybe closer than this one, but for different reasons. I would expect both these teams to be very practiced in the next series. I think Paint for Femme probably planned to be in this lower final, so they probably invested a bit of time into practicing those dungeons. BDGG obviously has had all day since they've gotten up today to practice for this. So we'll see how it goes. I think we'll go to game 3 here. I'm not ready to make a prediction.
Okay.
I think both teams are really solid. Maybe you want to take a dive into that, Tettles, and throw somebody under the bus real quick.
I think it'll be a game 3 as well. I'm not exactly sure who will win, but without further ado, I think we're ready to go back to the casters and the host, and we have some videos of the teams as well that we would like to showcase at some point. So stay tuned for those. We will see you guys later.
Thanks, guys, for that analysis. Looking forward to this next series, BDGG versus Paint for Femme here. Preheat, welcome back. Before we move on to talking about the series, let's hear your take on that last series. Kind of intense, huh?
Yeah, I mean, wow, that was probably a little bit bigger of a break than BDGG was expecting. They definitely got some time to, either take a quick nap or get some practice runs in. I think that, in this situation, I know I'm going to disagree with you, Cyber, on this, but I definitely think it's better to have that time and be able to choose what you're doing with it. The pros and cons of like being warmed up, like Paint for Femme going into this match versus getting to kind of choose exactly which pulls you want to practice. I definitely think that BDGG really, really, really is going to hope to secure this in the first, the first 2 matches of this next set here. So. Be interesting to see.
Yeah, and this is going to be an interesting map pool as well for this upcoming series here. It sounds like BDGG have not yet practiced Waycrest, so let's hope that they don't on that sake get to that game here for that map. But what about you, Cyber? What do we think here of these compositions on the board right now? Oh, never mind.
Oh, well, the comps are gone. I might have a slight delay. Yeah, I can't take in all that information at once, but I think in general...
That's okay, you can move on.
In terms of these dungeons, I think it's going to be interesting. Paint for Femme are going to have to come and redeem themselves in that shrine and see if they can... Because we're definitely going to get that one in the game too, so we'll have to see how they handle that. The interesting thing, as we say with this tournament, is the fact that the way it works with having to switch roles or potentially or having to switch spec each time. So going into a new series can dramatically change the result of each dungeon, because a Shrine of the Storms on your game 1 compared to your game 2 or a game 3, you could be running a very different comp each time. So it really comes down to how they're going to go about strategizing where they're playing what. And so I think that's going to be the interesting thing to look at going into the series.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting as well. Like you guys have previously mentioned, Paint for Femme already played 2 series today. BDGG has not yet played, but Paint for Femme, we've seen them quite a bit today. So let's get a little bit more insight into that team. We do have a video about them for you guys.
What's up? I'm Fab.
Hello, my name is Kjelle, or Kjelle Tiven. I play DPS and I live in Oslo, Norway.
I'm the tank. Hi, I'm Michael. I play healer. I live in Stockholm, Sweden. I'm the brains.
So my name is Sebastian, but people call me Sebe or Sebek, and I play DPS.
I'm insane.
I'm Ricky. My name is Daniel. Like to refer myself as a Windwalker player, but they're trash, so please fix them so we can play them again.
Femme plays Demon Hunter tank, right, in Shrine. You skip a lot of trash with the Fear Guy after second boss, and then you snap him onto the bridge. The only way you can get to the snap spot is by double jumping as the Demon Hunter. And then he procs the Twilight Dev as he's snapping, and it just murders his face. And then we're like standing there in the corner, and it's a real run, so it's like we're losing an attempt in Shrine in our time trials because of it, because we cannot get up to the portal. That's like five yards above our head.
I like how most of them were pretty well thought out answers, and then you have Fem just, hello, I'm the tank, I'm insane, what's up?
I'm the big brain. Yeah.
What more do you want from the man?
It's true. It's true.
Honestly, you gotta respect it.
You do. I respect it for sure. Do you agree with that sentiment, Preheat? Is Fem the brains of Paint for Fem?
Well, his name is in the name of the team, so I gotta assume that he is entirely correct in everything he says. Because they're standing by him, and his name is in the team name. So yeah, definitely the big brains,
I
definitely
disagree.
the big tank, definitely insane player.
Fem isn't the brains; he's the smile.
What does that mean?
Any smiles in chat?
Yeah.
Oh goodness gracious! Oh my god! I like this emote. This
Fem smile.
this Fem TV head is probably my favorite emote. If more people have that, I would really like it. If you guys could spam it, because that's great. But that's a lovely video. And with that, I think we can also take a look at the BDG video we have as well for you guys. We can see maybe what we can learn about them as well.
My name is Trill, Jeremy in real life. I am a Brewmaster Monk main in World of Warcraft, and I'm from Dallas, Texas.
My name's Kai, Daniel in real life. Mainly I play BM Hunter.
My name's Thalamir. They call me David in real life. I made a rogue, and I'm from France.
I'm Terracin. I go by Corey. I play Resto Druid on live, and I'm from California.
I'm Chow. I play mage. I'm from California. My name in real life's Austin.
Yeah, the one thing that's nice about this event is that we're rotating tanks as well, like healers, tanks, and DPS, so we're all kind of playing every part of the game off and on. And so all of us share different responsibility each map we do, and all of us kind of get to experience the pressure of different roles, so it's nice.
It's going to be a lot more fun seeing classes that you don't usually see in this kind of competitive environment. The adaptation in routes that is also going to come, or the new things, it's going to be pretty cool.
Oh god, I got harpooned.
Remake this entire tournament the KeystoneMasters Cat Jam. Yep.
Let's hear me out there.
Oh, yeah. All right, well, we are going to be moving on to the lower finals here. First game in this dungeon pool is going to be Junkyard with, well, let me look at the affixes. It's going to be Workshop, right? Yeah, Workshop.
Yeah,
Workshop, Tyrannical, Bursting, and Skittish. Where are we going to see these teams struggle here preheat?
Yeah, I knew why you thought that was Junkyard. You're probably looking at Radio.io, right? Yeah, no. So
Yep.
Workshop, this is
Thanks.
so we already saw BDGG in Workshop, before they when the boys took them out in that first match. I guess the biggest thing in Workshop in terms of a time save, if you're talking about Tyrannical, honestly, it's going to be like the first boss, and it's really just going to be dependent on those hammers. And one thing about the hammers that people don't realize is that it actually is a like timed thing, kind of like Ignite. It's actually based on server tick. So basically what we're going to hope for both of these teams on that first boss is just that their server ticks are good and that they're able to get the boss in the right position and that they're able to bait out 5 hammers every single time, because that's by far like the biggest time saver you can have. One thing that's interesting about the comps here though, we actually have Trell DPSing and we have Cry tanking.
Interesting.
Yeah, so just
do you think
something
about
to
that?
take note of.
How do we feel about
I think of it that, or what does Sai think of that?
I was gonna say Psy, but whatever, whoever wants to discuss. It's an open floor here.
I didn't quite hear what the question was. Apologies. I got like the first half of it.
I was just gonna say we've. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. There's a little delay here. So, yeah, basically, I'm asking you, Sai, what do you think of, since we're talking about Trell like multi, rolling all the time, what do you think of Cry tanking here and Trell DPSing?
I think it's an interesting one. I think it comes down to how confident the players feel in this multi-rolling setup. Because if you're BDGG and you haven't practiced that Waycrest, right? You want to win in these first 2 games. So I feel like you really want to commit your best possible comps and players on those roles that they main going into these first 2 games. So it could be an interesting one. I mean, obviously Cry is a phenomenal player as well, so they should be able to be fine in this. I don't think Workshop is one of those dungeons that's too I'm gonna say eventful, right? So I think it's probably actually a pretty solid plan to commit that here. I don't know what Ricky's quite doing there, just sitting waiting for the gateway. What was that about?
Yeah,
That
it looks
just
like
the
we
bursting,
had a
right?
BDGG death right out of the gate. Yeah, as they're getting the Platinum Punisher over on or sorry, I misspoke there. We're looking at BDGG on the big screen. I believe that was Paint for Femme. I'm getting a little confused by the my bad, my
no,
bad.
Yeah,
it is
BDGG
that
was
experienced the
down
wipe there.
bottom.
Oh, it looks like yeah, sorry. So yeah, I mean, like what we saw there, just to kind of go back to the first poll and the execution of it, right? There's basically like 2 different flavors you can have when it comes to those mobs. You can opt to have the whole team come in and basically CC those ads on top of the hammer and have the hammer take care of them for you. Or you can opt to have, basically the rockets, the detonations, basically just have your DPS take care of it. There is actually a third option though, which is just send your tank in by themselves. And as long as they're able to survive it, the mobs will basically build themselves up. So lots of different ways to handle that poll. But as you can see, moving on to the boss, everyone is trying to bait those hammer slams. We want to have basically as much damage as possible on No Mercy for You from the hammer. This is by far the biggest time save you can have, especially on Tyrannical, because that hammer really, really chunks the boss. I mean, just watch as it makes contact there with No Mercy. Really big dam, and you definitely don't want to be near it while the flame jets are happening.
Which is
this
bringing
is one of those
Ricky down
situations
very
where
low in Sebek here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like the flame jets that's definitely the part to kind of be watching everyone's HP bar, because it's going to be the most dicey part of this fight. But yeah, I mean, like really what this fight comes down to is getting that first hammer hit. That's kind of dependent on RNG. It's kind of dependent on server ticks. Aside from that, baiting out every subsequent hammer hit. And obviously the tank needs to position, the Platinum Pummeler as they move around the room. Be mindful of mines, be mindful of saw blades. There's a lot going on, but both teams doing pretty good on this boss, it looks like.
Absolutely. The name of the game on this one is definitely to try and beat out that second vent flames, because you kind of expended all of your cooldowns and all your defensives on staying alive in that initial one. You don't want to then have to be met with a second vent of flames, but both teams, they're able to dispatch of the tank at least. BDGG move on. They've already cleared the first boss, though. Pain for Femme, they're just lagging behind a little bit. They're still dicing with, dueling with Tussle Tonk there, so they're gonna have to pick up the pace there. But, the Platinum Pummeler there, they're gonna have to pick that up. But on the side of BDGG, we see this big pull that they're going into here that we are very fond of and very used to by now. They've got to be very careful with these bursting stacks. Those slimes go down. Anyone in line of sight just gets blasted by that AoE effect. And then on top of that, there's the bursting, but they do very well here. Tarasen is just doing a solid job at keeping everyone alive, proving that you don't always need that Mistweaver Monk. You can opt for the Druid, and he's still pumping up on the healing, still pumping some decent damage. He was above 100k. Like, that's some decent damage for the fact that there was so much AoE damage going out on the rest of the group. So
I mean,
great
so
to
like,
see. And
did you see the distance Dalamir covered there? It's actually crazy. So he didn't even line of sight, I don't think, the slimes. He just like ran really, really, really far. That was nuts. Yeah, like that's something that definitely like a deep can only do. So just kind of to unpack a lot of what's happened in these first couple polls. So we still, send them out with the trash. They go down below. Basically, the name of the game is you want to get all those slimes together, but you don't want to kill them early, because if you kill a slime early, you're going to end up having that damage from the slime exploding after it dies. So basically, you want to group them all up, and then you want to take care of all of them. You can either do that with Cujo, because you can actually have this crate as line of sight, basically, or you can do it like right before, which is probably the safer route to take. BDG definitely, GG definitely taking that route. But you know, just talking about the first boss and the amount of time it took, because I think that's kind of the biggest thing, the biggest factor so far, and like why BDGG is so far ahead at the moment. It really just came down to those hammer hits, I feel like. And obviously, you know, we can have the analysts take a look at that. But I would put money on just them really min-maxing each hammer, really having all of those hammers have all 5 members baiting them, because that boss differential is not a DPS thing. There's just no way.
The thing for me as well is we're seeing on the side of Pain for Fem an interesting comp decision. They opt for the Fire Mage and they opt for the Destro Lock, I believe it was, on the side of Shella here. So they should have a lot of single target potential. And ultimately, even though they were slower on that first boss, they should in theory be able to catch up by making up time on these bosses here, because BDGG don't quite have as much single target as Pain for Fem do here. So we'll have to see if they can just get down to business and just pump some damage into Kujo here and just get back on track. But we see BDGG, they've already moved on past Kujo. They are beyond the mini boss, the conveyor belt that everyone forgets about. That is the mystery boss that just gets added in there, and they're already clearing up that trash, moving on, or getting ready to shortly be moving on to potentially their first pillar, which we'll see. That's normally a standard awakened pillar, isn't it? Probably the only one we're going to see in this dungeon before last boss, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and it makes sense, right? Like, you do not want to have to do the alarm robot little gauntlet, right? Like, you just don't want to have to do that. It's really, really bad. It's not, I mean, it takes a long time. It's very easy to mess it up. And
the gateway. Sorry to interrupt.
The warlock. The warlock utility is off the chain. Absolutely. Yeah. This is another one of those situations like the freehold we saw earlier, where warlock, definitely can help out your group, especially for folks like Ricky on fire here. Mage doesn't really have a way to handle that conveyor belt. Blink does not do you any favors there. Most of the time, you just end up blinking backwards. So yeah, it definitely helps to have a good friendly warlock in your team. One thing that's interesting about this poll right here, we do have a priest, so we might actually get to see a Poggers mind control squirrel. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool to see.
I think Pain for Fem they've gone with they've done a very good job at committing to a very good composition here. I think they've definitely planned this out well. And I mean, we can even see here that I think I'm counting up the ratios here. Are they all Void Elves?
They're all Void Elf.
So what are we going to see here?
So here's what they're
going to allow them to do.
Yeah, so here's what they're going to do. So you can actually blink past the gate after the big boy spawns here in this gauntlet. Essentially, anytime in the Mythic Plus that you're just killing one mob, that's bad. You don't want to just be killing one mob. Like, it's always basically a DPS loss if you're killing just a single mob. And obviously the Blastitron X80, I believe that's the number. That mob is probably one of the biggest time losses you can have. Here we go. See, the mage just blinks straight through, doesn't even need Void Elf for that. Everyone else is Void Elf. They can do this tech as well. This is actually a strategy that we saw first in the MDI with Complexity Limit. They all went Void Elf. I don't think it ended up being like that big of a time save for them, but it was interesting, and a lot of teams have kind of eyeballed that strategy since to kind of see if maybe it could work for them. But what's really cool about that tech is that you can actually do that as a mage before your team even goes across, and you can actually just sit up there the whole time. So like while the rest of your team is like fighting every single pack there, you can just be up top and you just avoid every mechanic. So it's great.
Yeah, that's fantastic. That's a really, I think it's a decent time save. Like you say, anytime you're fighting one mob is a bad time, and those crawlers just stay alive for so long, even on a tyrannical setting. It's just really inefficient. So, and like you say, there's a lot of mechanics to dodge, and you have to position well on that. So the fact that they are able to do that with the Void Elf skip is really good. And they shouldn't need, like, another point with bringing this Warlock is they don't need the Shadow Meld, because they're going to have the gateway for the last trash skip before the last boss.
Mhm.
Though they might actually, I'm just thinking with the percent now, they might actually have to kill that final trash pack. I don't know if you know off the top of your head how that trash is going to work, but yeah.
Yeah, so if you skip Blastitron X80, that means you're going to have to pull something else later on. So what they're probably going to do, what I would put money on, is they're probably going to take care of it after the last boss. Either that or they might do some sort of weird skip I'm unaware of, but more than likely they will defeat the last boss and then run back to the trash pull right before it and then kill like one mob really quick. But we'll end up seeing, obviously. I just wanted to quickly talk about BDGG. It was off screen, but we did actually have a Demon Hunter death there, so that's going to be 5 seconds added to the added to the overall time there. I'm not sure exactly what it was. I think they may have gotten a bit of a trim, but I'm not sure. But yeah,
they actually
I mean,
have 2 deaths on the side of BDGG total.
Yeah, I'm not sure when the first death happened. I'm just talking about the most recent one on this. It very well could have happened during this fight too. I could have just missed it, but yeah, I mean, this fight is like basically the fight basically ramps the whole time. The longer you're on that boss, the worse it is for you because the mechanics don't stop happening and they just kind of get layered on top of each other. So as you're taking care of basically as you're taking care of that boss there in the garden, just you have to be really, really mindful of the gears and everything kind of blends together. I don't know why, but basically they decided for this dungeon, everything in that room kind of just looks the same. And honestly, that's like really my only criticism of Workshop.
Pain for Femme, they were on the boss. Did they just have to hard reset there? They've got 4 deaths on the board.
It looks like it.
But looks like they had to hard reset there. So this is, I'm going to use the word disaster here because they were already behind BDGG, but not enough to count them out, right? But I think at this stage, BDGG moving on to the last couple trash pulls of this dungeon, Pain for Femme have got their, they've got their work cut out for them on this one in this workshop. Excuse the pun, because they're quite far behind now, especially on this tyrannical setting. Resetting a boss here is not what you want to see, especially if the DPS have committed cooldowns. But if they can get back into this, that would be great to see. But they're gonna have to really work hard to pull this one back.
Yeah, good catch there. A couple things, right? Obviously, Paint for Femme was already behind. And then if we look at the enemy forces, right? Because we had the skip earlier with the Void Elf and the Blinks. They're behind in mob count as well. I believe at this point, BDGG was around 82%, if my memory is correct about where you should normally be there. So they're definitely working at a disadvantage. They're going to have to take care of something after the boss. This is really not looking good for them. What they can really hope for here, because they can still bring it back, but really they're going to have to hope for a mistake on a level that's like cataclysmic, basically from BDGG in order to bring it. And if you're ever hoping on your opponent to just make a huge mistake for you to win, that win condition is not very good to be looking at. So moving back to BDGG, it looks like they are taking the Breaker of Heroes up the platform. They're going to pull them right into that boss room. And then they're probably gonna, start engaging with this last boss. So this could be, this is end up being a pretty quick key for them. Correct me if I'm wrong here, Cyber, but I believe their time trial time, not time trial time. Their match against the boys here in Workshop was actually a bit slower than this current run. And just to put out times, I'm pretty sure in their first run against the boys, I think that I think at this point the other team. Actually, no, this is a little bit behind. I believe the boys won that match 14 minutes, 9 seconds. Just looked it up. But yeah, so going into this poll, I mean, this is probably the most hype poll of the entire dungeon, especially if you're a Fire Mage. If you play Fire Mage and you do Workshop, which, by the way, Workshop should be the dungeon you do most, right? You need those bracers. This is a fantastic poll to do. Having the lieutenants up while you're combusting, having the ignite cleave to everything. From the boss is fantastic. It is interesting though that the Blood of the Corruptor is the guy that's still up here because he really does a lot of basically some room denial. But I guess with a Demon Hunter as like your melee DPS, you don't really have to worry that much, right? Like the only people who are going to suffer in this are like Cry, Dalamir, obviously, but Trell is going to be, sitting nice and pretty on that Hunter, just in ranged. Mage as well in range. Resto Druid could be weaving in and out, but just a little interesting tidbit. I'm surprised that they had him go down last there. But yeah, I mean, what else is there really to say? Do you think that there's any chance, barring just a full team wipe right now, that could bring Paint for Fem back into this match?
It would have to be a full team wipe, right? Like Paint for Fem have managed to catch up to the point that they're on this last little bit of trash before they go to the boss, and we are probably going to see this waygate go out, or this gateway, sorry, so that they can skip to the boss and then look to do. Oh, they're actually going to be looking to opt for the obelisk here, so they're going to be slowed down even more, right? So
yeah.
It would have to be a full team wipe here now for the side of BDGG, because then they'd have to obviously go and do all of the awakening mobs again on the boss. Just because they've killed them once doesn't mean that they're out, in the clear.
That
if they
Warlock
do wipe,
HP
they would have to
is so
go
low.
again.
Oh my gosh, they're all just hanging on by a thread.
Barely holding on.
Yeah, I don't even know if like a full wipe would even do it. Like I think they actually might need more than a full team wipe. So I mean, like that's a really bad situation. So the reason why they did that trash there the way that they did before the obelisk was they were catching up on mob count. So this is once again going back to the skip that we had earlier. That's basically them catching up in the mob count. But yeah, I mean, in this situation,
doing it like they do it on boss anyway, right? So I don't know why they didn't opt for the gateway and then just do Ogroth with the boss. Maybe they just didn't feel comfortable doing that many awakened mobs, that many lieutenants with the boss. But I mean, I'm sure that they probably know that they're behind. So I don't know why they maybe wouldn't have just done that.
I gotta tell you, Sai, the worst time to try and do the safe pull is when you're behind, right? Like whenever you're in the situation, like the only way I could see for them to really bring themselves back into the game would be to do some crazy risky stuff. They opted for the safe plays. I mean, ultimately, like BDGG just absolutely dominant in this match.
A little bit of BM there, not letting Tarasent just 1v1 King Mechagon. It's a fair fight, and they all just dogpiled on him, but yeah, BDGG taking that one.
What is that supposed to mean, Sai?
You have to let the healer 1v1 King Mechagon. It's like the fair fight, right? Like you respect the 1v1, Everyone else has to back off. You never done that?
Oh. No? No,
what I like to do is I like to see if I can one-shot King Mechagon, like with a glacial spike. That's the only reason to play Frost in this dungeon, honestly.
I just try not to fell rush off the edge in that last map. That's my main goal for that boss fight. But well done by BDGG for game number 1 here. Paint for Fem, you guys mentioned it a little bit. It seemed fairly even match about midway point there. And then they just kind of started to fall behind preheat. What exactly happened in that dungeon for BDG to finish so far ahead?
Well, I think it actually kind of came down to the Platinum Punisher and No Mercy for You. And just you could really see that BDGG has been practicing their hammers. Basically the amount of damage that they were able to output on that boss was just like so much more than Paint for Fem. I think they actually ended up basically clearing that boss like 30 or 40 seconds before. I'm not sure if I'm remembering that correctly, but it was pretty significant. Like that lead was pretty huge. Obviously, there were other things in the dungeon that kind of brought it more into like, are they going to win? Maybe not, maybe yes. But I think ultimately, though, it just came down to the play on those bosses. We had the reset as well on what's his name? Head Mechanist Sparkflux, right? So yeah, I mean there wasn't a lot that really could have brought Paint for Fem back. I feel like it's just kind of a culmination of a lot of small mistakes from Paint for Fem, and just the fact that BDGG just had a great showing, really kicked butt in this dungeon. So congrats to them.
Yeah. Yeah, props indeed. And it just goes to show, Cyber, how tough, how close this competition can be once we get closer and closer to the grand finals in this tournament. You know, these teams are just absolutely top tier. And in matches such as these, there's just really no room for any mistakes whatsoever.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the teams of these caliber, BDGG and Pain for Femme, if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile, and not just the mile, they'll take the win as well. They are going to capitalize on those mistakes. As I've alluded to, these teams are very well practiced, and they probably have the other teams, you know, on a second or third monitor or something like that, where they're able to kind of gauge where they're at. And I mean, I was impressed by Pain for Femme. Like, they clearly had this dungeon practiced, because you saw the moves that they had with the Void Elf, and with the composition, with the gateway movements and things like that. Like, they clearly had this put together. It's just a shame that it didn't end up working out the way they wanted it to.
Yeah, it's certainly a shame, not how any team would want that match to end for game number 1. But we are going to go to a map 2. We did just see the workshop. Now we're moving on to Shrine of the Storm. We have seen many great team fall apart in this next map here. It's going to be Fortified Explosive Grievous. What do we want to see here, Preheat, from Paint for Femme if we want to see them clean up their play and potentially tie up this series 1-1?
Okay, so I'm just gonna go out here and say it. I think that I think Paint for Femme has a chance if they win in this dungeon. So if Paint for Femme wins in Shrine, basically BDGG, like, even self-admittedly, is like, we didn't even practice Waycrest Manor, right? So if Paint for Femme, like, let's just say hypothetically, Paint for Femme said, okay, let's not even worry about workshop. Let's just focus on you know, Shrine. We don't have that much time to practice. You know, they knew they probably didn't know how long they would be in the matches before, but they knew they weren't going to be able to practice right before this match. So, you know, they probably thought, okay, well, if we can get Shrine, basically we can secure a win. So I think the thing to really be looking out for here is just which team ends up winning this match, because I think this might actually be like the biggest kind of crossroads in this series.
Okay, all right. So it sounds like we're gonna have a super intense game number 2 here. Cyber, do you want to make any predictions on who we think is going to be the victor for this next game?
So BDGG actually have the quicker time trial time on Shrine of the Storms compared to Pain for Femme. So, and we've seen Pain for Femme previously, I think against Distracted it was, where they had a very slow Shrine of the Storms, and they ultimately ended up losing that map. So if Pain for Femme can recreate their time trial time, it's still looking in favor of BDGG. But I like Preheat alluded to, if Pain for Femme can take this game, then I think that they can ultimately take the series. Because of the way that they played the workshop, Paint for Femme had they now have a lot of options available in this shrine with their DPS composition. They're able to bring in this BM Hunter, this Demon Hunter, and of course the Unholy DK as well. So they're looking strong with their composition for this one. So should be a good matchup.
Yeah, we can
absolutely
see here on the board, both compositions, both of these teams are going to play. Preheat, I cut you off.
Oh, I was just going to say, so looking at the time trial runs, since you mentioned that, when I looked it up, there's a differential of 20 seconds between BDGG's run and Paint for Femme, with BDGG being the faster team by 20 seconds. Now, this is time trials, right? You got to always keep it in your head. Whenever you're seeing time trial runs, that is the best run of multiple, as opposed to, you know, the best run period on the spot, right? Like, so consistency is really going to be kind of the biggest thing to look out for here. One team mistake is definitely more time than 20 seconds, right? So definitely, you know, keep an eye out for that play. Both teams are going to have to basically play out their minds here to reach that time trial time. And you know, if we see BDGG pull it together, you know, this is going to be an easy win for them. And if Paint for Femme takes it, well, we're going to probably see a really scuffed Waycrest. But you know what? I'm looking forward to it.
All right, gates are open. Shrine of the Storm game number 2. BDGG up 1-0 versus Paint for Femme.
Yeah, and we're going to see Pain for Femme trying out that pull that they'd done previously, and this time it's looking strong. However, they are slightly slower in this setup compared to BDGG, who were just quicker out the gate and just got there a little bit faster. And even having said that, Pain for Femme, they kill it quicker. They kill that quicker. So that is phenomenal to see that from Pain for Femme. What do you think now with this play on this obelisk? Are we going to see both teams opting to take the Void Weaver here, Preheat?
Okay, so we have a death right out the gate from BDGG. It looks like their Unholy Death Knight is dead on this pull. That's really not a good way to start off this dungeon. Like we were saying, it's going to require consistent play to be able to get through this at your time trial speed. I don't know about the obelisk. I assumed that they would probably take that first one, but I think ultimately in this dungeon, the big thing to look out for is kind of how the first three bosses are pulled with funnel, right? Like how much is being pulled during the bosses. That's kind of going to be the thing I think that decides like ultimately the overall time, aside from obvious deaths as well. So yeah, I mean, like it looks like BDGG is still just trying to kind of bring it back in this poll. I'm not sure what they're going to do exactly right after it, but I would presume that since they're so far up there and they aren't moving on, that they're going to take that obelisk.
Do you see that attendant? Oh, that's gonna be awful news for him. It's now gonna run all the way around. Hope that it doesn't pull the elemental there, because that could be disaster.
This
okay,
poll is super
that attendant
we have a
got
Hunter go down
bounced.
as well.
I think it's I think that attendant is playing with the new volcanic affix there. It just got bounced up into the air, making that pull very difficult. The BDGG they just get wiped there on this. This is going to be difficult to recover from, as you mentioned.
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
This is going to be difficult to recover from. You see him now just moving into this initial like room here, and just they're going to come clear up these attendants and or these initiates, apologies, and just get that extra trash count here. BDGG, they've got to get back on their feet.
Yeah,
11 deaths.
Basically, the start of this dungeon, I mean, like, I was about to say it was well played from Dalamir, being able to survive that amount, but that definitely wasn't worth 5 seconds, and then he ended up dying anyways to the explosives, which probably would not have been a problem had he been there a little bit earlier. So this is a situation where, it just seems to keep coming for them. Over on Pain for Fem's side, though, we've pulled the first boss here, and like I was mentioning before, I think the thing that's really going to kind of make or break the times in this dungeon, it's going to be the amount of funnel that they can bring onto these bosses. Now, obviously, whenever the boss splits into 3, you have to be really careful, because if you're caught out, on Aquaseer's, whenever he makes his Aqualings come out, and you don't know where you're standing, or maybe you just, mindlessly goofed on that, you can get Surging Rushed, and that will probably end up being a one-shot unless you have some sort of cheat death. So, ultimately, though, Pain for Femme is doing great. I'm sure at this point they probably realize that they have a pretty significant lead here. So we might see some safety plays, but it's still, I'm sure, going to be interesting. So definitely a little bit surprising. I wasn't expecting, that, I guess, that sort of misfortune on BDGG's end, at least at the start of the dungeon. But here we are. So Sai, what do you think of this next poll? Because I know that there's like kind of a couple different ways to do like the middle part of this dungeon. What sort of strategy do you think these teams are going to be using?
Well, we've seen this from Pain for Femme before. They're going to pull Heldis to the side here. Ricky's going to feign death there, and then they're going to be looking to do this reasonably sized inside pull. They are then probably going to do Rune Carver alone, or near enough alone, and then end up chaining in a pack just after that. The reason for this is they do a semi-big pull here. It then gives them time to get their cooldowns back available to then take in to the second boss, the Tide Sage Council there. So it's going to be a decent pull. I don't think it's as big as they potentially could do. So little things like this, where they end up doing they do something that could be done in one pull in 2 pulls, it means that it's gonna give BDGG opportunities to get back into the fight here. So Pain for Femme, they like Shrine of the Storms is a delicate dungeon. It's one of those that has so many opportunities for mistakes to occur and some very dangerous trash packs, as well as just difficult bosses. Like, even if Pain for Femme continue as they are and get to that last boss, Volzit there, they could still wipe. You know, we've seen teams wipe multiple times on that last boss, and it's so easy to do that it's until this thing is over, it ain't over. And that definitely makes sense, what I just said, because of the way that Shrine of the Storms operates. But I would like to see Pain for Femme kind of just continuing at the pace that they're at and just solidifying this lead as BDGG tries to get back into this thing and starts pulling Aquasir here.
Yeah, so for a little background on this poll, the reason why they are basically pulling in trash over and over again with Runecarver Sorn is the reinforcing ward reduces your damage taken by 75%, which it looks like we've got 4 weak auras on the screen for, so that's good. We are super aware of when we have that buff. Yeah, so basically if you have this buff, you can kind of ignore explosive unless you have like a bunch of explosives happen at the same time, which is great, you know, seeing as those are pretty frustrating to deal with in this dungeon. You can also obviously deal with other mechanics differently as well. So, you know, it's a good time to have that ward. It's definitely something that you want to basically milk for all it's worth. You know, one thing that's really interesting about that mob that drops it, Runecarver Sorn, he's actually an undead model. It's like super weird because he is a human male, but he has like an undead female model. Just weird random trivia. You know, go look at him. Next time you look at him, you'll remember I said this and be like, wait, what? But yeah.
Get out your bingo cards, ladies and gentlemen. There's a little bit of lore insight for you that you may be able to tick off your bingo cards there. Thanks, Preheat, for a little bit of bonus information. I did not know that.
That's why
you know, oftentimes I don't spend a whole lot of time looking at the mobs in the dungeons. I'm normally just scrambling to stay alive in them. But we see here now Pain for Femme, they're going to be pulling in a similar pull as we saw in the previous match by them. They're going to be pulling in just a few rounds of initiates here into the council. Explosives, though, very dangerous. You can see them just all around the room that they're having to clean up. Couple of those go through, but luckily for a class healer like Mira, he's just not even phased. He manages to keep everyone topped quite comfortably. But this is a very cool boss. I know over the course of the expansion, this boss has changed in the way that you actually play it out. And now you see the whole DPS team and the healer standing up on this platform. And it's a really cool way to deal with this boss because you now don't have to factor in those tornadoes just rapidly, or cyclones, I guess, rapidly moving around the boss area there. So this is a really good way to do this. And actually, you know, I've got a fun fact for you. So Feral Druid's Interrupt is a charge. So if you're standing up on this platform, sometimes when you click your interrupt, it just doesn't take you to the boss and the cast ends up going through. So if you needed another reason not to bring a Feral Druid to your key, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. I've given it to you. But what are you hoping to see here now on the side of Pain for Femme Preheat? Are we going to see the Awaken play, or are we going to see them move on to kill some more trash?
Yeah, so if I were to guess, I'm gonna go with the Awaken. Yeah, so the way that groups do this boss, the variance in it, you know, up on the platform or doing it down below, it really just comes down to like which job do you want to make harder, right? Like, do you want to make everyone's job harder except for the tank, or do you just want the tank to suffer, right? And I think most of us would agree who don't tank that, you know, letting the tank suffer, totally down for that. But yeah, it looks like Pain for Femme is opting to take care of this obelisk here. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if they bring this boy all the way over, using him to skip some trash. But you know, they have to be aware at this point of how much or how basically how ahead they are, right? So making safe plays, always a good choice there.
Absolutely. And we see BDGG opting for a similar pull to what Pain for Femme did. It's very dangerous to pull this amount of trash into the council because the sheer amount of explosives that are going off right. And we see Cry goes down on the side of BGGG in this pull. I don't quite know what got him. Did you see what just nipped him there?
No, I didn't see what got him there, but I am really interested because I swear we had different names on the tile card. I'm seeing Troll tanking here and Cry DPSing. So maybe I'm confused. But anyways,
well, Cry was
but yeah,
tanking the first game,
like
wasn't he?
this pack is insane though because the amount of explosives that come out. I mean, like you mentioned, right? We don't have any reinforcing wards, right? We don't have that 75% damage reduction. So doing all that together was pretty ballsy. Definitely, you know, they were definitely able to get it done with minimal amount of deaths. But even so, we still have a plus 5 second from that death earlier. Just, you know, even further kind of pushing Paint for Femme into the victor seat on this one. You know, this pull right here, the mobs with their frontals and the damage reductions, interesting little tidbit. Some of these spells are spell stealable. They last literally 2 seconds. Totally not worth it to spell steal or the spell, but you know, sometimes people ask you to do it anyways. It's very frustrating. But
look at us dropping the knowledge. You're welcome, chat. Take all of this in. Write it down. Write it down. You can have it for free.
And we have Pain for Femme moving on to the next boss. So on higher keys, or I guess with like higher like player damage reduction, HP pools, with corruption and just like how out of control player power has become, we've basically gotten to the point where this mind control effect, you actually don't really break it with the orbs anymore. So in some cases, you know, depending on the affixes, obviously, on Lord's Stormsong, you might actually have to have a player take some damage on their own. So if you ever see a player on this boss taking a little dip in that water, that is why. It's because they are mind control and they're basically looking to add a little bit extra damage there so that they can get out of their shield. But yeah, pretty straightforward boss fight here. Paint for Femme opted to skip all of the trash before the boss. A lot of groups don't really like to play that trash. You can't really move it. It can be kind of annoying to deal with. But yeah, like as I predicted there, we have a player taking a little dip, taking a little swim down in the water. He's going to be coming out real soon here to take care of some of those orbs.
Yeah, everyone needs a nice little relaxing vacation. So sometimes you just got to go dip in that jacuzzi and take a little night off. But something was cleared up there for me. When I saw Pain for Femme in the earlier series against Distracted play Shrine of the Storms, I was wondering if they had their hunter go and activate the third boss there, Lord Stormsong. But it looks like they actually, yes, they do, but it was after the trash was already dead. So I was interested to see how they got that RP done so quickly. And that kind of clears it up there. They do actually have him in the fight on that trash. But another cute little thing is on the side of Pain for Femme. I mean, you were alluding to the mind control. We saw the turtle go out on the side of the hunter just to prevent him from getting mind controlled. I know that there are various classes that can prevent themselves from getting mind controlled if they use their immunity at the right time before that goes through. So it's a good little thing just to add some extra DPS to the boss, because if your healer gets mind controlled, it's not really the end of the world. Like, yes, there's a dispel that needs to go out, but I mean, really, you're getting more uptime, DPS uptime on that boss. So ultimately, it's better for the whole team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, pre-immuning has been a big part of BFA, not just in Mythic Plus, but also in rating. You know, plenty of examples of bosses where there's an advantage to be had if you pre-immune. BDGG here, pulling these trash packs, making their way into the final room. I would say at this point, you know, I don't know about you, Sai, but I feel like this is really one of those situations where we're gonna have to see a massive throw from Pain for Femme in order for them to catch up. What do you think they are going to do with those eels in the final room? Because I know that some of those eels can be a little bit dicey when it comes to pulling them and then resetting during the boss. So how do you think this team's going to proceed on those?
Absolutely. I think they're going to try and do them in smaller pulls. They're definitely not going to take all the packs of eels together. They're probably just going to do like 2 here initially and maybe take that with boss. And give the central trash pack for midway through the boss fight, right? They have to be careful with these eels because sometimes they have a really weird pathing and you can end up like getting this awkward reset and it will just reset the whole boss. Because they're killing these awakened mobs with the boss, they really don't want to reset because you commit a lot of cooldowns to just pummel through those awakening mobs as quickly as possible. Of course, they don't have the Void Weaver here to worry about, so it's not a massive deal with having to be careful of interrupts and whatnot, but it's still just very tiresome. So we're going to see them opt for that smaller pack there. And now it's just a case of being very relaxed and just making sure you hit your interrupt at the right time. The amount of times I've seen people wipe on this boss just to a miscalculated interrupt is just phenomenal. So that's really the name of the game now. If they can keep these denizens interrupted well, then they should be looking to close out the victory here. There's not really anything else that can occur that can cause you to wipe on this fight. Of course, the occasional stray explosive, they'll need to make sure that Ricky is looking out for that and looking out for those as the mobs are spawning across the room here. So it's just something to kind of keep in mind. But I think we're going to be seeing that Waycrest. At this point, Paint for Femme would have to wipe probably a couple times on this boss. It's not just as simple as a one wipe. Oh, okay, it's back on the table. I think we're gonna be seeing. I mean, this time. So to put this in perspective, this time I think is like 2 minutes quicker, or 2.5 minutes quicker than we saw Paint for Femme at this point earlier on today. So they've definitely cleaned up this run, and it's looking like they're going to be taking this game too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Paint for Femme, their best trial run was 18 minutes 50 seconds. Right now we are at 16 minutes 25 seconds. Obviously, 0 deaths there, so we don't even need to add any seconds. They are absolutely killing it. They're playing out of their minds right now, right? Usually whenever you're in a situation like this, where you're under pressure, people expect a team to maybe do a little bit, worse, maybe slip up. But, some teams, they actually have the reverse effect, right? Like they actually play better under pressure. And I think that in this situation, Paint for Femme is just really showing us what they're made of. And you love to see it. In terms of what could still go wrong, obviously, the fight isn't over yet. There are still things that could go sideways. Like you were mentioning, an explosive that could do it. They did just pull a bunch of mobs, which, will incur additional explosives too, I'm sure. But one of the big things is just that, corruption can also be a factor, right? I don't know how much corruption Mew is running, but I would suspect that it's probably not much, because if you have, like, let's say some unlucky spree of corruption while you have the healer debuff, let's say, for instance, it can be really, really bad, right? Basically, whenever you have that debuff, you're very, very susceptible to even the small amounts of damage. So it's definitely a way it can still go down. But it looks like Paint for Femme is going to take the match, and it looks like we are moving on to a match 3, Waycrest Manor. And I said this earlier, Sai, but I really do mean it. I'm looking forward to this match. I'm sure it's going to be fun to watch, because we know that BDGG is not practice here. So let's not spoil it, but it's going to be great. I can't wait for it.
Oh, I'm muted. I muted myself. Oh my
you're
god,
muted.
I had a perfect track record in AWC. Now I'm so upset.
Zico's gonna be going nuts. I gotta clip it and ship it to him. He's gonna love it.
Nobody tells Zico. Nobody tells Zico. I am still man. All right. Anyways. well done. Now we are tied up 1-1. We're going to be going to a game number 3. As Preheat already mentioned, BDGG is probably going to have a difficult time here on this upcoming map. And what I said when I was muted was that Preheat looked way too pleased with himself about that.
Oh, I just love to see whenever everything kind of like culminates in a situation where a team just like is basically having to improv, right? Because like obviously whenever you see a team that like has a lot of practice in a dungeon, you're seeing like what they've distilled that dungeon down to. Whereas like kind of like how whenever pulls go sideways, right? Like you get to see how players deal with the pull they really haven't practiced, because players don't usually practice a pull going wrong, right? So I'm always like more interested to see that. Like that to me is like more interesting and fun to watch, as long as both teams are kind of in it. So yeah, hopefully it isn't hopefully Paint for Femme is also pretty I guess pretty fresh face in this dungeon as well.
Do you feel like preheat? That's what kind of makes a better team, is those teams that do have the capacity to adapt like that in situations like these.
It's a two-part thing, right? I mean, there's obviously that part of it where how well can you play under pressure and improv in situations where you're basically in a crisis. But obviously, it's about a lot of other things too. Like you can practice dungeons, but you can also just like practice being having synergy with your team, right? So
Right.
I'll give you like an example, right? Like let's say me and a bunch of complexity limit boys go and do a key together. We don't really know what the heck we're doing the key unless we practice the key together, but we actually know how each other plays. So there's like differing levels of like practice, I guess you could say. I think that BDGG is a team that definitely has like a lot of synergy. The players seem to like each other a lot, and they do really good in the dungeons they practiced. So it's going to be interesting to see how they do this one, because Pain for Femme, if I'm not mistaken, their time in before was their Waycrest was 17 minutes 21 seconds. So that's this is definitely going to be a match that will be interesting to watch.
Hmm. Yeah, and there's also the fact too, Cybears, that maybe these teams didn't expect to get to a game 2 or a game number 3, and which, we have to ask which specs have they already used? Where are they going to go next in terms of composition? Did they already put all of their what's the word, like all of their
eggs in one basket?
Something on the table? Yeah, eggs in one
Oh.
basket. Thank you. That's a much better analogy than what I was going to go with. It's
The
kind
eggs
of
are on the
a
table.
weird mind game. Eggs, yeah, eggs on the table, something like that. You guys knew what I meant. But we can see here what BDGG and Pain for Femme are going to be playing here in this upcoming Waycrest on map number 3. What do we think about these compositions?
Well, I was expecting, I was going to do the mystery pick and say that Ricky was going to be tanking this one, but actually he is still going to be committing to that DPS role. And Femme has somehow managed to wangle his way into having the Prot Warrior in the final dungeon. How has he managed this one? This is totally unfair. And Chow, we see obviously opting for that Prot Warrior as well. So this is going to be interesting to see. I mean, we have the main the main tank on the side of Pain for Femme going into this Waycrest, whereas BDGG are going to have to really see. We're going to have to really see how competent they are on these multi-rolling specs as they've been showing in this tournament so far, and it's going to be good to see. I mean, they've got that Mistweaver Monk, which is going to be absolutely phenomenal on the side of Trell there. So that's great. I don't know what you have to say.
Yeah,
on that
we have the Holy Trinity, right? We've got Trell healing, we've got Chow tanking the dungeon, and we have another meta comp. They somehow pulled it together. Really a testament to just how well these players can multi-roll, right? That they're confident enough to come into this dungeon, playing basically any role. It isn't just Trell who should get praise for that. Lots of players in this tournament have really shown that they are really good at playing those different roles, and it's definitely tough, right? These are very high keys. This isn't your weekly no lever. This is a plus 20 key. This should be interesting to watch. My eyes are going to be literally glued on BDGG. I really want to see if they can pull this together. But yeah, Waycrest Manor, fantastic dungeon. I know that with Awakening, it's pretty standard how people take care of it nowadays. But with Reaping, it should be a little interesting to see.
All right, well, this next game is starting here. Waycrest Manor. Here we go. BDGG versus Pain for Femme.
Like. Yeah, gotta get those nameplates quick. Reload UI. This
quick,
is not
hurry.
the right time to be reloading your UI. Oh man, but
Getting that
it's
last little
pretty
minute
important, I think.
Setup.
Yeah. I mean, just think about not having nameplates in here, right? So yeah, this is an awkward way to start the match, but we're here and it's happening. So let's get into that poll. I guess it's not that big of a deal as as the Unholy Death Knight in this situation. The Demon Hunter is basically going to take care of it for you anyway, so that's fine. Take all the time you need, reload your UI, make sure your nameplates are nice and set up, because hey, you're going to need those for some other polls.
Absolutely. And I mean, Preheat, a couple times this evening, you've mentioned things going sideways. And in this case, we're going to be getting a side of Waycrest Manor. Pain for Femme doing a really good job here on this initial pull. We've seen them opt for this one previously when they have been in the Waycrest. They opt for this big trash pull. They proc the Reaping, and then they look to take that into the Triad here, which just gives Sebek an amazing opportunity to blast some DPS. I can see chat having a great time with me on this one as we see Paint for Femme loading up on this Triad here. BDGG, they're already pumping on the Triad, so they didn't opt for that trash pull as we saw on the side of Paint for Femme. We're gonna see what they opt to do after the Triad. What do you think?
I really hope that everyone in this on this boss right now popped their cooldowns before they pulled the boss, like specifically stuff like your stuns, your immunities, stuff like that. The biggest thing that can go wrong on this pull is you pull the boss mind controls you, you pop bubble, and you stun your tank. We've seen it before, even in the MDI. You hate to see it. So that's definitely a situation you want to avoid. You definitely want to have any of those cooldowns that could cause your friends to die. Basically, you want to have those on cooldown, right? Additionally, if the tank gets mind, or if like a melee DPS gets mind controlled, you could also have Twilight Devastations that can be pretty scary. But ultimately, though, it looks like both teams were able to go straight into this boss room with some trash and able to really do some damage on these sisters. It's a situation where I think they're actually pretty close as far as I can tell so far. But it is kind of hard to see in that bottom left. But I think both the teams are doing really good in funneling the damage on these sisters here.
Yeah, it's very interesting because Pain for Femme, they've actually somehow managed to near enough catch up with BDGG, with the addition of having 11% trash count or so above what BDGG has. So Pain for Femme clearly showing that the strat that they've optimized there is working very well for them and being very efficient time-wise. You've kind of alluded to some of the dangers in this dungeon, especially on that Triad there, but what they really need to be careful of is these necrotic stacks. And if some of these necrotic stacks start, if either of these tanks here end up getting into danger necrotic stack zones, and then mobs start raging as well on top of a reaping spawn, we could see some very difficult moments for these healers here and these tanks. We're going to see Paint for Femme loading into exactly one of these pulls here. They're going to have the Goliath, the boss, as well as the matron here, which will eventually start enraging. And I think that they'll get a reaping proc into this, so they have to be very careful with how they go about kind of carrying this out, and just making sure that none of the DPS players take aggro or anything and just get bopped. So, and not the good kind of bop, not the paladin bop, but we're talking a nasty battle res requiring bop. But BGG opting for that smaller pull here. What do you think about that in terms of time efficiency, Preheat?
I don't think they're really thinking about time efficiency at this point. I think they're just trying to, current objective, survive, right? I think that that's currently where they're at. If we look at Pain for Femme, how they pulled this boss, basically they literally ran everything in to the Soulbound Goliath, including the matron. It looks like they've actually been able to clear that pull, all the trash quite well. But yeah, like you were mentioning, once those mobs start getting lower on their HP pulls, especially the matron, you can see some people start taking some spike damage. Any ground effect, anything like that can become very deadly. And of course, we have the necrotic stacks slowly building on the tank as well. So, it's definitely a very, very scary pull. If we look at how BDGG kind of handled that pull, it looks more like, maybe your weekly key in terms of the smaller groupings that they're doing. But it makes sense with what we were saying before. But yeah, with Pain for Femme, they're moving into the execute phase of this boss. Really, really fantastic job dealing with those pulls that they had earlier. Now they're having the reaping proc as well. They'll be making short work of that reaping. I just don't think reaping was really designed with this amount of damage in mind, right? Like, I don't think the devs ever expected our damage to be this high. So yeah, I mean, like, these mobs are basically just free funnel at this point. And one thing that's kind of interesting to see from Ricky here is the was it Fell Devastation? Is that the move? Or Fell Eruption? The one basically where the Demon Hunter shoots out a bunch of little blobs That I love to see that. Fell Barrage, there we go. Yeah, thank you for that.
Yeah.
I mean, like that's like such an insane cooldown. It's like a 1 minute cooldown, and it hits basically everything. It scales with your haste. So obviously, if you have the haste from your I-beam, it also helps with that. But yeah, playing a Demon Hunter in Waycrest with that talent is really fun. I don't know if, or really any dungeon, it doesn't have to be Waycrest, any dungeon where you're pulling a lot of mobs, but it looks like we're coming up on the big pull. This is the one that we always have Pogs in chat for, pulling everything up to Rawl the Gluttonous, getting it all in here and having it all funnel into the boss. This is by far the pull that everyone likes to kind of point at and say, wow, we got to try this in our own dungeon someday. But yeah, they make it look easy. It's hard to really say anything about that. And they have the Reaping pull as well. So, oh my gosh. Okay, so yeah, I mean they're doing fantastic on this pull. Fim is barely staying in there. We have things from Beyond spawning left and right. The boss is doing his frontals. We have the Reaping proccing. I mean, this pull really can't get any bigger, but they handled it so well. They actually made it look so easy. So yeah, I mean, like obviously it's not over at this point, but wow, that was just a crazy amount of damage. And I'm sure all those festering winds were really doing some work on Rel as well.
Absolutely. I mean, Paint for Femme not leaving any eggs on the table on that one. They threw everything into that, including the kitchen sink. I mean, that was nasty. The real danger of that is Femme having to position. He needs to stay locked on Raul the Gluttonous, because if he moves away, then Raul starts doing this consume all, and he will just start killing everyone in the group. So Femme needs to position on Raul's face, right? And then he needs to not turn his back to all of these mobs that he's pulling into this fight. And he's got to manage necrotic stacks all at the same time. I mean, the whole rest of the group, Fem went into that. He speed potted into that room from the courtyard. He engages the boss, which then opens up those doors for the rest of the team to just enter in, red carpet out and everything. And that is an incredibly difficult pull to pull off. Having to manage those necrotic stacks as well at the same time is just absolutely phenomenal. So very well played for Paint for Femme. We'll see if BDGG can pull off something similar. Like you say, they're just looking to kind of just play a solid, consistent game here, take their time when they need it, and just hope that Paint for Femme make that mistake. And so far, BDGG have been putting in a really good play. They're at 8 minutes here. They're moving on to Raul. No deaths on the board. We say they haven't practiced this dungeon, but they're playing it very cleanly. So I'm really impressed by BDGG's performance on this one. You know, we knew going into this that it was going to be a battle for them, but they're making it look pretty solid. So very well played to them and very well played to the team. But Pain for Femme now, they're going to be moving on to the lower, I guess, the basement of Waycrest Manor. Yeah. What's kind of the upcoming dangers that they're going to have to deal with now? Because they're kind of in the end game of this Waycrest.
Okay, so Pain for Femme is going to go down to the cellar. They're going to pull every single mob in there. And then they're probably going to go down to the stairs, the line of sight around the corner. Either that or pull it to the back of the room, AoE it all down. I mean, what else is there to say? Paint for Femme has a lot of practice in this dungeon, and it shows. They do pulls that are unbelievable. You know, basically the size that you would see in, you know, like any of the teams from the MDI that might finish or, you know, or end up in the finals. So they're very well practiced in this dungeon. They're doing these pulls insane. You know, BDGG though, definitely a good group as well. It's just I ultimately think that's holding them back is just the speed at which they're kind of doing these pulls, right? Like they're obviously opting to be very careful about this. They're just kind of hoping that maybe slow and steady will win the race. But you know, in terms of what we're seeing right now, I don't think that there's really much of a case to be had for that. Yeah. I mean, Paint for Femme is already you know, well on their way on Lady Waycrest. So for those of you who don't understand how this boss works, basically, you beat up Lord Waycrest here. As he gets lower in his HP pools right before he dies, Lady Waycrest will sacrifice some of her HP and give it over to Lord Waycrest here. So basically, you just keep killing him over and over again. Once you get him to her to a certain threshold, she'll join the fight, and basically you fight both bosses at the same time. You know, we can see all these mobs, all the Reaping mobs kind of hanging out here. What will be interesting to see is when they decide to proc that Reaping. because after this boss, they could opt to just, pull some trash mobs and instantly have that reaping proc, or they might opt to maybe skip those mobs and then maybe pull them after the last boss. So we'll have to see kind of how they decide to play that. But keep in mind, right, we have reaping, we don't have awakening, so the last boss is not going to have any lieutenants, right? Which means that you can basically pop your cooldowns kind of willy-nilly. You don't need to save them for that big awakening pull at the end because it's just the last boss you're fighting, right? Which is probably a lot easier than, basically you had like the training weights the whole time with those lieutenants every time you practice this key as awakened, and now you get to take them off. So it's obviously going to be a little easier for them.
Yeah. And part of me, okay, this is going to sound weird, but part of me doesn't want Paint for Fem to win purely based on the fact is if they do, they're going into the grand finals, right? Which means they will have started us off today, had one series break, then played back-to-back 3 series in a row. 2 series in a row have gone to a game 3. I believe, so 2 series in a row have gone to a game 3. These guys, I wouldn't wish this on anyone having to play that many games back to back.
Yeah,
I want to see if they can hold it together. So, I think either way, Paint for Fem are going to be happy, win, lose, or draw. Either they get to go to the grand finals or they get a nice nap, and so it's going to be smiles all around. I'm sure, chat. I'm sure you can back me up on that. Any Fem smiles. But what do we see here going into this final boss? As you said, I mean, that reaping going on here, no awaken to deal with. Is this just kind of an easy win now on this last boss, or are there dangers still that they have to be careful of?
I mean, unless the whole team gets CC'd by the ads, I'm gonna go ahead and say that Paint for Fem basically has it at this point. I mean, they're still missing 0.7 on their enemy forces. They'll probably port back and kill like one mob real quick after they finish this boss. But it is or wait, hold on. Does the Den Knight actually have an ad that they may have pulled to? I'm not sure if they do. I can't really tell. But
that would be
regardless,
amazing.
at this point, I mean, like, we are looking at time for Paint for Fem that's actually quite fast. I mean, we're looking at 13 minutes, 18 seconds currently on the last boss, whereas their time in the other run was 17 minutes, 21 seconds. So we kind of have a repeat of what happened before, right? Like we were talking about this in Shrine of the Storm. Paint for Fem was kind of playing out of their minds there, and they beat the crap out of their time, their best time from before. I don't know what's happened since they put in those times originally, but man, they got to be hungry for it, right? Because they're just.
I think they're absorbing the souls of the enemies that they conquer because they're just getting stronger and stronger as the day goes by. I told you, Pre, I told you the mental stays strong. Like as they just play more and more games, they just go on. Something funny though, like as you mentioned, big achieve. Congrats. With the 0.7% trash off again, is this part of their meta strat to always be sub 1% enemy forces down when they kill Gorak Tull? Is this the new meta strat that we're going to be seeing?
I swear we keep seeing it. I don't know why. It's super weird, but yeah, congratulations to Paint for Fem moving on. Honestly, it's one of those things where you gotta respect it. They literally went from match to match to match to match to match. They had to deal with a couple of goofs as well in a Tull, and they ended up still making it here. They've literally been put through the ultimate ringer, and somehow they still played so insanely out of their minds that they were able to do both of these dungeons and completely own their old times as well. So like, wow, honestly speechless. This was a huge surprise to me. I was definitely thinking BDGG was going to win this set. So
yeah, super well done by Paint for Fem. Like you guys have said so much before during that game, this team is absolutely on fire. That's the 3rd series they've played today. Now they're moving on to the grand finals. They're going to be facing DG Self Perplexed. Cyber, what is it about this team that just sets them on top of the competition here? What are they doing differently, especially considering that they've played 3 series now?
It's in Paint for Fem. I think, like I say, I think they are actually absorbing the souls of their enemies. They're, like I said, when you're just in that zone and you're just playing game after game after game, they're going to just be really nailing that consistency. Like Pre's mentioned with these teams practicing, and some teams play well and coordinate in dungeons. Some just play well together as players and friends. And I think that Paint for Femme are just a veteran team. They've played with each other in so many tournaments. This is just going into like a lower bracket and just having to just battle it out. It's just another day at the office, you know? So for them, they're just here to take it.
It's just the grand finals. It's just going to be the 4th series. You know, no different.
Yeah.
No different for them. But on that note about the grand final, that is going to be another best of 3 series. However, if Paint for Femme does win the first the grand finals game, that first series, then it's going to be another best of 3. They're going to have to beat the current grand final current team in the grand finals, DG Self Perplexed, twice, as DG Self Perplexed has not yet lost a series in this tournament yet. They are the upper bracket team right now, and Paint for Femme has battled it out in the lower bracket to get to the grand final spot. So just to reiterate once again, if Paint for Femme wins the first best of 3 series, there will be another one, and they have a chance for a rebuttal for the grand finals. But if DG Self Perplexed wins, then we're just going to have that one singular best of 3. So grand finals, DG Self Perplexed versus Paint for Femme. Do we want to make any predictions? Preheat. Who would you give it to?
So listen, these guys are like the juggernaut. All right, you can't stop Paint for Femme. They're literally just busting through wall after wall after wall, and it's crazy to see. It's for me, it's a little bit of a toss up though, because DG Self Perplexed is a very, very strong team as well. Obviously it's a team that was formed with some of the best members from one team joining up with some of the best members of another team to make a giga team. And we've seen that kind of be true in this tournament, right? Like look how they just haven't been defeated at all. They're absolutely owning too. So basically, in my mind, this is kind of like the culmination of like 2 juggernauts who can't be stopped. One had a little bit longer of a path, right? They kind of took some turns, some detours, but they're gonna both be clashing here, and it's gonna be crazy to see.
An interesting thing I wanted to jump in on there is the fact that these teams have already played each other, and in our map pool, the first game for the grand finals is Tal Dazar. The only game that Paint for Femme took off Self Perplexed wasn't a Tal Dazar. So that could be a very interesting play out in this grand finals, but I just wanted to kind of throw that in.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, you go.
So yeah, I mean, like, let's look at the teams or the games that they're playing. Like you said, Cyber, right? Taldazar is the game that Paint for Femme took from DG Self Perplexed. If we look at the pool of matches that they're going to be doing, right, that is one of them. The other 2 have no resemblance to the other. Like there was no mother load. There's not going to be any junkyard, right? Like these are kind of weird dungeons, and I feel like I kind of give Paint for Femme a little bit of a pass on like losing in junkyard. You know what I mean? Like we don't do junkyard, right? You don't, like, literally, unless it's this format, like you don't see junkyard ever, right? So it's definitely like a dungeon that it makes sense not to really practice, right? If you're trying to min-max your time. So I definitely think that like the previous results may not be indicative of what we'll see in the future.
Mm-hmm. And looking at this map pool for the grand final, Cyber, which one looks the worst? Which one would you, if you could, just like not do?
Siege of Borealis. Siege of Borealis. It's my Shrine is my favorite dungeon in the game. Siege of Borealis is my least favorite dungeon in the game. When you then add in my least favorite affix, Bolstering, that just like culminates in a terribly fun experience. Chat, you're gonna love to watch it. Make sure you tune in. But I don't like that one personally. So good luck to the teams. I'm glad it's them playing it out and not me.
So you don't like it, but you think chat's gonna like it, is what you're saying?
Well, I'm just hyping them up, making sure that they stay tuned. You know, I think it's going to be something interesting is going to happen. You should watch.
Fair. What do you think, Prehi? Which one's your least favorite?
I mean, like, definitely Siege of Borealis is one that, yeah, that dungeon, just personally, I really don't enjoy it. Any dungeon where, like, you use the dungeon to kill the mobs instead of my damage to kill the mobs, I'm always kind of like, I guess just inherently biased against that, right? So, like, in Siege of Borealis, you have the spotters. In Toldagor, you have the cannons, right? Basically stuff to that effect. Not a big fan of it. But I think it's going to be super hyped to see Atoldazar once again with Reaping. Definitely a nice way to kind of capstone this whole series off. I really hope that we get to a third match here, right? Because I want to see that Underrot Reaping one more time.
Yeah, I do as well. Super excited for that. We're going to go to a quick break. But before we do, we have an interview lined up with Trell from BDGG. Hello. Oh no, I can't hear you.
Test, test, test. Can you hear?
Aha, there we go. How are we doing, Trell?
How's it
How do
going,
we
Aya?
feel about your performance?
I mean, we're a little disappointed we lost that series, but overall, I think we played really well. We were just a team that came together at the last second. A couple friends of mine were like, "Yeah, we should do KSM if we can find a group of 5." So I'm pretty happy with our really good maps, especially yesterday. Like 5 out of our 6 maps, I don't know if that's exact, were nearly flawless, and that's pretty rare, especially for a new team. So
Yeah, so
proud of
you're
my guys.
surprised then with how you did. Like, do you feel like you did better than you were expecting to as a team?
No, I mean, based on how we prepared in practice, I think we managed our time pretty well on the maps that we needed to hit, which is how this kind of stuff goes. Like, you have 9 maps to prepare for, and you can really only spend time on like a good chunk of those, or else all your maps are going to be bad. So I think we did a good job with practicing and preparing, and we played about what we should have at least yesterday.
And overall, what were your thoughts about this sort of new format here with KeystoneMasters, the new rule they implemented with the specs per player?
Honestly, it was a lot of fun. I had a really good time flexing my multi-classing and multi-rolling, and I think everybody I played with did as well. The only problem is it creates a problem where in a cup situation, you have to have a comp per shrine next to Motherload and Freehold, which makes you have to play a certain comp because you can't swap between matches, or you're limited to swaps between matches. And then you have also another shrine and another set that has 2 different dungeons, so you have to have a comp that fits every situation. So some dungeons, like our Underrot, had 3 different comps, so we were just praying we didn't have to play Underrot again. So it gets kind of complicated. I think it wouldn't work in an MDI 6-week setting. That would just be way too much preparation, even more than they already have to do. But for an event like this, I think it was really cool.
Yeah, it's been really cool to see you guys and how the creative options that you guys are coming up with. That's all the questions I have for you, though. Before you head out, though, do you want to give any shout outs to your friends and fans watching from home?
Just thanks for watching, everyone. Glad to play some of my friends in the tournament. Fem, Divine, Rads, all friends of mine. Always fun to have a team and compete against each other now and then.
All right. Well, thank you so much for chatting with me, and we will see you in Shadowlands. All right. That was kind of cool looking with me like fading. I just looked at myself between that transition. Sorry, awkward. All right. Anyways, that was Charles from BDGG. Hopefully those guys stick together. Super fun team to watch, of course. Now we're going to go to a break, and then when we come back, we will get to that grand finals. It's going to be Self Perplex versus Paint for Femme. So stick around, and we'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Dad, joined here again with Sinek to break down our previous match. We saw BDGG not be able to close it out. They took a 1-2 series against Paint for Femme, leaving Paint for Femme going on to the grand finals against DG Self-Perplexed. Now, for anybody that's watching, I'm not sure how much everybody else will consider this an upset, but I kind of consider this a big upset. Not a super well-known fact. Trell's teams in competitive setting has never lost to Paint for Femme. In all the matches they've seen each other, in the MDI and other KSMs, Trell has never lost to these guys. So after they got out to that 1-0, I thought it was going to be more of the same. But then we saw Paint for Femme climb back. So what do we see in Workshop that we thought BDGG was going to get out to a big lead and hold on to it?
Yeah, absolutely. BDGG had a more efficient setup into the first boss. They managed to deal with that trash just significantly faster. For Paint for Femme, their trash ended up scattered all over the place. They weren't able to use either the hammers or the explosions to take care of it. So BDGG started the dungeon on a strong foot. They also made their way into Cujo really effectively. If we run the clip here, you'll see this setup is perfect. So you'll start the clip here. You'll notice that. Good. You got it.
So what they do here is a lot of teams end up with some mistakes here on the first box that drops on Cujo. So Cujo drops a box that's an LOS site, line of sight. Basically, you don't take any damage if you're hidden behind it when Cujo does his big venting flames cast. And a lot of times what you try to do is you'll try to bring Cujo close to the box so that your whole team can continue hitting him from next to the box during this this phase, I guess you'll call it, while he casts venting flames. But BDGG takes the smart move. They just allow their range players to attack him safely while all the melee players come off. They just hide behind the box so that they don't get hit by any of the frontals from the, as we call, race cars that they've pulled in onto the boss. So I thought this was a really heads-up play. It's obviously slightly slower than if your melee still gets to attack the boss, but super safe. Like, there's no real way anybody's going to die in that situation. So really like that.
Yeah, we were looking for some Void Elf action. We actually got it. There was a nice preheat mentioned this. There was a great little Void Elf skip to skip the last component of the gauntlet, but it didn't really end up earning them enough time to make it worthwhile. Charles' team just had a big enough lead and held on to it all the way through. So we also saw later in Shrine, Paint for Femme had a little bit of a redemption arc here. They had initially made a mess of this first pull. They had a DPS die the first time we saw them try this, but this time through, they played it really clean. They managed to pull off the trick snap pull without any deaths, and that gave them enough DPS to beat the heal casts. If you'll go ahead and roll here, you'll start to see this excellent CC chain setup.
Yeah, this pull is like one of many that's on a knife's edge in here, where you have too many casters in here to kick everything. You don't have enough kicks to get all the heals on the spiritualist. You can't get all the water blasts from the attendants, and you're just you're in a race, right? Like, you're trying to beat the timers on these boss, the spell queuings on these mobs. You have to kill them before they get anything off. This was something we saw them wipe to, like you mentioned previously. They pull off cleanly here, and that just puts them way ahead from where they were previously, and also ahead of BDGG. We saw them have exactly what happened to Fem in the previous series on this pull happened to BDGG. So they end up having to pull all these mobs again. They split it up into a few separate pulls, and then just weren't able to come back from that. We saw Paint for Femme just play the whole dungeon clean and send us into game 3, which was Waycrest, which we haven't seen a lot of this tournament. But we saw Paint for Femme pull off the sick raw pull. If you want to break that down for us, Sin.
Yeah, absolutely. So the setup here is something I want to note. Shella and Fem together skystep down the hall and take the long route. Shella gets an MD, picks up the corner, and is also going to actually immune all of the spits with turtles. This is a great way to set up. Some of the initial damage on this pull is really scary if it splits on your DPS, but the pathing here for their setup was great. Shella managed to take all of the spits. The CC chain is perfect. It lines up, and then Fem uses the Dwarf Racial followed up by a Bop to handle all of the different necrotic stacks. This was a pull that we saw them make some mistakes on earlier, but they played amazingly well here, and this cleanup really bought them a ton of time. This is a gigantic pull, honestly.
Yeah, their Waycrest was nutty fast. So looking into the next match, we have Ataldazar Siege and Underrot. How you feeling about who's going to take this next series?
Oh man, Ataldazar is this dungeon that we've seen. You and I just chat about this all the time, where we think it's one of the highest variance dungeons in the format because the pulls are all so massive. We've solved Ataldazar, so well that these pulls are carefully crafted. If any small thing goes wrong, really shifts the balance. So I think really whoever pulls out the Ataldazar victory is going to win. What about you?
I think it's actually a land in Siege. I think Atal, Paint for Femme can take. I think Underrot, I see DG Self Perplex taking. We've seen their run earlier was massive, but we haven't seen Siege from them, right? I've been kind of peeking at practice runs here and there for DG Self Perplex. They look like they're fast. They look like if they pull off everything, they may be a little bit ahead of Paint for Femme, but we haven't seen it in competitive setting yet. Things are a little bit different when you actually go into the tournament and play. So I think all my eyes are on Siege. I want to see which team plays cleaner in there, which team goes bigger in Banana Town, and I think that's where this grand finals is going to be decided.
Great, thank you so much, Undead. Let's cut back to the casters for some analysis here.
Analysis. We are now in the grand finals. My name is Zaya. I've been your host today. I am joined by Dratnos and Zyro, and it is now the last series of the day, the grand finals. Self Perplex versus Paint for Femme. We got their predictions on maybe who we thought would win. It seems like whoever Sinek thinks who wins Atal Dazar, Dratnos is going to win this series. But what do you think? Who would you give the favor to?
I liked Undead's take. I think the Siege of Borealis is very likely to be a pivotal even match or game in this match. One thing to note as well is that Paint for Femme would have to win this series and the next one as well if they want to win this tournament. Because they're coming from that lower bracket, we have a grand final here that therefore gives the upper bracket team that advantage. So if we don't have DG Self Perplex win this series, we will go to another one, and that one has some more dungeons in it as well. They'll get to go back to specs they've used in this series, though, if that happens. So that's a really exciting possibility as well.
Yeah, and if they do pull that off, if they win that secondary grand finals, that second best of 3, that means I think that's, 6 series in a row? Let me count. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 5 series in a row. That's going to be just an incredible run from Paint for Femme. We'll have to see if they pull that off. What about you, Zyro, and Zyro's cat? What do you guys think?
It's interesting. So we've already seen Ataldazar, right? We kind of expect to give the edge to Paint for Femme in that one based off of their current runs in this tournament already. But the thing that you have to remember is DG Self Perplex has pretty much had all day to just sit around and practice, right? And they'll see that, right? They'll go back and look at the bracket and be like, oh, Paint for Femme's Ataldazar is really good. So you can make the choice to just practice that and get an even faster run, or they can just study up on Siege and Underrot and make sure that they have an unbeatable strat there and just take a 3-game series. I think we'll be able to figure out which strat they went for pretty quickly here when we watch this Ataldazar.
And we've talked about quite a bit as well, the mental stamina that it takes from a team like Paint for Femme to continue to play at this high level of gameplay. Zyro, you touched on it a little bit as well. Dratnos, I want to hear your thoughts, though. If you were on this team, either team, which position would you rather be in? Would you rather sort of be sitting in there in that grind final spot all day waiting for an opponent, or more into the Paint for Femme side where maybe they're a little bit warmed up, but also maybe they're getting a little bit tired?
I think even if we left the 2 series instead of 1 thing aside, it's an advantage to be in the upper bracket here and have all this time to not be worried about the other series, to practice your runs for these maps, particularly with our format. One of the things about our format is, okay, you may have had a good Ataldazar run yesterday, you may have had a good Underrot run yesterday. If those were in different series, they might have had overlapping specs in them, which means you can't run those same compositions in this series that we have today. So if you're the team that has all this time to practice, you actually get to make sure that your comps are actually going to line up correctly for this series, rather than being in a position where you get here and you're like, oh, we have 2 Prot Warriors lined up for this. What are we going to do?
And also we've seen some of these games go to a 2-0, some of them go to a game 3. As we know, players can't repeat a spec that they play within a series, so it's always a bit of a mind game with these teams. Which specs do they play in which game, on what map, who plays tank. We've seen quite a bit of creativity here, people switching up roles. In the grand finals, Dratnos, do we feel like we're going to see them sort of put all of their, I don't remember the phrase we coined last time, their eggs on a table in game 1, or do you think there's going to be a little bit more strategy going into this next game?
I think that the most important thing is you want your important specs to be in on games 1 and 2, because you might not get to game 3. I think games 1 and 2 are roughly equal there, but because you might not get a game 3, you really need to make sure that you don't save anything too spicy for that map, since it might not happen.
Yep. And, you know, pressure certainly on for these two teams here as we are in the grand finals. They have been fighting all day, all weekend to get into this position, and they have beaten many teams to get here. And we're going to check out a little, some video footage from those teams that they beat to get into grand finals.
My name is Trill, Jeremy in real life. I am a Brewmaster Monk main in World of Warcraft, and I'm from Dallas, Texas.
My name's Kai, Daniel in real life. Mainly I play BM Hunter.
My name's Thalamir. They call me David in real life. I made a rogue, and I'm from France.
I'm Terracin. I go by Corey. I play Resto Druid on live, and I'm from California.
I'm Chow. I play mage. From California. My name in real life's Austin.
Yeah, the one thing that's nice about this event is that we're rotating tanks as well, like healers, tanks, and DPS, so we're all kind of playing every part of the game off and on. And so all of us share different responsibility each map we do, and all of us kind of get to experience like the pressure of different roles, so it's nice.
It's going to be a lot more fun seeing classes that you don't usually see in this kind of competitive environment. The adaptation in routes.
My name is Trill, Jeremy in real life. I am a Brewmaster Monk main in World of Warcraft, and I'm from Dallas, Texas.
My name's Kai, Daniel in real life. Mainly I play BM Hunter.
My name's Thalamir. They call me David in real life. I made a rogue, and I'm from France.
I'm Terracin. I go by Corey. I play Resto Druid on live, and I'm from California.
I'm Chow. I play mage. From California. My name in real life's Austin.
Yeah, the one thing that's nice about this event is that we're rotating tanks as well, like healers, tanks, and DPS, so we're all kind of playing every part of the game off and on. And so all of us share different responsibility each map we do, and all of us kind of get to experience like the pressure of different roles, so it's nice.
It's going to be a lot more fun seeing classes that you don't usually see in this kind of competitive environment. The adaptation in routes that is also going to come, or the new things, it's going to be pretty cool.
Oh god, I got harpooned.
My name is Petko. My in-game name is Petko. What was it? The rest? I forgot. My main role is DPS. My main class, I don't know what is my main class anymore. We actually have not practiced at all. We did time trials for like 1 day, but it wasn't even 1 day, it was like 8 hours. And ever since we haven't logged in on TR. But when we will, I'm pretty sure Bobby will be the guy dying the most.
I'm dead. I'm just dead.
In my book, a good player is a person that knows how to play multiple classes, multiple specs on the same level. Not multi-roles though. My dream is, well, not my dream, but let's say my goal is to obviously win MDI. I do believe that KSM will come close to this tournament, and I would like to see it succeed, and I would join the next KSM for sure, 1000%.
So, my name's Aaron. I play a lot of different classes. Throughout BFA, I've mainly played my DK. Do a little bit of everything. Keep the game interesting for me.
My name's Sherwin. Like Aaron, I play a lot of different classes. I play Demon Hunter, Warrior, DK, whatever. But I play like every melee.
My name's Alex. I go by Zlix in game. I play a lot of different stuff like Fire Mage for this tier. My XP is kind of small because I'm a BFA baby, but yeah.
My name is Donovan. I play Hunter. My in-game is Dr. Day. They told me I wasn't allowed to play anything other than Hunter, and I ended up playing everything.
I don't have any KSM experience or MDI or what have you.
I also have like 0 MDI experience.
All of us are pretty new to MDI in general, KSM especially. It's definitely exhausting.
I wasn't actually expecting to qualify, to be honest.
And we didn't really know what Shadow Meld did, so
We messed up melding so many times.
Alright, I am Sensi in game.
My name is Ted, going by in-game name Animus. We're in the guild's different factions. We poked around people who's interested in tournament, and here we are. We have a bit of experience. With Sensi, we have competed once before. 2 of the members of our team has 0 experience.
Going very well, to be honest. It's better than I expected. We're still trying to figure out a little bit of routes, not dying to silly stuff like standing in the fire, which we're really good at. We're having fun with.
Most of us are still like doing school or work or whatnot. Basically, we start around 3 or 4, and then we go until someone has to go sleep.
You know it's serious when I even turn away girls to play this game.
Our fallen heroes that we've seen compete in this tournament. Well done to all the teams. Can we play the trail one real quick, one more time? Just real quick. I forgot who the tank was. No? All right. But anyways, well done to all of those teams. But now we are in the grand finals. Only 2 teams remain here, Zyro. Do we want to take a guess? Oh, never mind. Here are the compositions. What do we think about this? Lots of green.
Yeah, so right away you can see Divine Field is coming in hot on that Pro Warrior. This is going to be the same comp they ran last time they played Atal Dazar. And we saw that they had some issues with it up against Pain for Fem, so hopefully they've kind of mellowed out those issues they had before and can put together a clean run. I think if Self Perplex takes this map, they're just going to take this series in a quick 2-0.
Yeah, I think that's got to be.
What do you think about these?
That's got to be the thinking here for Self Perplex, because I think that they're. I mean, even if they don't win the siege, I think their underrod is looking really, really nice. So I definitely like their chances if they can win this game. But I think Paint for Femme have shown a little bit more expertise in Atal Dazar overall.
All right, well, the game here is starting soon. Game number 1 of the grand finals. It is Self Perplexed versus Paint for Femme.
Right off the bat here, we can see both teams are starting off with slightly different pathing. Self Perplexed heading down to that Razan first, whereas Pain for Femme are going to go left here and pull some trash. There, of course, is Reaping active, not Awakened. So that is a very different affix than these teams have played on the live servers for the past 8 months. And that is, I think, a huge complicator for this dungeon, right, Zyro?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, Atal Dazar is such a quick dungeon. Pretty much all of your trash comes down to about 5 or 6 pulls, and you can already see Pain for Femme starting off strong with this first pull, making use of those sigils from the Demon Hunter to not have to worry about any cast there, and just chewing through the damage with the Blood Barrage from Sebek on that Demon Hunter, as well as just the general Unholy AoE ridiculous damage. No issues for them whatsoever. Not even a battle res needed to be used here. Kind of clean from them.
Yeah, not bad at all. I didn't even see if Last Resort procced for Femme, which if he was able to save that through those 2 oversized Colossi still hitting him at the end of that pull, that is extremely impressive. So nice work by Pain for Femme getting their first pull done. And you can see we are already on to Reaping Wave number 2 of the map for Pain for Femme. They're already past that 40% mark. So they're going to take this Reaping Wave into just these 2 at the top of the stairs. It looks like they're kind of still trying to move and grab even more potentially while this is happening. Really trying to make sure that they're never doing too little at once, right? You get in this mindset, especially all these, MDI veterans, they get in this mindset of never wanting to be like fighting one thing at a time. Even here, you can see Razan for DG Self Perplexed, they have found the time while doing this to pull in enough trash to trigger a Reaping Wave as well. And that is being fought with the boss too. So it's not like DG Self Perplexed has just been fighting a single target mob either. They've been doing all kinds of other stuff too.
Yeah, and I mean, the nice thing about that is this comp really lends itself to just funneling single target damage. Not only do you have that exponential increasing AoE damage from the Unholy DK that we keep talking about so often, but the BM Hunter gets free aspect of the wild resets through rapid reload whenever there's 3 or more targets, which obviously they're going to have whenever they proc Reaping Waves. So they pretty much have their aspect running almost all the time, which means they have Best Wrath going too, which means their single target is pretty much going to be topping the group outside of the Unholy DK AoE. But check it out. Pain for Femme just crushing on ahead here. This is going to be scary, though. Shelly dropping incredibly low and going down here. They're going to have to use that battle res. It's going to have to come from Ricky. Oh, that's rough. That's rough.
Yeah, they used it. They just got him up and he went down right again. Or maybe it was somebody else who died just before. But this is really, really challenging spot for them. All these mobs are not supposed to have lived this long. I guess most of them are dead, so that's good at least. There's the Priestess Lunza Reaping Wave onto Priestess Lunza is a really natural time to do that, and it works so nicely because Unholy DKs are so interested in doing that anyways, right, for all their damage. It looks like right now, though, they're choosing to break out this Spirit of Gold and kill it now rather than have it stay alive. Because Shelly is dead, they don't have that extra crowd control effect for it, and it looks like things are kind of getting out of control for them here on the Spirit of Gold front. They have 2 alive. Chains of Ice are having to be spammed on them. One thing that you may be looking here and you might be wondering why they aren't killing the, or why they aren't, killing the boss more. It's because the boss is below 20% health, so it's just going to die to that next transfusion anyways. They may as well just wait for that. It looks like they were not able to actually successfully handle it, so they've had to reset the boss on the side of Pain for Fem. On the side of DG Self-Perplex, though, they are going into the pull instead.
Yeah, going in straight for this pull, and I think the important thing to mention here is because they didn't do that massive first pull where they had to commit all of their cooldowns to it, their Demon Hunter has the Blood Barrage available. Oh, it doesn't have the Blood Barrage available because his damage is so low. I think that was one of the major issues for Pain for Fem. Because Shelly didn't have Blood Barrage available, there wasn't enough of that initial burst from him on that pull for them to actually chew through that trash, and they just weren't able to get it down. But it looks like no issues of the sort here for DG Self-Perplex as they get through the trash, initially proccing the 3rd Reaping Wave of the dungeon, and they're just going to be able to funnel more single target onto the boss with that DK and Hunter that we've been talking about.
If I'm not mistaken, I think I may have just seen another boss reset happen on this side of Pain for Fem. I have no idea what is going on for them, but this is a really, really unfortunate situation to get into. Wiping to Priest of Lunza, this is not the boss that they were... I doubt this is the boss they were even expecting to be the most challenging in the dungeon, given how difficult some of the other bosses can be. I guess the big problem for them with Priest of Lunza was how much trash they were pulling with it, and how much Reaping Wave there was going, and how little resources they had since they'd done so much challenging pulls directly beforehand. They didn't really get to have any of their cooldowns on pull, besides just the basic DK burst package, which is admittedly very strong, but it wasn't enough, apparently, for Pay for Fem. DG Self-Perplex, though, have taken down the boss, and now they're taking care of these 2 trash mobs, and then they'll be going across towards Volkal.
Yeah, and this is just a massive lead for them. Not only are they done with Princess Alunza, but they've already dealt with Rizan. You have to remember they went down there first instead of going for the massive pull on the left. So they're a full 2 bosses ahead, and they're still on the same Reaping Wave as Pain for Fem. So the advantage is completely massive for DG Self-Perplexed. All they really have to do here is play safe. They don't even have to go for the big pulls to take this map away.
Yeah, they could pull 1 pack at a time, and as long as they don't wipe to anything... Oh no, they've had a fear go off. Now, Divine is able to immune that fear with the Berserker Rage, and that's going to allow them to survive here. But if Divine had went down, that would have been really, really catastrophic. Luckily, he had Threat on everything when the fear went out, and so there wasn't too much of a problem. That is really close to being a scary situation, though, for them. They are able to get everything down here, though, DG Self-Perplexed. And this big pull is working out nicely for them. Yeah,
it was
so some of the mobs here don't
Sky
actually
Screamers
snap.
One, yeah.
Yeah, the ones that come down from the pillars don't actually cooperate. They won't snap once they've been pulled. So it's a little bit tricky sometimes to manage movements of them. It looks like they've done a pretty good job now, but for a while they weren't all getting all that AoE.
And that's going to be the 4th Reaping Wave for them too coming out. I'm interested to see what they plan on doing with this here. If they're going to be pulling it into the next trash pull that they do, or if they're just going to shadow meld it off. I haven't seen the shadow melds come out, and you can see the souls are now snapping to them. So it looks like they're just going to be dealing with them with their next trash pull.
Yeah, so they started off with an Angry Toast snap, I think, of all of the stuff that would have been in that position down to Rizan. So that didn't need to be there. They only have 1 more Sky Screamer pull plus this pull at the bottom of the stairs. Now, this pull at the bottom of the stairs plus a Reaping Wave plus a Sky Screamer is a lot of interrupts to be done. And Unstable Hexes in particular, they need to make sure those don't go out. They can maybe tank some of the Venom Blast, particularly with Way of the Crane up, but with the Unstable Hexes going out, things can quickly get out of control because an Unstable Hex goes out, and then the person who is hexed can't do their job, and so more stuff starts to go out. Looks like Reaping Wave number 5, though, is going to be spawning for them, and looks like they'll be shadow melding it off inside Volkal's room. I wonder how they're going to avoid it on the way back out, because it will be in their path. Maybe they'll, maybe they'll just run through it and then shadow meld again at Yasma. That's probably the move here for GG Self-Perplexed.
Yeah, it looks like they didn't shadow meld here at all. They just went ahead and let it stack up on them, and that's kind of that's kind of a scary thing to do when you just ran right through that trash pack, because sometimes you can get group aggro from Reaping mobs running through other trash mobs in the dungeon, but it didn't happen to them here. There must be some sort of manipulation they can do. They're like pulling it through the side while they haven't ring a piece away.
I think they
Oh, yeah,
melded
that's
the
true. They
trash
could-
itself, but the reaping was close enough and had true sight, so it got back
Yep.
onto them. That must be what has happened there for them. But either way, that's going to let them do some unholy burst on Volcall. We'll swap over, though, to taking a quick look at what's happening for Paint for Femme. They are on to Razan. Remember that they are a full boss and a bit now, boss and a half or so behind DG Self Perplexed. While they are working on Razan, I guess they're maybe catching up a little bit. But remember, DG Self Perplexed is full on trash. So 22% trash and a boss separating these two teams. That's a really rough position for Paint for Femme to be in. There's basically no way to claw back an advantage of this size without something going fully wrong for GG Self Perplexed, as did earlier for Paint for Femme.
Yeah, I mean, when you have something as massive as a full boss reset with all of the reaping still alive in this Ataldazar, which can be an 11 or 12-minute dungeon on these affixes, you pretty much just have to hope for the other team to make some similar mistake to you. There's no outskilling a team, especially when you're in the grand finals. So Paint for Femme, their best bet is just to play as safe as possible, play as clean as possible, and hope that something goes wrong for Self Perplexed. Otherwise, there ain't much else left in the cards for them here.
Yeah, they want to be able to hold Self Perplexed to a one wipe situation, but even then, I'm actually not sure that one wipe would be enough for Paint for Femme at this point. It would depend on when it came, because they still need to get all that trash as well. So they not only are starting this boss right as DG Self Perplexed is ending it, they also have to do probably one massive trash pull or two medium-sized trash pulls, while DG Self Perplexed just gets to go straight to that last boss. So because of how catastrophic that situation was earlier for Paint for Femme, they're just in a massive, massive hole at this point.
Well, yeah, for sure. You can see they're just now getting through to phase 2 of Volcall, whereas DG Self Perplexed is already making the run to the final boss here. It looks like they've already skipped past those remaining reaping mobs that we were talking about earlier. Shadow melted that off. And all that's left in their way is a 20 fortified Yasma, which, can still be scary, but this is reaping. There's no generals that they have to worry about, no obelisks, so they only have to deal with the boss. And if they have that Bloodlust ready, it looks like they don't quite have it up, so they're not going to have Bloodlust, but still, 20 fortified boss, I'd say you got maybe a minute 30 tops to get through this.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too much of a challenge at all, particularly for teams that are used to having a healer not be present and be kiting at this time. If they are used to doing that in Awakened versions of this dungeon, having Reaping active and not actually having the Reaping wave on the boss it's really like training weights coming off for that team. So very good position for GG Self Perplexed to be in. That being said, Yasma can wipe you if you stop paying attention for even 2 seconds, regardless of any of those factors, right? There are so many mechanics on that boss that are extremely punishing. A soul or two hits the boss, or somebody runs into a spider at a bad time, or a cast goes through on the boss. All those sorts of things can quickly spiral out of control. So they need to make sure they keep paying attention. But if they do, they don't have any uniquely difficult challenges to execute like the rest of the dungeon was for them.
Sure, and I think the problem is on this 20 fortified setting, I think your healer could go ahead and run into a pack of spiders, and your Demon Hunter, Unholy DK, and your tank could keep themselves alive anyways. So it would require some sort of catastrophic failure for DG Self Perplexed to really throw this match here. And try as Pain for Femme might going for this massive snap pull, it's just not going to be enough for them. As DG Self Perplexed gets Yasma below 20%, they're already opting to just completely kite those souls, and they're not even going to worry about DPSing them as they sit the Bloodlust. This match is over. Or map, rather.
And this is going to be great news. Yeah, the game is over, not the match, of course. Game going to be 1-0 up for DG Self Perplexed, who are also our upper bracket entrants. So they just need to win one more game of the next 2, and they will close out this series and this tournament as the winners. Pain for Femme in a huge rough spot here. They have to not only win the next 2 games, they then have to win another series if they want to take this one away from DG Self Perplexed.
From taking this entire tournament and winning the grand finals here. It is Pain for Femme that needs to win this series if we are to see another best of 3 series. But if Self Perplexed wins this next game, that is going to be it for the day. They're going to be the victors of the final Keystone Masters tournament. And what a clean game as well from Self Perplexed. Is that kind of how we expected it to go, Zyronic?
I mean, I don't know. I feel like everyone expected Pain for Femme to take that, but they were on pace, but they just couldn't deal with that Priestess Alunza pull. I would love to go back and see what happened there, because it could have been any number of things, right? It could have been cast going off onto your Hunter. It could have been quaking onto your Hunter, which would be kind of weird because everyone else in the group is melee. But man, you hate to see it for Pain for Femme here after making that run through the lower bracket.
What about you, Dratnos? Do you think there's really anywhere we could directly point to Pain for Femme falling behind there, or where do you feel like they were able to pull ahead here on the side of Self Perplexed?
Yeah, I definitely think the worst part for Pain for Femme was the boss reset. It's difficult to argue with any other thing being quite as bad for them. I think the DG Self Perplexed though, I was expecting a clean run from them as well. I was just expecting a clean run from Paint for Femme that was going to be faster. I wasn't expecting, sloppiness really from either team. Ataldazar, though, is one of those dungeons where it's really fast. It's something teams practice a lot, but it still has so many points of failure. There's this arms race in Ataldazar to just keep going bigger and bigger and keep cutting pulls out of the dungeon. And because of that, it never really gets to a point where any individual part of it is safe at all. And that's exactly what we saw happen to Paint for Femme. So nothing, I'd say, too... it was surprising to see things go badly for them, but Ataldazar wasn't a surprising map for something like that to happen in.
Right. And like we've already said, Self Perplex only needs one more win. They only need to win Siege of Borealis here to win Grand Finals, to win this very last series up against Paint for Femme. Siege of Borealis map here, tyrannical bolstering and skittish Cyronic. Do we think this is going to be a hard map for these teams?
I mean, the runs that we've seen from Siege in this tournament have not been great, let's be honest. Bolstering Siege is such a technical map that you have to play. You have to properly bolster up the spotters, and then you can just one-shot everything in the second half of the dungeon. But actually finding the right team comp to do it when you have, the format that we have where you can only play a certain spec or class once per series is kind of difficult. We even saw Paint for Femme running double rogue mage in Siege, which is kind of a questionable comp for that. So I'm interested to see what DG Self Perplex has planned and set up for this.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to take any guesses at that, Dratnos? Do we think we know what they have planned, or any strategies that we may see here for this next game?
All right. Well, the question is, I guess, is anybody going to roll swap, or are they going to give up on that Prot Warrior after having used it in Ataldazar? I think this is a dungeon where you can get away without having a Prot Warrior. I think if they get to the Underrot, they're really going to want to have that back. So I would expect to see some other tank coming out from DG Self Perplexed. I'm not sure if we've seen them in this dungeon yet, but maybe something like a Brewmaster, if they have a tank that's capable of doing that. This is potentially a pretty good place to bust one of those out, and then save somebody off-rolling onto a Prot Warrior for the Underrot. On the side of Paint for Femme, they actually have not one, but two Prot Warriors available for the rest of the series if they want, because they have Femme can play one, and Femme can play DPS, and they can have somebody else play Prot Warrior, as we've seen them do before. So they, I think, have a little bit of an easier time in that tanking department, picking what to do.
I wonder if either team's going to pull out the Vengeance Demon Hunter strat that we saw from Golden Guardian / Method in the previous season, where they literally pull every single trash mob, get it together in a fear sigil, and then just one-shot it with a spotter. That'd be pretty cool to see.
Yeah, that would own. I wonder if either of these teams has decided that they wanted to spend that much time in Siege of Borealis, though, because those sorts of strategies take so much time to perfect in a tournament where you're already under so much pressure to figure out all these comps in different dungeons as well. That's the kind of thing that Golden Guardians has a huge amount of practice time, and they can deploy those strats. I would be surprised to see it as well from these teams, particularly from Paint for Femme, given they already used a Vengeance Demon Hunter. I think it would be rare to see them, swap somebody else onto a Vengeance Demon Hunter when they could just have Femme play Prot Warrior.
How do you guys expect them to deal with the awakened mobs here for this next map on Siege? Is it going to be something typical that we'd see in a live setting, or what do we think we're going to see here, Zyro?
I think you can definitely get away with dealing with 3 of the Awakened Obelisks on the final boss pretty easily. Generally speaking, this last boss in like an MDI style setting is not too difficult to deal with when you're talking about Awakened Obelisks. The most dangerous one is usually going to be, in most dungeons, is going to be that Void River Malthair spawn, which spawns on the far left. Because of the positioning, your tank can actually deal with 3 of the casts on its own through Spell Reflect and just using personal cooldowns on it. So they should be able to pretty much burst through the tentacles before they have to worry about the awakened mobs, and then they can just deal with the awakened mobs on their own before they move on to the second platform.
All right, well, both of these teams certainly deserve to be in this grand final spot. They have both played pretty well up until this point. We're going to take a look at their videos.
What's up? I'm Fab.
Hello, my name is Kjelle, or Kjelle Tyven. I play DPS and I live in Oslo, Norway.
I'm the tank. Hi, I'm Michael. I play healer. I live in Stockholm, Sweden. I'm the brains.
So my name is Sebastian, but people call me Sebe or Sebek, and I play DPS.
I'm insane.
I'm Ricky. My name is Daniel. Like to refer myself as a Windwalker player, but they're trash, so please fix them so we can play them again.
Fun plays Demon Hunter tank, right? In Shrine. You skip a lot of trash with the Fear Guy after second boss, and then you snap him onto the bridge. The only way you can get to the snap spot is by double jumping as a Demon Hunter. And then he procs the Twilight Dev as he's snapping, and it just murders his face. And then we're like standing there in the corner, and it's a real run, so it's like we're losing an attempt in Shrine in our time trials because of it, because we cannot get up to the portal that's like five yards above our heads.
My real name is Lasse, as you can guess. I'm from Denmark.
I'm Christopher. My in-game name is Hirudra. I'm also from Denmark.
And my name is Mickey. In-game name is Wave. I am also from Denmark.
I play mage right now in BFA. I hate everything about it. I'm pretty bad at pressing W.
I am maining warrior. For this tournament, I get to play quite a variety of things.
I main DK primarily, and for this tournament, I've been picking up Hunter as everybody else, as well as the Warlock. You can call me Mini Splat if you want to.
It's really fun playing as a team and improving, and we're just having a blast when playing.
I've really just found myself really enjoying the experience of practicing and playing in the tournament.
We practice quite a lot, yeah.
Right now we're averaging probably 8 hours a day.
Yeah.
If we're not doing anything else, we might as well play.
None of us has a life. Basically, we're nerds.
The Minefield, our tank, really likes pineapple on pizza.
People who order pineapple, especially extra pineapple on their pizza, are degenerates, and they shouldn't be breathing the same air as the rest of us.
Tratnos.
Yes.
Do you put pineapple on your pizza?
Absolutely not. No.
Tyra, do you put pineapple on your pizza?
I just have to say that whoever threw that in the Self Perplex video at the end, good job. Keep the fight strong, brother. A lot of degenerates out there who like it. It's not okay.
It's not okay. It's we on the desk here. That is, if there is any point to take away from this tournament, is that pineapple on pizza is unacceptable. We as WoW players, as a community, have to do better and stop ruining our pizza with citrusy fruits. But on that note, what an amazing video that last one. I really like that they all showed up in suits for the self-perplexed video. But yeah, well done to all both of those teams that we've seen get here up to this point. Grand finals. Let's talk about this map pool that we're seeing here. Taldazar, Siege of Borealis, Underrot. Looking at the affixes that come with the maps in this grand finals, is there one that looks the most difficult just based purely on affixes?
I think when you're looking at this map pool, the thing that scares me the most actually was the Ataldazar going in there. I mean, doing a reaping Ataldazar, particularly reaping dungeons after this long of playing Awakened, requires so much extra practice to relearn the muscle memory of how that affix works, and then switching from that back to Awakened afterwards. Like, this is, I think the real pivot point there is that swap into Bolstering Siege. I mean, Bolstering Siege is always hard, but it's been hard the same way it's always been, right? It's something now that teams have a lot of practice doing, particularly these teams. These teams have played together in some or all of their players for the better part of the last 2 years. So I think that Bolstering Siege is actually going to be something of a comfort zone for them compared to these other dungeons.
Mm-hmm. And we also can take a look at the compositions that we're going to be seeing here from both Self-Perplexed and Paint for Femme. Anything interesting to note here is ironic?
I mean, this double rogue comp, I just don't think that's the play. But then you go and look at DG Self-Perplexed and they're running an Arms Warrior. So I don't really know what to think about this. I do have to give the advantage to Paint for Femme, though. I think the Prot Warrior is going to be an incredibly useful pick here, purely for the last boss like I was talking about. But Brewmaster can do some interesting things here as well.
Yeah, we also have the Discipline Priest on the side of Paint for Femme coming out from Mewo, so that's another spicy one that we don't always get to see. We've seen a little bit of it in this tournament, particularly in places like Workshop. It has some insane utility. But here, I think it's going to be more of just a case of being a comfort pick and a product of the restrictions of the format where they have to pick something that they don't want to use in the other two dungeons, and presumably they want to use the Resto Druid and the Mistweaver in those other two dungeons. So this is the one that seems least healing intensive. You know, as difficult as Siege of Paralysis is, it's really not a numbers test, particularly on your healer. You know, if somebody's going to die, they're going to die from 100 to 0 from a spotter circle hitting them or from a boss mechanic. It's rarely a case of people bleeding out. And there are some nice spots actually in this dungeon to fire off the Master Spell, particularly that last boss.
All right, well, the game should be starting shortly here. Just as a reminder, Self-Perplexed only need to win this next game to win the grand finals. This might be the last game that we see today. Let's see if we can get a sub-train going in chat for Keystone Masters for putting on this wonderful community tournament for us. But it's game number 2, Self-Perplexed versus Paint for Femme.
And both teams here playing the Alliance side, but Paint for Femme are hopping down to do this Horde trash pull instead at the bottom of the stairs. This is an interesting play, Zyra. What do you think the motives are behind doing it that way?
I honestly, I could not give you a proper reason why. Usually when you talk about a bolstering siege, you want to just skip as much trash at the start as you possibly can, but they just pull a 4-pack that doesn't need to get pulled at all. I mean, maybe they just need to come up with some count somewhere in the dungeon, but that's definitely not the most efficient pack to do it with.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they're already getting all the trash at the end of the dungeon, and we're going to see them skip some of the other kind of nasty packs after the first boss. Or maybe they just wanted to get some stuff on cooldown. I'm not 100% sure about it either, though. That was why I asked. It was a case of me asking you because I had no idea. So this mini-boss guy, Urgroth, Breaker of Heroes, is going to go down for Paint for Femme. That's going to be one less thing to worry about on the last boss. Urgroth is a pretty annoying one to pick up while you're dealing with all the other stuff as a tank on that fight, so it's a nice one to remove here. And now because bolstering is active, teams have to be very careful with this area because there are so many mobs that have more or less health than the other ones. So they're going to use a bunch of crowd control effects to pull the little mobs all at once, and they're going to keep the Raider away here, which is crowd control immune, using just its own cast to keep it away from the other mobs as it dies. Oh, the side of DG Self-Perplexed, what are they up to here?
They actually got to the room way faster than Paint for Femme did, but they dealt with less trash. They only had 1% trash count coming into this room, so they didn't deal with any major mobs before they came in here. So they were able to deal with most of this trash beforehand. And you can see the mass root tech off in the corner there, just getting those gutters out of the way while they deal with the rest of the trash so that they can easily clean them up afterwards. Just super safe pull strategy, pull technicality to make sure that they don't have to worry with any bolstering. Pretty cool to see that strategy from them. Now you got to remember, these guys haven't had to play it all today. They've been able to spend all day practicing, so they've been able to, clear up and edge up strats like that. And you love to see that kind of thing come out in tournament play.
Yeah, did you catch if they did the Awaken mob? I didn't see it, but if they were only at 1% coming into this room, I think that Awaken mobs, they did? Okay. Or
that was their 1% that they got, yeah.
That makes sense then. Yeah, that is definitely the best 1% I think to get before this part. Saving Urgroth for the last bosses is pretty scary. It's not like there's a much better obelisk to do later anyways, so that makes a lot of sense here. DG Self-Perplexed has that Arms Warrior on this boss fight as well. This is actually a pretty nice boss fight for that. Get to do some pretty large damage, particularly here at the end as it gets into execute range. And your mage sometimes has to kite here. It's actually a pretty big difference if your mage gets targeted or if your hunter gets targeted. If your hunter gets targeted, they can just keep moving and do all their damage on the fly. If your mage gets targeted, not only do they have to stop casting, they have to run out of their runa power as well if it's early in the fight, and that can be really, really tragic for their damage. Didn't happen here though, as you can tell from the damage meters.
Oh yeah, for sure. Now this is a little questionable here. I wonder if they need the invis for some. There, the invis came off at the last second. That was kind of nice. Whenever all the bombs are gone and you get that final chain hook. Ooh, little unfortunate death at the end there, but not going to be an issue as the boss goes down just 5 seconds on the board. Getting that final chain hook on your mage, they can just invisibility off the debuff and it'll refixate onto somebody else with a new 20-second cast time, so they don't have to worry about missing any bombs or having to worry about any of that Steel Tempest damage on the group. But unfortunately, the warrior went down because of it there, so extra 5 seconds on the board. But they're still blazing fast. They're way ahead of Pain for Femme right now. Pain for Femme still has 35% of the boss left, and DG Self-Perplexed is now just worrying about some of this trash here before they move on to the second obelisk.
Very close to being a disaster there. If that commander got pulled with bolstering active, we've seen that happen once already in this tournament, and things go very bad very quickly. Commanders with bolstering stacks really to be avoided whenever possible throughout this dungeon. That's, I think, the main challenge of bolstering siege is there are just so many mobs that are really big and nasty and that die so much slower than the other stuff that it's really hard to avoid bolstering them without having some very fancy strategy, often around something like Mass Root. We've seen that already coming out, in fact, from DG Self-Perplexed, or very, very, very careful damage prioritization.
And the same exact thing that happened to Self-Perplexed happened for Pain for Femme as well. Ricky went down right at the end of the boss there, so the 5-second timer is made up for on their side. And we also saw Self-Perplexed just opt to completely skip that second obelisk. That was the Void Weaver Mouther that we're talking about that they'll be able to deal with. But they don't have a Prot Warrior to spell reflect any of those abilities. They have a Brewmaster, so he's just going to have to eat the first 3 or 4 casts to the face whenever they get to the final boss. I think if they skip that obelisk, they're probably going to be opting to skip the other 2 obelisks here at the end here, like we were talking about, so they'll be dealing with 3 of them on the final boss.
Yeah, the Void Weaver Mouth here, as you mentioned before the cast started, is one that's particularly easy to fight, surprisingly so, on this last boss because of where it spawns. It spawns on the side of the map that your tank already is, so you do just get those spell reflects, and then you just get to have your tank it, and it's really not too worrying because nobody else is in range. Looks like DG Self-Perplexed, though, are going to just wheel around the side here of Dread Captain Lockwood. By doing this, they're going to avoid needing to pull the trash at all, and they can wait until after the boss is done to pull that trash and bolster up that spotter, and they don't have to worry about, having a spotter active during the boss fight or needing to drop combat with it before pulling the boss.
And one other major advantage in this dungeon that the Prot Warrior brings that somehow both of us just completely failed to mention is the fact that if you run Conflict and Strife, your Prot Warrior can actually extend the phases of the second Dread Captain Lockwood phase by just spamming their Thunderclap at the end of the boss. The boss will try to just, end and go up to the platform, but because she's rooted pretty much permanently in your avatar, she can't actually move. So you get a solid 10 to 15 seconds if done properly there. But it looks like they're not even going to need that because this boss is already nearing 50%. And they should be able to just burn through it without getting to another phase.
Yeah, and this team as well, DG Self-Perplexed, doesn't have that Prot Warrior, right? They have the Arms Warrior instead. So they are going to be relying on something like a Ring of Peace Typhoon to try and edge out a couple extra seconds at the end of this phase. But I don't think they actually need that. It looks like this boss is going to take 2 more phases either way.
Yeah, they're going to get 1 more phase for sure. I mean, maybe with the Prot
this
Warrior
phase
able to one-phase it here, but I don't know.
I think you're right that if a Conflict and Strife thing, there you can see the Ring of Peace into Ursul's Vortex, and that's exactly the same idea, except it lasts a little bit less long, of keeping her busy when she would be retreating back to the ship. That bought them 10% of the boss's health, which is nice, but they needed an extra 10% more in order to be able to actually kill that boss, which they were not quite able to do.
Yep, just have to get through this one cannon here quickly, and they'll be able to move on to the last easy 10% of the boss. Then afterwards, they'll just go straight into the spotter, start bolstering it up, and we're going to see this spotter just start to truck the rest of the dungeon here. So far, so good for DG Self-Perplexed. When we talk about Siege of Borealis, it's such an execution-heavy dungeon, and bolstering just amplifies that to the max. You have to be on point with just about every single spotter cannon, or you just waste time waiting for the next cast from it.
Yeah, the difference between a team that is using all their abilities well and everybody on the team is thinking about what's going to happen if I get targeted with the next spotter circles, and a team that is playing reactively instead of proactively here is going to be minutes, not just seconds. This dungeon is so execution intensive. Honestly, I think that it is a good dungeon to play with bolstering active because it teaches you how you should ideally play the dungeon anyways, and it forces you to use those mechanics because they are so much more rewarding than they already would be.
Unfortunately, it looks like they don't have a good patrol on this first demolisher. They're gonna have to wait for it to patrol all the way to the top before they can get these first set of bilge rats pillagers down here. That or they'll just opt to pull it. Looks like they're just pulling it. That's a little questionable because they're gonna be bolstering that demolisher up. I'm not really sure what the plan is there, but they might just be pulling the entire room.
The plan here could be that they are just gonna pull the entire room and then they'll drop combat with everything after doing a bunch of bolstering stacks. Yeah, the other plan could be somebody taunting and running away with the mobs that don't, get CC'd and don't get affected by the cannon shots. Those are two different ways that you can play that area. Meanwhile, Pain for Fem are pulling Dread Captain Lockwood. They do have that protection warrior, and Fem is somebody who absolutely knows how to do the conflict and strife thing. There you can see the boss getting rooted. Didn't quite work out that time, actually. They didn't keep it down for as long as they would have liked. And so they were unable to get more than just 20-25% off the boss before it withdrew for the first time. All right, here we get to see what is happening with DG Self Perplex as they have so much trash coming here all at once. What exactly is the plan here? There's just so much stuff here that they've backpulled towards where the spotter is.
So it looks like they had a binding shot to stack everything up, and then look, they're probably just going to be mass rooting the rest of the trash up there while they deal with the rest of these 3 demolishers, and then they can just cleave these down without worrying about bolstering the other 3 mobs. This is an awesome play from like you mentioned, and it looks like they literally have the entire pirate section here. Everything pretty much up to that second spotter. So all they have to do is deal with these 3 demolishers, and then they just get a good combo of stuns into that massive mass-rooted pull they have, and they're good to go.
Yeah, this is incredible play coming out from DG Self Perplex. This is the kind of thing that takes so much practice to make it work as well, and even then it requires so much execution on the day of. So well done to them, keeping their nerves here. Of course, this is a very important game for them. If they win this game, the tournament is over and they will be the winners. And I'm sure that that's something that's crossed their minds here as they are playing this part.
All right, here you go. You can see pretty much everything is. Wait a minute.
They killed it all.
Were they dealing with it while they were dealing with the demolishers? Wow. How about that? That's pretty impressive.
And then they've shadow melded off. They've shadow melded off the spotter, but it looks like their hunter is not coming into Nyalotha and is going to keep combat with the spotter. That's going to keep bolstering stacks on it so that they can then use it again later if they want to. Either that or they didn't have their shadow meld / feign death available, but I've got to imagine that those were there if needed. So I'm not entirely sure what. Okay, no. The hunter's drop combat, so that spotter is done. They're going to move on now towards that last boss area. I wonder what they're going to do with the trash there. I guess they're going to bolster up the next spotter and then kill it with that spotter.
That's probably the play, right? I wonder. Yeah, dropping the spotter is a really questionable call. I feel like when you talk about a bolstering dungeon, but I feel like when you've dealt with all that trash, they feel comfortable enough, especially if they're keeping an eye on what the status of the other team is here. Once you've dealt with the triple demolisher into the complete rest of Banana Town, you're feeling pretty good about your chances of winning this map here. One thing we didn't see, I don't think, that I would have loved to see was some sort of Ring of Frost technique, but I guess if you have the binding shot into the mass root, you don't really need to worry about that.
Yeah, there's also Ring of Peace too, so there's just so many crowd control effects they have here as needed for big sets of mobs. This is a really, really powerful composition actually for this dungeon and for this part in particular. There are some effects that some other specs bring that can do, similarly good stuff, but nothing really beats the mass root, I think, against this area. And you can see they are going to fight these commanders while the other stuff is mass rooted using the exact same strategy as they did before. And it looks like their healer is actually going to stay back there in range of everything and probably use the spotter barrages to kill the other stuff while the rest of the group is doing these commanders, because the commanders don't do any AoE damage. The commanders just damage the tank. So as long as the tank can survive this part without a healer, the healer can just be back there doing the rest of the trash all at once. And this is a great way to just save those extra seconds, having 2 different things happening at once from your team.
Yeah, and I'm really curious what the tech is there. Does the spotter damage actually break the mass root, or do you have to recast it every time they take damage? I'm not quite sure how that works.
I don't think that it breaks Master Root. I think that almost every CC effect in the game is not broken by spotter damage. With I think a couple of small exceptions like Hex. I think.
Well,
Either
polymorph
way,
is too. Why do mages always get the short end of the stick, man? God.
Yeah, poor mages. I think that's the main takeaway from all this is buff mages. Meanwhile, we've got Pain for Femme working on this trash section, but they are just so far behind where DG Self-Perplexed are. DG Self-Perplexed has killed all this trash and pulled that boss already now. They have done such a great job with their path through this dungeon because honestly, things haven't looked that bad for Pain for Femme. Pain for Femme has just, I don't know, they've just fallen a little bit behind throughout this dungeon. DG Self-Perplexed, I think, has just had some better pulls.
I mean, this is what you expect when you talk about that grand finals through the winners finals advantage, right? They've had all day today to prepare for these first two maps of this series, and they've really just capitalized on it, putting together a great Ataldazar, and then putting together this masterful siege route where they just have their healer deal with all the spotter damage on their own. It's been fantastic to see. And Pain for Femme, it looks like they're on pace or maybe even faster than their siege runs yesterday, but it's just not enough to catch up with this run that Self-Perplexed is putting up.
Yeah, Self-Perplexed is putting on a clinic here as they are almost done with that third boss and will be moving on to the last boss very, very shortly here. That Arms Warrior damage about to ramp up as this boss enters the execute range. The last boss is going to be all about...
He's already topping the meters? What the... Is arms damage insane, or am I just missing something?
Arms damage can be particularly insane, especially if you're not forced to build any AoE damage, which I think in this dungeon, you don't really need to make any sacrifices of your single target for AoE on the spec, because there's really just no there's no burst AoE moments that you need to do as a spec. You know, you're doing some cleave on demolishers, but everything else is just dying to your spotters, right? You get basically 90% of your trash from spotters. The rest of the dungeon is just these single target moments that are burst intensive and that are often execute intensive too. So really, really good place to bust out that Arms Warrior pick in this format where you're required to do something weird in some of these dungeons. Now, they do have to wait a little bit for this RP to finish, something like a 30-second RP here for the Alliance, and that is one of the drawbacks of playing this faction in this dungeon. Horde, of course, just has that gate explode immediately, but 15 minutes on the clock as they reach this point is a blazing fast pace. This is faster, I think, than I've ever seen a Siege of Borealis done.
Yeah, this is definitely on pace with some of the runs that we saw in the MDI. This is incredibly impressive. And to deal with the bolstering mechanics so perfectly with maybe, you know, only a few weeks of practice is pretty cool to see. Now, of course, these are MDI veterans. You know, you have former MDI champs on this team in the form of Divine Field and Harudra, so you wouldn't really expect less from them. But man, they really are putting it together here with this team.
All right, we are into the last boss now. Blood of the Corruptor coming in. So is Voidweaver Malthier from the far side, the far left. As they work on this Gripping Terror, they need to get this thing killed actually soon. There are 4 more seconds before the next Demolishing Terror spawns. This Terror needs to die. 0.7 seconds left on that timer when it does go down. Perfectly divided damage as they needed there to avoid that second spawn. When that second Demolishing Terror spawns, things can go south very quickly there, but they just barely beat that DPS check, and now they are basically home free. They just have to kill these 2 Awakened mobs. If they want, they can shoot the cannon and fight a Demolishing Terror at the same time as this. That increases the difficulty back up to a scary range, though.
They're doing it looks like they're just going to go ahead and have their Hunter shoot, so they can deal with the Demolishing Terror. They don't have to engage the other Terror in the back, the other tentacle, because you know the timer for the second and third Demolishing Terror doesn't start until you actually engage that or somehow proc it by moving too far into the fight. But they just get a little bit of free extra time on the boss here, which, like you mentioned, they didn't need to do whatsoever. But, you know, it's kind of a, you know, we're so confident in our strategy, so why not? But now what they're going to do is they're just going to go ahead and deal with these 2 Awakened mobs on their own, finish them off, and then they'll move on to that. Wait, no, they're just pulling it on top. Oh, it's for the Arms Warrior cleave. It's the Execute cleave here.
Yeah,
they're getting the Execute cleave on this.
Oh, this is so awesome. So yeah, the Sweeping Strikes executes off of the Blood of the Corruptor onto the Gripping Terror is going to allow him to build some juicy deep wounds here this early into the Gripping Terror part. Rarely you get to see something taking that much damage from an Arms Warrior at the top of its health bar, but because of the way they're doing this, yeah, you see targeting Voidweaver Malthier here, executes getting cast and cleaving onto the Gripping Terror. 1 Demolishing Terror is going to spawn here, but as long as they can beat the next spawn, they are going to be in perfect position here. Just go then clean up that extra Demolishing Terror, and looks like 3 seconds left. This one is slightly less close than the first platform, but still fairly close. They really have everything down perfectly with just how much damage everything is going to require from them. Great work so far by DG Self-Perplexed. Just 1 platform on this boss fight separates them from the championship in this tournament.
Oh, and You can see the font is being channeled, which means they're probably just going to go straight for this final tentacle to spawn that last cannon. They don't even have to worry about dealing with that final demolishing terror that is so much more HP than every other one. With that shot going off, they'll be on to the final gripping terror of the dungeon, and it's just, man, self-perplexed. What can you say about this team? They looked shaky yesterday in their first series. They slowly cleaned it up throughout the day. They were able to take that winners finals in a close series, and they are looking amazing today.
Yeah, this gripping terror is going to go down for DG Self-Perplexed. That is going to make them the champions of this game, this match, and this tournament all at once here. 2-0 victory over Pain for Femme. Very, very impressive stuff from this team.
Yep, and with this final cannon shot going off, DG Self-Perplexed will be your Keystone Masters champions for the final tournament of Battle for Azeroth.
What a way to end it in a 2-0. Perplex has not played all day today, and they just come in hot, winning that series 2-0. But you gotta hand it for... Whoa.
Oh!
Oh.
Wait a minute.
Oh!
Wait a minute.
Okay.
They have to kill
Pain
the
for Femme
spotter.
is tabbed
Hands
out.
up, everyone.
DG Self-Perplexed has not got full trash count. That being said, Pain for Femme was still far enough behind that this didn't trick them or anything. Now it's over.
Hey, there we go.
The death of that
That's it.
spotter.
Woo!
There we go.
Let's
Yay! Someone in chat said this is what happens when you eat pineapple and pizza. True.
Exactly.
See, we were right all along. But yeah, well done by Self-Perplexed. 2-0 for them in that grand finals. They are the champions of the Keystone Masters tournament. Absolutely well done to them. And I was going to say, you definitely got to hand it to Paint for Femme. They've had an incredible run down there in the lower bracket, fighting their way back up to that grand final spot, Dratnos.
Yeah, I mean, Pain for Femme have really overcome a lot of adversity today. They weren't quite able to make it here in the grand finals, but this was a really impressive showing for them. Getting into that lower bracket so early as well, having to fight through so many matches today, was a real test of endurance, and they made it all the way here, especially beating BDGG in the upper finals before. That was also really impressive. So no shame for them, but the tournament is going to go to DG Self-Perplexed, who have put on a clinic in this grand finals.
Absolutely. And also shout out as well to you guys in chat. We did manage to pull off a sub train, so thank you everyone for subscribing. Just as a reminder, it's only $3.99 this month. I think for like a couple more days that deal is going on, but you guys are supporting an amazing community of people. Zyra, why are you face palming? Dude, I'm trying to hype it up for Keystone Masters. I want people to support them.
Keep going.
Is there something you want to say, dude?
No, you're good.
My God. All right. Well, anyways, we are going to be going to a break. Well done once again to GG Self-Perplexed. And we will come back after that break for a little bit of an analysis on that grand final series.
Welcome back from the break. A big shout out to DG Self-Perplexed for taking down this Keystone Masters tournament. Special shout out to all the other teams and other contestants who participated. Also, huge shout out to Paint for Femme for making that final series of matches versus DG Self-Perplexed super enjoyable to watch. Sinek, how did you feel about that last series that we saw?
Wow, that was an incredible series. Just giant poles, big brains, huge spotter damage. We saw everything here, honestly. DGSP showing what it takes to win this kind of high pressure environment. One really interesting thing we saw in Ataldazar specifically, we were talking about this on the desk a little bit, and that the meta story here is that CD alignment is really important. The routing that we saw out of DGSP, it had some really like clever alignment of their CDs so that every time they needed to do something with a large pole, they had them up. And in fact, the very first pull of the dungeon was something that you wanted to talk about a little bit with the angry toast snap coming out versus the sort of go left and pull the back set of Colossi.
Yeah, I think that just comes down to practice and how the teams really feel like they are ready for it. And we can show the clip as well. Basically, you have one team who's doing something very similar to what we saw in the MDI style, where DG Self-Perplexed is running it down mid and like doing the angry toast snap. And then you have Paint for Femme who go left and pull the Colossus. And like you said, ultimately it ends up like aligning your cooldowns worse if you go left, but it is probably safer, right?
Yeah, I'd buy that. I think the interesting thing about this pull is that when we have Awakened, you have an extra obelisk that you could take there to line your CDs back up for Lunza. But on the Reaping Key, if you're skipping straight into a Lunza, you have to do that trash pack without any unholy damage. And that's really dangerous. We actually saw a death there. Let's see the clip here and let's see what we're talking about. So you notice here that Paint for Femme is setting up this giant Colossus pull. They have the Colossus from the back coming in as well. Everything groups up, and this actually works out okay for them, right? They have all of their damage up front. They've got the blood of the enemy. They've got the Unholy DK doing the quadratic scaling damage. It's a pretty effective pull. We've seen this from many different teams, but the main difference and the problem that we see is that when they try to come up to the next set of enemies, they don't have that damage available. And the pull drags on for so long that they start to lose players. And in this sort of setting, you can't really lose players because as soon as you lose somebody, the overwhelming damage is going to come from the missed kicks on all the targets in the Alenza pull.
Yeah, and in the bottom left, you see DG Self-Perplexed here. After they end up doing their pull, basically they have a while to let their cooldowns come back up because they are just end up DPSing into a patchwork boss like Razan.
Yeah, absolutely. So in Siege, let's talk a little bit about that. The meta story for Siege here is when you have something that does literally billions of damage, you should probably use it for as much of the dungeon as possible. We saw DGSP do this amazing pull. They take all of Banana Town, they loop it into a mass route, and then the tank cleverly pulls the 3 crushers out of bolster range. I think the hunter comes back into the mass route, turtles and nukes the ads, and the rest of the team fights the crushers out of the range. So if you want to run that clip, we can check that out too.
Yeah, and notably, we saw something similar from other teams on the MDI. So, like right there on the right-hand side, like the top right-hand side of the screen, you actually see everything is mass-rooted. Harudra doesn't have to like really disengage from these demolishers because he doesn't end up getting that spotter onto him. So the hunter does a great job of positioning himself well to be able to drop those bolstered artillery barrages on top of all of Monkey Town and is able to deal with it just perfectly. And that honestly just ends up almost sealing the deal for DG Self-Perplexed in this dungeon. They do something very similar in the Hadal room as well, where they pull out all of the mobs that are in that room and then just do the commanders by themselves and let the spotter
I thought that was
just
pretty
deal
cool.
with it.
Yeah, absolutely. The really cool part about that was they actually split their team into 2 different groups. And they had just the tank and Harudra go and fight the commanders because you get really good 2-value target cleave with sweeping strikes. And because those commanders only do single target damage, there's no AoE, Harudra's really not in danger for doing that. And that leaves the Resto Druid, the Hunter, and the Mage to use the spotter to finish up the trash. So that was a really nice little split that they did there. And I think that sort of clever routing is the kind of thing that you need to do in order to win these sorts of dungeons.
Yeah, and I do actually think that Harudra on this Arms Warrior made a lot of sense. Speaking of billions of damage earlier, I felt like Arms in a fairly boss-centric dungeon like Siege of Baral, since you have the spotter doing a majority of the legwork here, I think it makes a lot of sense. It's like the same as Workshop in some essence, where it just does a truck ton of single target damage.
Yeah, one really interesting thing that he did on the last boss was he had this sweeping strikes execute that Dratnos was noting. So if you actually activate sweeping strikes with a low health target and a high health target, you can cleave big executes off the low health target onto the big one. And that let them really push through the phases nice and quickly. In fact, I think he was actually higher
Yeah.
damage than the Fire Mage on that fight.
Yeah. Yes, Arms Warriors are actually good occasionally, but they sometimes die to, I don't know, a strong breeze. You just
Yeah,
it's just
you can't destance a siege artillery, can you? No. All right. Well, thank you so much. Let's we're gonna pop in and talk to Waithy here.
Plex. Oh, it sounds like I'm muted. Okay, now I'm not muted. That one was not on me. Hi, everyone. I am here with Waithy of TG Self Perplex. How do you feel about your performance today? Congratulations on that win. Wait, I think you're muted too. Wait, oh no. Sounds like it's you. Still nothing.
What about now?
Yeah, there we go. All right, you can
Oh,
restart.
we're using the shitty mic, I guess.
Oh, I see. I see. Oh, okay, yeah, it swapped. It swapped.
All right, so no,
inputs.
yeah.
All right, go ahead.
All right. Well, yeah. To answer your question, I'm feeling really great right now. Like it is wonderful. Did you guys see Hirudra? He didn't die a lot in the warrior this time. What a champ!
No, it was great. And he brought out the full suit too for the video that you guys did as well.
Yeah, that was awesome.
It was really awesome. It was a good video. Now you guys got to that grand finals position yesterday, winning the upper finals against BDGG. You didn't play any game besides that grand finals game. What was it like sitting there all day waiting for a competitor for grand finals? Were you nervous at all? Did it make things worse? How was that like?
So I've been kind of sick the last few days. So for me, it was kind of I just kind of wanted to go to bed early today because I'm not feeling well. But I mean, in the end, I guess for the first game, I was kind of nervous. But after we won, it kind of just like the first game is always the worst, and then you kind of just settled into the competition.
No, and you guys had a super clean run for the grand finals. I mean, 2-0. You guys must be super proud of yourselves as a team. And in that video, you said you'd practice like 8 hours a day or something like that. So any shout out to your fellow members and your fans supporting you guys from home?
Well, so first of all, I would like to shout out Dream Gaming, Joy Buggy, and Naku, who has been sponsoring us for this tournament. It's been wonderful having people back us. It's a different experience. You really feel like a pro gamer. And I wanna shout out Spatlag, Desired, and Jacob as well for helping us practice when some of our people were out working or had some other IRL commitments. So thank you so much to those guys, and then just the team for being awesome. It's just been a wonderful experience all the way through.
Yeah, and congratulations once again to GG Self Perplex, the grand finals winners of the Keystone Masters race. Thank you so much for talking with me. All right, everyone. I am back with Dratnos and Zyronic. Let's give like an overview of this whole weekend. We have that new role implemented, Dratnos. Just any takeaways before we close off this show from the last couple of days here?
I think the format experiment, which is what this weekend was, has to be a success. This was awesome to see. We see all kinds of different specs that historically just haven't gotten too much play in these sorts of competitions. Most of the different tank specs, most of the different healer specs. I don't know if most of the different DPS specs got in, but I think a huge percentage of them did. So it was really awesome to see. We saw some matches where there were like 8 or 9 different specs across the two teams. That was just incredible. And there was so much making it work of all kinds of stuff in different places that really let teams, I mean, it required a lot of thinking from them, planning out when to use their different specialties, but it gave teams with somebody who was like a Blood DK expert or a Destro Warlock expert an opportunity to make that shine, and that was really awesome. So I think the format experiment was a success.
Yeah, I would agree with that for sure, Dratnos. A lot of amazing moments and creativity we're seeing coming out due to this format change. Zyra, what about you? Looking back on all of the matches that we've seen, any big surprises that you weren't quite expecting from any of the series that we've witnessed?
No, I'm not gonna lie. I was not at all surprised at what our top 3 teams were. Actually, top 4 teams were. Multiple MDI competitors in these 4 teams. Lots of fantastic multi-classers. But I think the overall quality of the matches that we saw the entire weekend was, definitely impressive. I mean, most of these matches were better than some of our, lower bracket matches that we actually saw in a lot of MDI tournaments. So all these players that went in for this tournament, play MDI next year. We're always looking for so many more competitors.
Yeah, we can also take a look at the bracket that we did see. We can see Paint for Femmes run in the lower bracket, and made it back up to the grand finals. What about you, Dratnos, for the course of the weekend here? Do you have any favorite series or favorite games?
I think that the series between BDGG and Paint for Femme had some really high moments in it. Unfortunate Shrine of the Storm for BDGG, but I think there was a lot of really excellent gameplay on Showcase there. I think the grand finals features some of the best games of the tournament, though, from an individual team, which were both of DG's self-perplexed runs. Particularly, I think their Siege of Borealis were very, very, very high caliber and proved that they were a team absolutely deserving of this trophy.
Mm-hmm. Yes, they absolutely were, especially if you guys heard in that video, they've just been practicing so much, as all of our teams would. I hope that we're competing here in the KeystoneMasters race. Just overall, such a good weekend of games. It's been really exciting to see these new gameplay or these new rule sets implemented here and how these teams are reacting. But is this something that we'd like to see in the future, Zyro?
I think, as cool of a format as it is, ultimately what it's going to do is it's going to provide more opportunities for different practice styles for the teams. And when you're talking about the way the MDI is currently formatted, more practice is not what the teams want by any stretch of the imagination whatsoever. Right. It's definitely a way better viewer experience, though. There's a lot of people that can, more easily just see, oh, that's my class that they're playing. I never get to see that in the MDI. So I definitely think it was a really cool viewer experience.
Yeah, it really was. And I hope that everyone watching from home agrees with that as well. And with that, that is going to close off the KeystoneMasters tournament. Make sure you guys are following us on Twitter, following KeystoneMasters on Twitter. There will be announcements hopefully soon here of future plans, future tournaments that these guys have planned. So be sure to keep up with that. Also, follow us here on Twitch. You can be notified for the next, thing that we're doing here on twitch.tv/KeystoneMasters. So thank you to everyone participating, to the players, my fellow casters here on the desk, everyone working behind the scenes, moderators as well, and especially to those of you that have subbed to this channel during this Twitch stream. It's been really great to see the overall support from the community. So be sure, once again, follow KeystoneMasters on Twitter if you guys want to be notified when that new content from us from KeystoneMasters will be announced. So that's it for us. Thank you guys so much for watching. We'll see you guys hopefully soon.